Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Whenever the man called X is involved, even a very simple beginning may lead to an amazing chain of circumstances. Take such an ordinary little thing as the ringing of a doorbell. Simple enough, only the doorbell of a small apartment in Upper Manhattan, that's all.
Good evening.
Oh, I thought... Well, how do you do?
You're Mrs. Jordan?
Why, yes, I am.
Mrs. Jordan, I am the man called X.
Well, my husband isn't here, Mr. X. He took a plane this morning.
What?
Yes, to Honolulu.
That was a big mistake. He shouldn't have gone.
But, Mr. X, it took all our savings to buy that property in Hawaii. And for months now, they've kept stalling us from going out there. Ralph thinks the whole thing's a fake, that he and hundreds of other veterans in this country have been swindled.
Mrs. Jordan, that land company in Honolulu is of highly reputable concern. This foolish trip of his may prove to be extremely regrettable for both of you. Chief, would it bother you very much if I said I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about?
Ken, this isn't funny. Your actions during this past week are nothing to joke about.
I'll go with you on that. 6 days and nights on the edge of a swamp full of the biggest mosquitoes in Florida, waiting for a smuggler who didn't even have the courtesy to show up.
Alone, of course.
You don't think anybody else would be that crazy?
But I thought you were working in a Hawaiian deal, Ken. That land company for veterans.
I was until I got this so-called hot tip. Why?
Well, what did you find out? About the land firm, I mean.
Only what I've told you already. They've been spreading ads in papers all over the country. Special offer to veterans. Plantation lands in Maui. Dirt cheap. The big come-on. But apparently the buyer gets nothing but an artistic little title certificate and plenty of discouragement against coming out to take possession. At least 4 men who did go out, well, they disappeared.
Ken...
Come on, Chief. Let's have it. What goes on?
Miss Brooks, will you send in Mrs. Jordan, please?
Who's Mrs. Jordan?
She may be the chief witness for the prosecution.
Huh?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Jordan.
The girl told me to come in here.
Yes, that's right. I want you to look at this man carefully. Now, this isn't the same one, is it?
Well, I'm not sure. It was dark, and he didn't come inside.
Chief, I hate to seem inquisitive, but what is it I'm supposed to have done?
That voice. It's him. It's the same one. You murderer.
Oh, wait a minute.
You murdered my husband.
What the...
That's all for now, Mrs. Jordan. Will you wait in the other office, please?
Mr. X, I hope you get everything that's coming to you.
Chief, will you please tell me what the Sam Hill this is all about?
Ken, day before yesterday, her husband phoned her from Honolulu and said that you had met him there and threatened his life. 4 hours later, they found him stabbed to death.
Chief, I've been in Florida.
But, Ken, I'd have to testify that you phoned me 2 days ago from Honolulu.
I what?
It was your voice, Ken. Dead to rights.
So that's it. A nice, tight little frame. Whoever put it together did a good job around the corners. And, Chief, I know exactly where I'm going to start. Pagon, open up. I know you're in there. Pagon.
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought I heard somebody knocking.
Incredible. I've only been at it for 10 minutes.
Huh? Oh, well, Mr. Thurston, I was just leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm late already.
You'll be later. Let's go inside.
If any other time, I'd be glad to.
After you, Pagon. Here we go.
Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. So it's gone. All right, Pagon, what happened to it?
I'm very glad you dropped in, Mr. Thurston. Only yesterday I was saying to myself, now I ought to call up Mr. Thurston.
Turn it off, Pagon.
Huh?
Now, what happened to that home recording machine of yours?
Oh, that was only on approval. They took it back.
Well, how about the records, the ones I made? They take them back, too?
The records? Oh, they just got lost, I guess, or something.
Pagon, start talking.
Oh, it was only a joke, Mr. Thurston. I wouldn't have thought of selling them. If Mr. Smith hadn't said it was just a joke...
It would be Smith.
The money had absolutely nothing to do with it. I swear to you, by the father
Oh,
of my...
pipe down. Would you know this Mr. Smith if you saw him again?
But I never did see him. I only talked to him on the telephone. He sent a messenger to get the records.
Like that, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Pagon, start packing. We are flying to Honolulu.
A vacation. Well, that's a very good
It's
idea.
a long ways from a vacation. There's a killer waiting there for us. Probably knows we're coming. He may be anybody, Pagon. He may be anybody at all.
Boy. Well, these bellboys are never around when you want them, Mr. Thurston. They're really a problem.
Can't say that I blame them, Mr. Kwong. In a climate like this, who'd want to work?
You're so right. They keep slipping off to Waikiki to ride their surfboards and do tricks for the young ladies who come on vacation.
Sounds like a career all by itself.
Ah, yes, if I were 10 years younger. Mr. Thurston, the entire facilities of the Waiwela Hotel are yours to command. I am determined that you shall enjoy your visit to Hawaii.
Thanks very much.
And, of course, you too, Mr.
Zellschmidt. Pagan Zellschmidt.
Quite so, Zellschmidt.
By the way, Mr. Kwong, have you ever heard of a company around here selling land to war veterans?
I'm so sorry, no, but of course I've never heard of a great many
I
things.
see. Not even a company that has an address right across the street.
No.
Mr. Thurston, why do you keep calling it the land company? It says right on the front, Club Malahini. It's a nightclub.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Then come on. We're going to change our clothes and drop in at the Club Malahini.
Here you are, monsieur. One dry martini and one, zombie.
Thanks. Now, don't fall into that, Pagon. You'll drown. Oh, bartender.
Oui, monsieur. Was there something else?
Yes, where can I find the manager of the club?
Huh? But you have found him. I, monsieur, am the manager. Louis Chic at your service.
Uh-huh.
My bartender did not come tonight, so...
Oh, he's probably down at Waikiki doing tricks for the girls. My name's Thurston, Mr. Chic. This is Pagan Zellschmidt.
Oh, so happy to meet you, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Tell me what you know about a land company for war veterans.
Oh, mon Dieu, another one. Monsieur, I know nothing about that company.
Their address is the same as this club's.
Monsieur Thurston, it is like this. In the back of the club, there is a small office which I never use. 3 months ago, a man called me on the telephone and wished to rent it. I say, fine, okay. And he sent me the money by mail. Whenever letters arrive for the company, I push them through the slots in the door. But I have never seen the man.
I see. And there have been others inquiring about this company?
Oh, 4 or 5 in the last month. I tell them all the same thing.
Well, you're consistent at any rate.
Mr. Thurston. Look.
I know. You're quiet, Pagon.
Connie's and Mulliheny's. It's my pleasure at this time to present the attraction you've all been waiting for. The one and only, the lovely Leopelli in her Dance of the Island.
Look at her, Mr. Thurston. Huh? Not bad, eh?
Not bad at all, Pagon. As a matter of fact, I think I'll go back to her dressing room and wait for her.
That's a very good idea. Now, let's go.
Sorry, Pagon.
No?
See you later.
Oh, well. Monsieur, another zombie, please.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah?
If you have a minute, I'd like to speak to you. My name's Frank Clark.
Uh-huh. Well?
I was sitting out at the bar a while ago, and I heard you talking to Louis Chic. I didn't want to say anything in front of him. It's about this land company for us guys out of the service.
Uh-huh.
I've been around here a couple of weeks trying to check up on it. I guess you got stuck too, huh?
It looks that way.
Same here. Yeah, they sure got a slick layout.
Been able to find out anything?
Well, not much more than what Chic told you. Oh, I did get a look inside that office.
Uh-huh.
It's empty. Nothing but a letter drop.
Any ideas?
Yeah, I got a few about the clerk at my hotel. I'm staying right across the street here, the Wawela.
So am I. You mean Mr. Kwong, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tied up right at the moment, Mr. Clark. Suppose we get together in the morning and talk it over. Maybe you can make some sense out of the whole business.
That's a good idea. I'll see you in the morning, then. So long, Mr. Thurston.
Bye. Ah, the lovely Luapele.
What? Pardon me, please. This is my dressing.
I know. I've been waiting for you.
Wait a minute. You were from the States.
So?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ken Thurston.
Thurston? Come in, Mr. Thurston.
You know, I've always thought of a grass skirt as a gaudy sort of thing on the picture postcard. Then I'd never seen you wear one.
Oh, thank you. But that is my profession, Mr. Thurston.
I guess it's more than that. I suppose it's an art that comes from being born here in the islands.
I suppose so.
At any rate, the dance was very lovely. Ole e poena au.
What? I do not understand.
Oh, a native who doesn't know her own tongue.
I have forgotten most of the old language.
Loa Pele, you're no more a Polynesian than I am. No more a part of the island than the Veterans Land Company.
All right, but I can't talk to you here. Where are you staying?
Across the street at the Wawela.
Then I'll come to your room at 10:30, right after my next dance.
All right. I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget, Loa Pele.
I won't. Don't worry. I won't forget. I'll be there all right, Mr. X.
You would like something else, maybe, Monsieur Zellschmidt?
Louis, you may bring me a crystal goblet filled with foam from Waikiki.
Ha, ha. Monsieur is very funny. I go to bring some ice now. Monsieur will pardon me.
I pardon everybody, except Mr. Thurston, who leaves me alone here while he talks to a beautiful dame with a beautiful name. That rhymes. A beautiful
Here you go.
Mr. Thurston, where are you?
Over here, Pagon. The door at the end of the bar. Come on.
Well, it's about time you came back, Mr. Thurston. I was getting very impatient.
Never mind, Pagon. Follow me. Hurry, we haven't much time.
Why don't they have lights in this hallway? Where are you going, Mr. Thurston?
Out the back way. Close the door after you, Pagon.
It's very dark here. Is this an alley, Mr. X?
It's a back street. Wait, we'll stop here a second.
Because, Pagon, I'm holding a gun in my coat pocket. From here on, you'll do exactly as I say. Understand?
Well, of course, I'll be glad to... Wait. You're not...
You're quite right, Pagon. I am not Mr. X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Honolulu investigating a firm ostensibly offering bargains in Hawaiian lands to war veterans. Someone has proved such a skillful impersonator as to place Ken under suspicion of murder and to lure Pagon away from the Club Malahini to some unknown destination.
Monsieur, I cannot keep track of everyone who comes in here. It is possible that when my back was turned, he simply got up and walked out, just like that.
But you didn't see him go, Mr. Sheik, is that it?
Monsieur Thurston, to be perfectly frank, I do not even remember the man.
Oh, no, he came in with me not more than half an hour ago. Sat right here, ordered a couple of zombies. I introduced him to you, Pagon Zellschmidt.
Zombie Zellschmidt. Monsieur, I think I do remember. Vaguely, of course.
Vaguely, is it? I see, yeah. You know, Mr. Sheik, I'm beginning to get a little fed up with you. That French accent of yours is as phony as that Hawaiian dancer.
Okay, Thurston, you're right. The accent helps business.
Uh-huh. What business?
Entertainment, glamour, thrills, excitement. If it's on a menu, it's for sale.
Interesting menu. I'll have to have a look at it sometime. Wouldn't be surprised if one of the main courses turned out to be real estate.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Well, you work pretty long hours, Mr. Kwong.
Oh, the difficulty of keeping help. There are so many attractions here.
Yeah, that situation seems to be general. Has Mr. Zellschmidt come in?
Oh, no, not since he left earlier with you, Mr. Thurston.
You've been here all evening?
Continuously. What else can I do when I bear the whole tremendous responsibility of this hotel on my shoulders?
Yeah, it must be a terrific load. Mr. Kwong, several men have come out from the States in recent weeks and disappeared. Some of them were staying at this hotel. What do you know about it?
Why, nothing, Mr. Thurston. I never permit extraneous occurrences to intrude upon my consciousness.
I see. Tell me, do you happen to know a dancer who calls herself Luapele?
The Waiwela Hotel has the honor of being host to Miss Luapele.
I see. Well, Mr. Kwong, in that role at least, I hope to be joining you in a few minutes. Yeah, who is it?
I'm Mr. Thurston.
Oh. Luapele, come in. Here, I'll take your coat.
Thank you. Well, I suppose you locked the door at this point.
I hadn't thought of it. Why?
Shouldn't I expect it, since I was foolish enough to come here to your room?
Why did you come?
A man ordinarily assumes it's a result of his fatal charm, doesn't he?
Luapele. Luapele. Smoldering, boiling, ready to erupt. The volcano. That's what your name means, you know.
No, I didn't know. It was Louis Chic's idea. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
Oh, not there, over here.
Oh.
Let's say I came because I found you interesting.
That sounds like a bad book. And it isn't the reason.
Oh, why do you have to doubt everything? While ago at the club, you were anxious enough for me to come here. Why?
Well, maybe because I found you interesting.
You really think so? Why don't you do something about it?
Such as?
Such as something like this?
Ah, Luapele. I wondered how long it'd take
How long for what?
for you to make your play. All right, drop it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
And drop it. That's better. Is a .32 automatic standard equipment for a dancer to carry in her coat pocket?
I'd have killed you. All right, go ahead and kill me, the same as you killed my brother, Mr. X.
Huh? How'd you find that out?
I recognized your voice at the club.
Who are you?
Shirley Kaufman.
Kaufman. Wait. He was swindled on this land deal. Talked to him on the phone several times.
That's where I first heard your voice. He was my brother.
Oh?
When he wouldn't take your advice and came to Honolulu anyway, you followed him and killed him. Then tried to make it look as though he drowned. They found him in the surf at Waikiki. That's where you made a mistake. That's why I came out here. He didn't drown. My brother'd won medals in swimming meets for years. You killed him.
So that's what happened to one of them. You're wrong, Lord Pelly. I didn't kill your brother. But you're right about one thing. He was murdered. Wait a second. Sit right where you are. Hello.
Mr. Thurston, is that you?
Bygone, where the devil have you been?
I do not have any time to talk about that now. You have got to come right away.
Yeah, where?
Out at the Diamond Point jetty.
Diamond Point. What's up, Bygone?
I cannot talk about it now, Mr. Thurston, but it is very important. You hurry, huh?
I'm tied up at the moment. I can't get away. Suppose I meet you around midnight.
You cannot make it any sooner?
Not a chance. And another thing, I can't find that letter from Mrs. Jordan that I gave you. You know what you did with it?
I do not remember, Mr. Thurston. It is around somewhere, I guess.
Mind if I look in your suitcase for it?
You are entirely welcome to it. That's probably where it is, too.
Okay. I'll meet you at midnight at the Diamond Point jetty.
I will be waiting, Mr. Thurston.
So long, Bygone.
What are you going to do?
Look, get this straight. I did not kill your brother. And I'm going to try just as hard as you are to find out who did.
I don't know what to think. There isn't any proof. I got the idea because you warned him not to come to Honolulu. Then he came anyway and was killed.
That's exactly why I warned him.
Maybe I was crazy, but I worked there at the club for a month, trying to find out who's behind this land company. No luck. Then you showed up the way you did.
So you jumped to conclusions.
I guess so.
Lua Pelly, this whole thing's beginning to make some sense. If you'll just sit tight, I may be able to dig up the right answer. One thing you can always count on with a guy as clever as the one who's back of all this, sooner or later he gets too clever.
You said I was named for a volcano. All right. The eruption's over. I trust you can. And to prove it. Oh, Ken.
Lua Pelly, well.
You'll have to be going, Ken, if you're going to meet someone at midnight. It's a half-hour drive to Diamond Point.
I haven't the slightest intention of meeting anybody at Diamond Point. In fact, I'm going to stay right here until midnight. Well, Mr. Sheik, straight up midnight, another customer in the place. Why don't you close up and go home?
Monsieur Thurston has the right idea. That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, now, hold it. I'm the fellow who knows the accents of fate. You remember?
Yeah, I remember all right, but it gets to be a habit.
A lot of things do. You haven't seen Mr. Smith around?
Who is Mr. Smith? I said...
That's a good question, Mr. Sheik. A very good question. And I'm working on an answer. Past midnight and still on the job. You show an amazing devotion to duty, Mr. Kwong.
I assure you, Mr. Thurston, it is not by choice. The attractions here are such
I know, yes. The help simply doesn't feel like working. Do you mind if I look through the hotel register?
No, not at all, though I'm afraid you'll find it very dull reading.
I don't think so. In fact, Mr. Kwong, I expect to learn a lot from it. Well, Zellschmidt, you seem to have found my room quite comfortable. Oh, that's too bad. Of course, you can't talk with that gag in your mouth. Before I remove it, however, I want you to take a close look at this knife. See it? Because if you cry out once, I'm going to use it to cut your throat, understand? All right. There you are.
I don't see why you couldn't use a towel that didn't taste so bad. This one had soap on it.
You do seem to be frothing at the mouth a bit.
And please stop sounding like Mr. Thurston.
Selschmidt,
You have any idea why Thurston failed to show up at Diamond Point?
He didn't? Now, don't look at me like that, Mr. Smith. I don't know why. You talked on the phone so much like me. It would fool even me.
I wonder. I'd like to know where he is right now.
Oh, who knows? He's probably found some woman. He always does.
That's right, yes. Lua Pele. I'd forgotten he'd met her. He couldn't have known it wasn't you on the phone, Zelschmidt. I imitated you perfectly.
Mr. Smith, it was even better than I could do it.
I imitated his voice all right, too. Even fooled his chief, a man who's known him for years.
Oh, there is not the slightest doubt about it. You are the most clever man I have ever seen. How about untying those ropes?
No. Now, this hotel's far too crowded to turn you loose here in the room. Quiet. Before I decide to cut your throat.
Yes, sir. I didn't say anything. I don't really mind being tied up.
I only knew why he didn't show. The neatest little racket I ever worked up. Good for a long time yet with Thurston out of the way.
Oh, he's very stupid, Mr. Smith. You could bump him off without any trouble, just like the other 4.
5, Zelschmidt. Your arithmetic's bad. And since we're on that subject, I think it's time to make it 6. I don't need you any longer.
Oh, well, 5, 6, what's the difference? Huh? Wait. You're not. No, you can't. Mr. Rex!
All right, drop that knife. Drop it.
No! Oh, Mr. Rex, I thought you would never come out of that.
Thurston, you gotta do something about this hand. I'll bleed to death.
Well, from a scratch like that, you should have dropped that knife when I told you to, Mr. Smith. Or would you rather be called Frank Clark?
Huh. How did you find out?
You outsmarted yourself, Clark, when you picked up my remark on the phone about Mrs. Jordan's letter. I knew you were a phony. Pagan would have asked what letter, since you'd never heard of it.
Say, that's right. I don't know about the Laney letter.
At midnight, the rest of the people who might have been tied into this deal were all accounted for. The hotel register gave me your room number. I came here, I found Pagan, and waited until you came back.
I knew I should have killed him earlier and got him out of here.
No, Clark, that wouldn't have helped. The hotel register gave you away anyhow. When you talked to me at the Club Malahini, you said you've been here 2 weeks. But the register shows you've lived at this hotel for over 3 months. Well.
What do you think they'll do to him, Mr. X?
Oh, plenty, Pagan. He's a 5-time killer. For the other thing he did, I don't know. He stole from men the most precious thing in their lives. Their dreams. The dream of some far-off island where they'd go one day and be happy. And perhaps it may be punishment enough when he finds that even prison can't stop a man from dreaming. But it'll make his dream a nightmare.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zelschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Ken Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
But first, I have an unusual free offer of great interest to all listeners. John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, has written a book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. and you can obtain a copy of this attractively illustrated 24-page book absolutely without charge. Just address Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or write to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Drop a postcard in the mail tonight for your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home.
Mercy Hospital.
Quick, send an ambulance to 217 Shoreview Road. My children, they're poisoned, dying. Oh, hurry. Hurry, please. Hurry.
Doctor, what's wrong with my husband?
He's been poisoned.
Poisoned? Isn't there something you can do? Some way of saving him?
No, I'm sorry, my dear. It's too late. Your husband is dead. What's this, Bill? Another poison case? Yes. The calls are coming in faster than we can answer them. Well, this one will have to go to General. The emergency ward is full. Not a cot left. The same thing in every hospital in town. They're swamped, all poison cases. And nobody knows how they're getting it or what it is.
Come in, Commissioner Weston.
Thanks. I came over as soon as I got your message, Mr. Mayor.
Sit down, Commissioner. You know why I sent for you?
Yes. And I hate to admit it, but we haven't one single clue to go on. I've had the entire police force working on this poison epidemic for 3 days, and we're right where we started.
When the first ransom note was sent to the newspapers demanding $1 million ransom or this city of over 1 million souls will be wiped out, poisoned, I thought it was a hoax.
Mayor, it's a wild scheme of a crazed mind. It can't be anything else.
I don't agree with you. The ransom note was signed The Shadow. This same Shadow you claimed has helped you solve so many crimes, but who has never asked for reward or credit.
I don't believe the Shadow sent that note, Mayor.
No? Then look at this photostatic copy of the original typewritten threat. Listen to the way it's worded. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped out criminal syndicates, trapped murderers without reward. And now the time has come for a settlement. The Shadow has saved the city millions. Now the city will pay the Shadow $1 million, or the hospitals will be filled with the dying, and the morgues will be filled with the dead.
I'm still convinced that it isn't the real Shadow who's guilty.
You say that because the Shadow has helped you so much in the past.
I resent that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, resent it. But it's up to you to get busy and find out who's responsible.
The fact remains that no clues have been found.
Well, I've got to have action.
I'm doing everything I can.
Maybe you are, but you ought to do better. Look at this report. The hospitals are filled with the dying. The morgue is filled with the dead. Hundreds of innocent people, stricken by a poison the health department can't identify. A poison for which there seems to be no antidote. What is it? How is it being fed to the people? Find out or we'll get another police commissioner. Just a minute, there's a phone. Hello?
This is Clyde Burke of the Classic, Your Honor.
What is it, Burke?
We just received another note signed by the Shadow.
What this time?
Listen to this. I can strike at random, but I can also single out any one of you for death. To prove it, I am going to poison Dan Brinkley, Commissioner of Sanitation. When you get this through the mail, Brinkley will be dead.
Lamont Cranston.
Hello, Margot.
Thank heavens you're back. Have you discovered who's poisoning all these people? Who's using your name, the name of the Shadow?
Oh, no, Margot. Every theory I've worked on has led nowhere.
Whoever he is, this man masquerading as the Shadow must be absolutely insane.
There's no doubt about that, Margot, but it's the insanity of a genius, not of a money-mad fool. What strange, distorted mind could devise such a terrible scheme? Margot, let me see that map of the city again.
I'll get
You know, the one where we marked all the areas affected by this wholesale poisoning?
Yes, I know. Here you are, Lamont.
You see? The cases are widely scattered all over the city.
And have you any idea how these people were poisoned? Must have been put in food or milk or something. There have been so many poisonings. It doesn't seem humanly possible it could have been administered individually.
No, they were poisoned in groups. In every house affected by the poison, no one escaped. It wasn't poisoned milk. The newspapers checked on that, and it couldn't have been the food.
No, the food those people ate came from 100 different stores.
Wait a minute, Margot. You've just given me an idea. What's the one thing that all these people must have had at some time or another on the day they were poisoned?
What do you mean, Lamont?
Margot, I think I've got it. Water. Yes, water, that's it.
Well, how could that be?
I don't know, Margot, but that's the answer. I'm sure of it. That explains the grouping of the poison cases.
But how?
It could have been done at the water meter introduced into the main pipe in the basement somewhere.
So many different places without somebody
Yes,
noticing?
and Margot, who could tamper with the water pipes in the basements of any building in the city and not arouse suspicion?
Why, only someone from the water company. The man who reads the meter.
Exactly, or someone posing as a representative of the water company. Oh, sir. Margot, come on, let's open the window. Something else has happened.
Oh, Lamont, it's like a nightmare.
What's he saying?
Daniel Brinkley, Commissioner of Sanitation, found poisoned after warning. Read all about it. The shadow...
Close the window, Margot.
Lamont, why do you suppose Commissioner Brinkley was singled out?
Margot, a distorted mind, especially that of a brilliant man, will very often move along a straight line from cause to effect. This case follows a line so simple and so straight that the police do not even suspect who he is, Margot. But in killing Brinkley, he deviated from his original purpose long enough to settle a grudge. This is that one mistake the greatest of criminals make.
You mean it's somebody whom Commissioner Brinkley wronged?
Yes. But Brinkley may never have wronged anybody. To a man with a warped mind like this, an imagined wrong can inspire revenge just the same.
Maybe it's someone who worked under Brinkley, someone in the Department of Sanitation.
Margot, the pieces of this crazy puzzle are beginning to fit together. Where's yesterday's paper, the one with a photostatic copy of the ransom note sent by the man masquerading under the name of the Shadow?
Oh, here it is, Lamont. I kept it along with all the other clippings.
Yes, let me see. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped out criminal syndicates, trapped murderers without reward. Margot, look at this. The letter E, it appears 6, 7, 8 times, and every time it appears out of line. And look.
Yes.
Look here, the letter A is blurred. Margot, it's like ABC, the obvious clue. We could only find that typewriter.
Lamont, out of all the typewriters in the city, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't you suppose the police have considered that angle, tried to find that machine?
Well, perhaps they have, but without first logically working out the problem as to the one place where that machine might be, they're wasting their time. The one place is the Department of Sanitation. It's so logical as to be incredible. Come on, Margot. Get your hat and coat. We've got work to do, and there's no time to lose.
But, Lamont, you're not going to the Department of Sanitation at this hour of the night.
Why not?
Well, suppose you were caught.
Don't worry, Margot. The real Shadow won't be caught. I need your help if we're going to try out all the typewriters in those offices. It's a job for Lamont Cranston and his assistant, Margot Lane.
But if we're caught, how long a sentence can they give us for breaking into a public building?
It's worth risking, and far better than sitting here building up theories and knocking them down again while this mad masquerader carries out his monstrous schemes of wholesale murder. Come on, Margot, let's go. No, Margot. No, this isn't the machine.
Well, it's the last one in here.
Let's try the next office.
Be careful of that flashlight, Lamont. Must be a watchman here in the building somewhere.
He's down in the basement sleeping. I made sure of that before I signaled you to come in.
Oh, looks like another exploded theory, Lamont. We've tried dozens of machines, and none of them have the characteristics of the letters in those ransom notes.
We're not going to stop until we've tried them all, Margot.
There's a door there, leading to the back part of this floor, Lamont.
Yes, it says, Private Office of Chief Chemist A.D. Gerber. Let's look in there.
Yes, there's a machine.
It's the only one in here. Try it, Margot. Here's some paper.
Thanks. I'll be glad to get out of this place.
Write the same words, Margot. That's it. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped
Lamont, the E dropped.
Wiped out criminal syndicates. Margot, the A blurred. Go on, finish it. Trapped murderers without reward. Now the time has come for settlement.
This is the machine that typed the warning notes to the papers.
The office of the city's chief chemist. In Gerber's office.
It might not have been Gerber. Other people could get to this machine and use it.
Margot, everything's beginning to fit together. Who would know more about poisons than a chemist? You know, I felt all along.
What was that?
Someone in the next room.
Turn your light over on that door, Lamont. There's lettering on it.
Laboratory. Keep out.
Who would be in a laboratory at this time of night?
Margot, I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
It may be the man we're looking for, Lamont.
Margot, I think it'll be best if you get out of here. Go back to the car. Wait for me.
Oh, please, Lamont, let me stay here till you come out, and I might be able to help you if it's that crazy maniac.
No, Margot, no. Go out to the car and wait for me. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane have done all they can. The time has come for me to be the shadow. The real shadow must open that door.
The second part of the Shadow's adventure will continue in just a moment. In the meantime, let's talk about how to save money. You will begin saving money when you use blue coal. Blue coal is Pennsylvania anthracite. It is an American product mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Unlike many other fuels, blue coal is especially prepared for use in American homes whose heating plants were designed to use anthracite. And to be sure of getting the best anthracite, order blue coal. Its blue color identifies it at a glance. Blue coal is a long-burning fuel that sends a steady, continuous flow of uniform heat into the living quarters of the home. There is no waste because blue coal burns completely to a fine, powdery ash, and it is such a clean fuel to use. These are just a few of the reasons why sales of blue coal in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania this winter are 22% greater than last winter. Stroudsburg families have been using blue coal in increasing quantities. These are the families that not only enjoy more comfortable homes, but now save money on fuel bills as well. So I urge all families who have not yet tried blue coal to order a trial ton tomorrow. Find out for yourself how much better this specially prepared home fuel is than any other solid fuel. Order blue coal by name in any one of 4 popular sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or pea. The name of your nearest blue coal dealer can be found in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Nerves. Why should I be nervous? No one knows. I'm here all alone. And who would suspect me, Gerber, the city chemist? I'll never tell them. They'll never know that Brinkley is dead. They'll make me commissioner of sanitation. I should have had the job when they gave it to him. I guess he knows it now. Gerber, bring me that report. Gerber, why didn't you do this? Gerber, why didn't you do that? Treating me like dirt. All that's over now, though. Over and done with. How did that door get open? Must have forgotten to close it. Must be getting absent-minded. Got to be more careful. Someone might come in. Might ask me what I'm doing. What I'm making.
What are you making, Gerber?
Wait, what was that? Who said that? Who laughed?
The shadow spoke. The shadow laughed, Gerber.
Shadow?
Yes, Gerber. I am the shadow. You know my name. You've been using it as a cloak to cover your excursions into the realm of murder.
Oh, you can make yourself invisible, Shadow. Or are you hiding?
I happen to be master of the ancient art of hypnotism, by which I can blind your eyes to my presence.
But you are really here in this room. Physically, I mean.
Yes, I opened that door. I walked into this room. I am here. Quite near you, Gerber.
How did you find me?
By a process of elimination. Because you made one mistake in your admirable train of logic.
A mistake?
Yes. When you murdered Brinkley, the commissioner of sanitation, I knew it must be someone who had a grievance against him, real or imaginary.
Real or imaginary. Oh, I see. You think I am insane, Shadow?
The sanity of a brilliant mind is not measured by ordinary standards, Gerber.
Yes, that's it. My co-workers know I'm brilliant. They don't think I'm eccentric because when anybody's around, I'm on my guard.
What were you doing when I came in, Gerber?
Filling this bottle. Shadow.
What is in that bottle, Gerber? What is that crimson-colored fluid?
That is the poison, Shadow. I'm supposed to be analyzing the blood taken from my first batch of poison victims, but instead I've been making more poison. You see? It's all ready now. Would you like some, Shadow? I'll be glad to give it to you.
What are you going to do with that bottle of poison, Gerber? Or are you afraid to tell me?
No! I'm not afraid. You can't stop me. The devil himself couldn't stop me. Listen, I'm going to drive to one of our fashionable suburbs where all the important people of the city live. There's a high steel water tower there. I'm going to climb that tower and pour this little bottle of poison through the trap door at the top. It will be diluted in the water, carried into the homes of all those prominent people. And by tomorrow night, they will all be dead.
It is fortunate I found you in time.
Time for what, Shadow?
In time to stop you.
You can't stop me, Shadow.
You're not going to leave this laboratory with that bottle of poison, Gerber.
Yes, I am. And I'm going this minute, Shadow. You see this test tube?
Yes.
It's filled with acid. Acid that will burn you beyond recognition.
You forget you can't see me.
Yeah, but the only way you can stop me is by physical means, with your body that seems to be not even a shadow. And to do that, you must drop your cloak of invisibility.
How do I know that isn't a blind to make myself become visible to you?
No, it isn't a blind shadow. See, I pour a little on the floor. You see? Think what that would do to human flesh. And you say you are human.
Yes. Yes, I am human.
Then I dare you to stop me. At the first touch of your hands, I'll throw it at you.
It is better that one man be injured than you should kill another entire community. I'm willing to take that chance.
All right. We'll see if you're as brave as you sound, Shadow.
Stop where you are.
No! I'm leaving unless you stop me physically.
Then I have no alternative but to fight you man to man.
Oh, so you are human. All right. Take this. I warned you, Shadow. You will be burned beyond recognition. That acid will eat into you to the very bone. Goodbye, Shadow. At last you've met someone who is your match. Now there's no one to stop me putting the poison in that water tower.
Margot!
Yes, Lamont.
Did you see a tall, powerfully built man come out of the sanitation building just now?
Yes, Lamont. He got in a car. There he goes, going down the street. You can still see the tail.
Follow me, Margot, and in heaven's name, don't lose him. That's the man, Gerber.
He won't get away.
Margot, is the first aid kit in the car?
Yes, it's in the side pocket. Oh, Lamont, your clothes. They're smoking.
Yeah.
And your hands bleeding. Oh,
nothing.
Lamont, my dear, what happened?
Acid, Margot, acid. He was getting away with a bottle of poison. I tried to stop him, and he threw the acid.
Oh, Lamont, your face. Let me look at your face.
I didn't get any on my face. I threw up my arm in time. It's all right. I'll bandage my hands as best I can. Keep your eyes on that car, Margot.
Yes.
Far more important, don't lose him. He's heading for the suburbs. This time, Gerber really means business. Margot, we set to poison the whole community. He's going to dump a bottle of that deadly stuff in a water tower.
Oh, Lamont. Oh, you're in terrible pain. I can see it. Let me take care of you. Let me stop at a phone booth and call Commissioner Weston. Let me send out a general alarm and pick this man
No,
up.
Margot, we have a job to do. We lose Gerber. If we stop, then the police wouldn't be any good. We'll find out where he's going, and then we can call the police.
All right, Lamont. You know best. I'll try not to lose him. Oh, Lamont, is the pain any easier? You've got to get to a doctor as quickly as possible. Infection might set in.
I will as soon as... Margot, look.
Yes.
I think Gerber is nearing his destination. He's taking that road up the hill. If I remember correctly, the water tower's at the top.
Lamont, how will you stop him now? You with your bleeding hands. He's a powerful man. Crazy with the strength of a maniac.
I've got to do what I can to delay him. Keep from putting that poison in the tower until you can get the police.
The police? Lamont, how is he going to get the poison in the tank?
He said there was a trap door on top of the tower. A door they used when they cleaned the tank.
Oh, Lamont, that means you may have to climb that tower. Now, you can't, not with your hands in that condition. It's snowing. There'll be ice on the rungs of the ladder, and in this wind, you're liable to slip and fall.
I've got to chance it. Stop, Margot, stop. There's the water tower.
There's the car. Lamont, look, it's Gerber. He's starting to climb the tower already.
Margot, go on now, get the police. Hurry. Tell them to get someone to shut off the water in this tower in case I fail. Hurry, Margot, hurry! I'm going up there after him.
All right, Lamont, I'll get...
Who's that?
The man you thought you'd left in your laboratory. Burnt and blind with acid. The Shadow.
Yes? But I thought I had you. But all right. Keep on following me. You're a long way behind me by the sound of your voice.
Yes. Yes, but you have to stop when you get to the top. And I shall catch up with you.
Yes. Why, by that time I shall have poisoned the water.
You forget the trap door to the tank may be locked.
It will be rusty and easy to break.
But it will take time, and I shall be gaining on you. You need to hurry, Gerber. Too bad you missed my face with that acid, isn't it,
Yeah,
Gerber?
but some of it went on you. I heard it sizzling into your flesh.
On my hands, that's all. Don't you want to see them?
Then you must be suffering holding onto the ice-covered ladder.
Not as much as you'll suffer once I reach you.
All right, hurry, Shadow. I'm on the top already. Now, you were right, Shadow. The trap door is locked. But that won't stop me. I'm going to blow it open with my revolver. The lock is broken, Shadow. You'd better hurry up.
I'm not far below you now, Gerber.
Now I'm opening the trap door, Shadow.
Yes. I hear it, Gerber, but you'll never put the poison in the water.
I have the bottle in my hand. I'm pulling out the stopper.
And I'm here to knock it out of your hand.
Ah! Yes! You broke it. You spilled the poison. You spoiled my revenge. You spoiled it. But you'll pay for it. You're leaving blood marks on the snow with your hands. You can't get off the top of this tower. You can't get past me to the ladder. I don't need to see you to find you. The blood marks will show me where you are.
Come and get me, Gerber. I'm waiting for you here on top of the tank.
I know you are. And you can't go any further, or you'll slip and fall to the ground, hundreds of feet below.
Don't be so sure, Gerber.
There. I touched you, Shadow. Oh, you squirm very cleverly. But I've got you. I've got hold of you. You won't get away from me, Shadow.
And you won't get away from the police. Hear them coming?
You warned the police?
Yes.
But before they get here, I'm going to throw you off the tower, Shadow.
You might fall off yourself if you try to do that.
If I do, I'll pull you off with me. Come on.
Somebody on top of that water tower. Bring your searchlight up there, quick! Right, Commissioner Weston.
And Commissioner Weston. He's come to take you himself, Gerber. You should feel honored.
He'll never get me. He'll never take me alive.
There he is, Commissioner. Standing on the edge. Don't be weird. He seems to be struggling with somebody. Bring the searchlight on him.
You're caught, Gerber. You're trapped. You're trapped. There's no escape, Gerber.
Listen to me, Commissioner Weston. You'll never get me. Never. I did it. I killed all those people. I made you think it was the Shadow.
Get back, Commissioner. He's going to jump.
You'll be killed, Gerber.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Because you're coming with me, Shadow. Come on, Shadow. Come with me. Come with me.
He did it. He jumped. Throw your light over there to the foot of the tower. See who it is. That's our man, the poisoner. There's the body.
He must be dead as a doornail.
Yes. No man could fall that distance and live. Turn him over. Let's see his face.
He's dead, all right. Neck's broken. Wait.
Why, it's Gerber. Gerber. The chief chemist of the sanitation department. Who would ever have thought a man in his position?
He was struggling with someone up there on the top of the tower. Where's the other man?
Look around the base of the tower. See if you can find another body. Look in the bushes.
I suppose we could have missed him, but I don't see how.
Can't see a thing in these snow flurries. Swing the searchlight around. Anything over there, Sergeant?
No sign.
No.
I don't see anybody here, Sergeant.
Nobody over here either, Sergeant.
Nothing over on this side. Listen. Shadow.
Yes, Commissioner Weston. The shadow. I am walking down. And, Commissioner, don't bother to search anymore. I am the man Gerber was struggling with up on the tower.
So, you trapped Gerber?
Yes, Commissioner. I trapped him. Gerber's your man. The man who tried to poison the people of this city into paying him $500,000.
Well, you won't poison any more by the looks of him.
And now, will you do something for me, Commissioner?
By all means.
If you don't mind, Commissioner, I'd like to publicly take the credit for solving this mystery. Gerber committed his crimes in the name of the shadow. And I rather think the real shadow deserves to be vindicated. Don't you?
Ladies and gentlemen, before the shadow leaves you, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. At the beginning of this program, Mr. Roberts mentioned my book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. This book is free, and I hope all of my listeners will request a copy. For example, you've been told blue coal is prepared in 4 sizes. Each size is intended for use under definite conditions. If the fire pot of your furnace is less than 16 inches in diameter, you should use chestnut-sized coal. Egg or stove-sized coal should only be used in larger fire pots. The selection of the proper size blue coal for different sized furnaces is fully explained on page 4 of my book. Greater economy, fewer trips to the furnace, and more uniform heat are obtained when you use the proper size blue coal. Blue coal and blue coal dealers are interested in saving you money. That is why I'm offering you this book. And that is why blue coal dealers send John Barclay trained servicemen upon request to inspect your heating plants free of charge. This is all a part of the service that comes with blue coal. For this reason, I am anxious to send you my book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Drop a postcard in the mail tonight for your copy. Address it to either Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And homeowners, remember, blue coal plus John Barclay's service means better and more economical heat for you than ever before. In the meantime, whether you use blue coal or not, be sure to write to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Ask for Mr. Barclay's free 24-page book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn blue...
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my life depending on a handful of ashes. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I've just made an appointment for you to meet someone under the big clock at the railway station in Istanbul.
A charming young lady? I should be so lucky.
His name is Tavan Drobo, a member of the Hungarian underground. He's going to point out someone to you, Steve, someone you're to follow.
Oh, the charming young lady?
A foreign agent, a man known as Mr. Alexander.
Okay, Commissioner. No charming young ladies. What's it all about?
2 days ago, a diplomatic file was stolen from our embassy in Rome. The file contained a secret survey on Europe's defense potential.
Any idea who might have taken it?
None, but we know where the file is.
Oh.
The person who has that file is waiting at a small resort town in the Black Sea, some 50 miles from Istanbul.
Waiting?
For the agent, Mr. Alexander, to show up and pick up the file. We got the tip from the Hungarian underground that Alexander's on his way there now.
And they put Drobo on his trail to keep him in sight until I arrive?
Right. You ought to meet him at the railroad station in Istanbul. He'll put the finger on Alexander. And it's vitally important we recover that file, Steve. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow and every weekday, Monday through Friday, over most NBC stations, Bob Hope brings you a new series of daytime radio programs. Yes, the same Bob Hope you've grown to know and love during the past 15 years now invades the field of daytime radio. And ladies, Bob's new show is just what the doctor ordered to chase away your blues and add to your day's enjoyment. So make it a date to join Bob Hope tomorrow and every weekday, Monday through Friday on NBC. And with Bob is his sidekick, Bill Goodwin. And gracing the program is a special lady guest editor. Now, this week's guest editor is Zsa Zsa Gabor. So remember, it's the new daytime Bob Hope show every day, Monday through Friday on NBC.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Istanbul and contact a man named Tavan Drobo who's going to put the finger on a foreign agent for me. Then I'm supposed to follow that agent, and he leads me to the person who stole a diplomatic file from our embassy in Rome. It's as simple as that, only I've got a hunch it won't be. It never is. It's early Tuesday evening when my plane lands in Istanbul. I hustle right over to the railroad station, park myself under the big clock, and wait for Drobo. Then I spot a little gent in the crowd, eyeing me. He's wearing a gray fedora, long black coat with a velvet collar. He's carrying a small suitcase and an odd-looking umbrella. He throws a quick glance around the waiting room, and then he comes over. He could be Drobo.
Pardon me. May I trouble you for a light?
Sure.
Care for a cigar?
No, thanks. Here you are.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hey, strong little rascal, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me. You are waiting for someone?
I'm expecting a friend.
A charming young lady, perhaps, then?
No, a gentleman from Budapest.
Oh, if you can spare a moment, I have something to show you of great interest, my friend.
Lead on.
Do not follow me now. Wait until I have left the station.
I watch him as he glides through the crowd and eases out the front entrance. I stroll out after him into the street and spot him as he turns into a darkened doorway. When I reach him, he opens up the umbrella, only it turns out to be a tripod. He sets the suitcase on top of it, opens it, and he's ready for business.
Now, allow me to introduce myself. I'm called Crazy Julius, the Mad Macedonian. Wristwatches, jewelry, lighters, cameras, and at such low prices, no wonder they call me crazy, huh?
Oh, brother.
Take, for instance, this exquisite watch, for example. When I tell you the price... It's so ridiculous, you're going to laugh in my face.
Oh, look, Buster.
Julius, Crazy Julius, call me. Now, here, this beautiful camera. Promise you do not get hysterical when I tell you the price.
It's a promise, and good night.
Wait!
Get your claws off my lapel. You're bending my good conduct ribbon.
Perhaps you are in the market for a set of automobile tires.
How about a set of false teeth?
Of course, I got them.
You try them on. You'll need them if you don't let go of me as of right now.
Oh, please, don't be so unfriendly. Excuse me. My lease has just expired. Mitchell?
Yeah?
I am Tevan Drobo. I happened to see you just as you were leaving the station. Who was that man?
Just a peddler trying to make a fast sale. He gave me the come-on back there at the station. I thought he was you.
He seemed to be in a hurry.
He spotted you coming towards us. Might have taken you for a plainclothes cop.
Come, Mr. Mitchell. We had better get to the station.
So, you're Drobo, huh?
Here. These papers will identify me.
Yeah. Okay, Drobo. Where's our boy, Alexander?
At the station coffee counter.
Two of you just get in?
Yes, a few minutes ago. A good thing I saw you when I did.
Yeah, we might have missed connections on account of that peddler.
Over this way.
You said Alexander was at the coffee counter, Drobo, huh?
Yes, he was standing...
No one there now.
He's gone.
Come on, let's get back outside. Any sign of him, Drobo?
No, I don't see... Wait, yes, there he is, getting into that taxi.
Okay, let's stay with him. We trail Alexander to a fashionable hotel. He gets room 305. I get room 312 at the end of the corridor. I leave my door open a crack and keep my eye on 305. Pretty soon, Alexander steps out into the hall, and then I hear a phone ringing. He steps back into his room, closes the door. I hurry down the corridor, stop just outside his room.
Yes. What is that you say? I see. Very well, I will take care of this matter myself.
I hear him slam down the receiver, and then his footsteps hurry toward the door. I can't get to my room in time, so I take 3 fast steps and ring for the elevator.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. I just rang for it.
Oh, good. Beautiful evening out, huh? Shame to stay cooped up in one's room.
Yeah, same idea occurred to me. Thought I'd take a little walk before hitting the sack.
Hitting the sack? American, aren't you?
That's right. You sound like USA yourself.
Not really. Although I spent many, many years in the States. I was raised there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, New York City. 60th Street, just off Broadway.
Oh, sure. Not far from Columbus Circle.
Yeah, in Central Park. Had a lot of fun there as a kid. Later, we moved out to California, Los Angeles.
Correction. Los Angeles.
Oh?
Yeah, soft G. It's official now, so I heard. Chamber of Commerce took a voting or something.
Well, let's have a drink sometime, huh?
Sure.
Be good to talk over the good old USA. Well, good night.
Good night.
I see you have met a friend.
Yeah, he almost caught me listening at his door, Drobo. He just got a phone call.
Oh? Did you hear what he...
No, I couldn't get any of the conversation. It might have been the tip-off, though. Hey, he just eased out the side door. Come on. We trail Alexander for several blocks. Then, as we ease around the corner into a narrow, crooked street, he's suddenly nowhere in sight. Drobo and I turn on the gas.
He must have turned into one of those houses along here.
Yeah. Which one? He couldn't have gone very far. We're only... Hey, what was that?
Over there, Mr. Mitchell. That gate has just closed shut.
Yeah. He probably ducked in here. Looks like a courtyard.
Careful, Mr. Mitchell.
You stay parked right here. I'm going in. I across the courtyard, then up the steps to the first floor. I slip along the balcony overlooking the courtyard below. The dog's howl is the only sign of life around. I move up the stairs again, and And when I reach the second floor balcony, Alexander is waiting for me. I dive at his knees, and the slug whips past me. The gun goes off again close to my ear. I sink it right into his middle. He bounces away, but comes right back, this time swinging a chair. I duck under. He staggers past me and slams into the rail. It doesn't hold.
Are you all right, Mitchell?
Yeah. What about Alexander?
He's dead.
Dead? Well, that does it, Drobo. There goes our one lead.
One man who could have led us to the person with the missing file.
Maybe there's something in his pocket. I'll have a look.
What are we going to do now, Mr. Mitchell?
I don't know. Here, his identification papers. Train ticket to the village, reservation at the inn.
Pity he will not be able to keep his rendezvous.
Wait a minute. Why not? Why shouldn't he keep his rendezvous?
Huh?
Mr. Alexander is going to show up at the inn after all, Drobo.
But I don't understand.
Meet the new Mr. Alexander. Me.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Having a tough time saving money these days? Well, comes the day before payday and you just can't figure out where the money's gone? Well, then listen. There's a good cure for that trouble. Save before you get a chance to spend. Yes, save automatically by purchasing United States defense bonds through the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Now, on the payroll savings plan, you can save as little or as much as you like. Yes, your employer automatically saves it for you each week. And then, as soon as there's enough, you receive your bond. It's as simple and painless as that. The bond-a-month plan at the bank works the same way. Each month, you automatically buy a bond, whatever denomination you choose. Now, one of these plans will fit your budget. And remember, today, defense bonds offer you more interest, a quicker return on your money. Yes, they're now even better, so invest more in defense bonds. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment, and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Take the dead man's place, Mitchell?
Why not? Alexander could pass as an American anytime. I've got his papers, and this looks like my best chance of getting that stolen file back. How far is it to the village where the inn is?
It is up the coast of the Black Sea. A train leaves here in the morning and passes through the village around noon.
I can't wait for that. I've got to get to the inn as soon as possible before anyone has a chance to find out that the real Alexander's dead. I'll have to see about a car.
Speaking of a car.
Yeah, that looks like the local law. I guess somebody reported the shots. Good. We'll need their cooperation. I show my credentials to the police officer and ask him to keep Alexander's death hushed up for the present. He arranges for a car, and Drobo and I head for the inn. We arrive about 8 a.m. The morning is chilly and gray. Nobody seems to be up but the host. And as he leads us up the stairs, we get the idea that he wishes he wasn't.
Here you are, gentlemen. Your room. The best in the house. The only one with a fireplace. And such a magnificent view of the coast.
Are we keeping you up?
No, not for long.
Business must be a little off, huh?
Oh, so. 5 guests. Just enough.
Perhaps you could tell us who they are so that we could become acquainted sooner.
Oh, of course. Nice English couple whose name is Pemberton. Signor Alfredo Montic from Rome.
Oh?
A man named Coutrin, and a young lady, Niva Bratov. All very nice people. All very good sleepers, except one.
Which one?
The young lady. You see out the window?
Down there on the beach, in a bathing suit.
Yeah. Well.
Will there be anything else?
No. Night.
Night, thank you.
Well, Mitchell?
This Montic from Rome sounds kind of interesting. The file was stolen from our embassy there.
What will be your first step?
Oh, just circulate around among the guests and introduce myself as Mr. Alexander. See what happens. And as long as the girl seems to be the only one up, I think I'll ankle down to the beach and start with her. Hello.
Oh, good morning.
Pretty cold morning for a swim, isn't it?
Oh, it's quite invigorating.
Here's your towel.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I find these morning swims very delightful. A good conditioner keeps me in excellent shape.
Well, it's in excellent shape to keep.
Oh, thank you. You see, I'm a dancer, and condition is most important to me. Are you staying here at the inn also?
Yeah, I just arrived this morning.
Oh, I'm Neva Bratov.
My name is Alexander.
Oh?
Ah, here you are, my dear.
What? Oh, Mr. Coutrin.
And Mr. Alexander, our new arrival.
Why, yeah.
Oh, this is Mr. Coutrin, another guest at the inn.
How are you?
Splendid, splendid. And delighted to make your acquaintance, sir.
You're up earlier than usual this morning, Mr. Coutrin.
Of course. I see that you have forgotten, my dear.
Forgotten?
You are to have breakfast with me.
Oh, yes.
And that is what I came down to tell you. They are serving now.
Very well. Perhaps I shall see you later, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, sure, Miss Bratov. Back at the inn, Drobo is still waiting for me in the room. We go downstairs to the dining room and look over the lot. The English couple are sitting at a table near the window watching the birds in a tree outside. The girl and Coutrin are at a corner table, but the other guest, Montique, is nowhere in sight.
You say Coutrin addressed you as Mr. Alexander even before you were introduced?
That's right, Drobo. Of course, our sleepy innkeeper could have mentioned the name to him.
Or else he is the one with the file and was expecting Mr. Alexander's arrival.
Yeah, could be as soon as he heard I was here, he hustled down to the beach only to find the girl there.
Naturally, he could not say anything to you in her presence.
Of course, it could be just the other way around, too.
The girl?
Yeah. After I told her my name was Alexander, I think she started to say something.
But Coutrin interrupted with his arrival. So, either of them could be the one. But the question is, which?
Then there's still Montique. I wonder where he is.
Perhaps he's a late sleeper. Huh? What now?
Only one thing we can do. Go back to the room and wait for somebody to make a move. Quarter after 11. I don't like it, Drobo. We've been sitting up here ever since breakfast, and nobody's made a move to contact me.
Mitchell, look, out the window.
Hey, Neva walking along the road that leads to the beach.
But she's not going for a swim. She's fully dressed.
That road also leads towards the village, doesn't it?
I believe so. Wait, there is Coutrin down there on the terrace.
Wandering off in the other direction, huh? Well, I'm not going to wait any longer.
What are you going to do?
Maybe I'm supposed to go to the one who's got the file instead of waiting for him or her to come to me. I might as well start with Montique. According to the register, he's got the room at the end of the hall.
What will you say to him?
I'll introduce myself and see if the name registers. If so, I'll tell him somebody's after me, that I couldn't wait for him to come to me. Either a pretty sound sleeper or he's taking a powder. Hey, unlocked.
Mitchell, they're on the floor.
Yeah. Here, I'll turn him over. Brother.
A bullet hole right between the eyes.
Funny, nobody heard the shot. Killer must have used a silencer.
Is there anything in his pockets to identify him?
Yeah, it's Montique, all right. Here's a stub of a train ticket, Rome. Okay, I guess we can assume that Montique's the one who had the file.
Then who killed him and why?
A partner, maybe. Somebody who wanted to make a better deal for the file.
It must be either Coutrin or the girl.
Yeah, and they both took off a couple of minutes ago in opposite directions. Look, you take the girl, I'll take Coutrin. Come on. Drobo goes in one direction, I go in the other. I pound along the road Coutrin took a few minutes before. Then I round a bend and spot him in front of me. He's kneeling beside a tree as if hiding something. I ease up behind him, but a twig cracks under my foot.
What?
Hello, Coutrin.
Oh, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, Mr. Alexander.
You startle me.
What do you... Wait a minute. A little bird?
Yes. Apparently he fell out of the nest. I noticed him as I was walking by. Isn't he a cute little fellow, eh?
Oh, great.
He's something to imagine.
Skip it. What are you grinning at?
Well, I must say you present quite a picture. glaring at me suspiciously with a dark streak across your forehead.
Dark streak?
Here, would you care to borrow my handkerchief?
No, thanks. I've got one. Looks like soot. Where could I?
You see? You have some on your hand. You must have rubbed it across your forehead.
Yeah, but how could I get soot on my hand? Hey, wait a minute. Hold everything.
What's the matter?
I think this whole deal just slid into place. I head back to the inn and Monteith's room. Sure enough, there's a streak of soot on his sleeve. I go into my own room. The fireplace hearth is swept clean, too clean. I poke around in the ashes and charcoal, brush them aside. Then I spot what I'm looking for. A dark stain on the bricks.
Blood stain, Mitchell.
What?
Please don't move.
Well, hello, Drobo. From the look of that silencer on your gun, I'd say it was the one that you used to kill Monteith.
Quite right.
Sure. Monteith came to our room this morning to contact Mr. Alexander while I was down on the beach talking to the girl. You shot him and took the file. He fell against the fireplace here. You carried him back to his own room, but there was a streak of soot on his sleeve, which rubbed off on me when I turned him over.
So that's how you know.
Yeah, I remembered the innkeeper saying that ours was the only room with a fireplace.
I was packing for the noon train when I saw you return. Fortunate for me that I did.
So all this time you've just been playing along until you found out who had it, huh?
Exactly. Now stand up and turn around slowly.
Okay. How's this?
Mitchell.
Sorry. Thanks for the gun. It'll come in handy as evidence. Also, thanks for the file.
Mitchell, you...
Sort of a dirty trick throwing ashes in your eyes like that. You see, I still had a handful from uncovering the bloodstain in the fireplace, so I figured one good streak in the face deserves another. Matter of fact, I guess you might say that all through the deal, my luck's been running in streaks.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Tuesday night is Comedy Night on the NBC Radio Network. Yes, here you'll find such laugh-packed programs as The Red Skelton Show, The Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, and Fibber McGee and Molly, each with more than its share of comedy material for you. Yes, Dean and Jerry, those madcap comedy characters, provide 30 zany minutes of mirth and madness. And everyone loves Red Skelton, the clown of clowns, as he portrays such characters as Junior the Mean Little Kid, Willie Lump Lump, and Cauliflower McPug. Fibber McGee and Molly are another pair of top comedians on your Tuesday night entertainment calendar, so just set your dial to the NBC spot, and you'll be whisked to 79 Wistful Vista, where Fibber and Molly are sure to find more comedy situations to tickle your funny bone and keep you chuckling for 30 short minutes. Yes, make NBC your comedy headquarters every Tuesday night with these three great shows: Fibber McGee and Molly, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, and Red Skelton. Remember, they're all yours for the listening on the NBC Radio Network.
Next week, Germany. And I arranged to get run over by a truck.
That will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Paul Frees, Harry Bartell, Herb Ellis, Jeannie Bates, and Tony Barrett. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
Always listen for the familiar 3 NBC chimes. They're your invitation to fine radio entertainment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. I get a terrible feeling of depression, and then this awful urge comes upon me. The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain. The urge to kill.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the unusual tale, the urge to kill. Henry Drake sits in his big office staring out over the smoking stacks of his busy factory. Production is at its peak. The demands of the past year have brought untold problems to his desk and placed heavy loads on his shoulders. Henry Drake and his partner, Philip Putnam, had started this factory 5 years ago and built it into a smooth-running, highly profitable organization. But now the added demands of war have more than trebled the production and the worries as well. Phil had put up most of the money, and Henry the brains. It was Henry who always had to make the decisions. But now something is happening to Henry. He is beginning to slip. His memory is playing tricks on him.
Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh. Morning, Ethel.
Mr. Putnam wanted to know if you studied those contracts last night.
Contracts? What contracts?
Why, the ones he gave you last night. You said you'd take them home. They must be signed by noon.
Contracts? Why, I don't know what you're talking about. When did Phil give me any contracts?
Why, just before you left last evening.
Well, that's funny.
Don't you remember?
What? Remember? Well, yes. Yes, I do remember now. Yes, of course.
Well, may I have them?
Well, let me see. What on earth did I do with them? Oh, tell Mr. Putnam to step in here.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake would like to see you, Mr. Putnam.
I'll be right in.
I'll ring if I need you, Ethel.
All right.
Good morning, Henry. What's up?
Why, about those contracts you gave me yesterday evening. Just what were they about?
What? What do you mean? Haven't you read them?
No. No, I haven't.
Good heavens, man. They were supposed to be signed by noon today, and it's 10 o'clock now. Now, where are they?
I don't know where they are, Phil. I can't find them. I'm sure I didn't take them home.
Oh, you must have.
Strange. I can't remember a thing about them.
Well, what did you do after you left here? Where'd you go?
Why, I went home. That is, I think I did.
Think you did? What's the matter with you, Henry?
I don't know, Phil. I can't seem to recall a thing I did last evening.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. Why should I kid about such a thing?
Well, don't get sore about it. It's certainly ridiculous. This is a serious situation.
I know, Phil. I know that better than you do.
Well, call your home. They've got to be there. Have Rita send them over by special messenger.
Yes, sir?
Get Mrs. Drake on the phone. You don't look very well, Henry. You're as pale as a ghost. Look at the perspiration. What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel terrible, and my eyes are bothering me. Bright flashes keep passing in front of me, and my ears throb.
Oh, hello? Oh, Rita, this is Phil. Henry brought a contract home to study last evening. Look around and see if you can find it, Yeah, it's very important. In a blue binder, about 20 pages. What? I see. Thanks. She's in the library now.
Oh.
Yes? You can't? Yes. I see. Really? Well, all right. Now, call me back.
Well, what about it?
You have no idea what happened to you after you left here last evening at 6?
Did I leave at 6?
Certainly. So did I. She said you didn't come home for dinner. She decided to go to the opera. And when she came back at 12, you didn't come in until 1. Said your shoes and trousers were all covered with mud. You went straight to bed.
Was it raining last night?
Of course it was.
I don't remember that.
Rita's going to look in the coat and suit you were wearing last night. She'll call me back.
What on earth is happening to me? Where could I have gone?
Yes? Yes, Rita. Well, you couldn't. I see. Very well, thanks. Goodbye. Not a trace of the contract. Now what?
Phil, I've got to tell you this. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's been going on for weeks. About twice every week, a terrible depression comes over me, and then when I wake up, I can't for the life of me remember what happened the night before.
Well, maybe the strain has been too much. You better see a doctor at once, Henry.
Oh, I know I should, but I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid of what he might tell me.
Oh, nonsense. Go and see a doctor right now. I'll get down to your place and search it from top to bottom.
Very well, Phil. I'll go now. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Henry stumbles in a daze from his office and walks about the city for an hour trying to make up his mind to see a doctor. He doesn't have the courage to tell his own doctor, so he finally decides to visit a psychiatrist. Then he remembers the name of one of the most famous in the country, Dr. Schultz, the state psychiatrist.
I know you're not a general practitioner, Dr. Schultz. As a state psychiatrist, I know you're a busy man, but I've read a few of your books, and I thought you'd be willing to help me.
Well, ordinarily I wouldn't, Mr. Drake, but I know who you are and what you've been doing. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Doctor.
You say you have lapses of memory?
Yes. I wake up in the morning and can't remember what happened the night before. In the morning, I have headaches and see strange flashes before my eyes and hear throbbing noises.
How often does this occur?
About twice a week, but I remember everything I do during the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a serious ailment?
No.
Ever had an accident? Anything that might have caused a concussion?
Well, not that I remember. I may have had as a child.
Have you been working under an exceptional mental strain?
Yes, I have. The pressure's been more than doubled. For the last year, the problems have been so heavy that I've been unable to sleep. I've studied them until dawn, until finally I was unable to remember them.
You don't go to sleep easily?
No, not till very late. From all appearances, I wander about until 1 o'clock in the morning. Where, I don't know.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your wife think of your strange behavior?
Well, naturally, she doesn't like it. She says I walk in and go to bed without saying a word. So now she doesn't even ask where I've been.
Are you and your wife incompatible?
Well, somewhat.
Have you ever been interested in another woman?
I have not.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been caught in a predicament where you were forced to do something dishonest in order to escape a severe penalty?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'll put it another way. Do you fear anything or anybody?
No.
Do you hate anything or anybody?
Yes. Lately, I dislike my work, my business, intensely.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I've had too much of it.
Who is closest to you in your work?
Well, I have a partner, and we have a secretary.
And who are they?
My partner is Philip Putnam. My secretary is Ethel Watson.
Oh, you both have the same secretary?
Yes. That way we keep things more orderly.
Could you get along without her?
Oh, I never thought of it. She's very capable, but I suppose I could get along without her.
Does your partner have as much responsibility in the business as you?
I do most of the mental work.
You resent that?
You mean, do I think he should take more responsibility? Yes, I do. But he isn't capable. He plays golf and takes days off at a time. Yes, I do resent that. I know nothing can be done about it.
Is your partner married?
No. For a while, I thought he and our secretary were growing fond of each other, but in the last few months, it seems to have cooled.
Are your financial affairs in order?
Exceptionally so, never better.
Are you worried about the outcome of the war?
No more than anyone else. I realize it'll keep every nose to the grindstone.
And you drink?
Oh, I'm temperate. Probably a little more of late.
Never took narcotics?
No. I've tried sleeping tablets, but they did me no good.
I see. Have you anything further to add to this discussion?
No.
Well, then I must ask you to leave and not come back.
What? Why, what do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. Leave and don't come back until you decide to tell me the truth.
But I've been telling you everything I know.
No, you haven't. There's something you've been withholding. Good day.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I've told you that you're holding something back, some fear that you don't want known. But if you want me to help you, you'll have to divulge everything.
All right. I thought maybe you could help me without my telling, but... All right. I'll tell you what it is.
That's better.
It happens on these mornings when I fail to remember what has occurred the night before. It happens during these spells of flashes and noises.
What happens?
I get this terrible feeling of depression. And then slowly, gradually, the urge comes to me.
The urge to what?
The urge to hurt someone, the urge to inflict pain, inflict injury on someone.
On whom?
Anyone, any person who comes into my mind, anyone I see or think about, the waitress in the cafe, my secretary, my chauffeur, my wife, my partner, a laborer, anyone.
Have you ever killed anyone, Drake?
No, I swear never, and I don't want to. And that's why I'm here. I'm afraid of myself. I don't want to harm anyone. I'd rather die.
Would you?
Yes. All right. Now you know. That's my great fear. Something's got to be done about it. You've got to help me.
Very well, Drake. I'm glad you finally told me. Now I know what to do, know where to start.
You don't think I'm going completely to pieces? Mentally, I mean.
No, I don't think so.
You think it's just temporary?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
But what can I do?
I want you to stay away from the business for a week. Don't go near it. Don't think about it. I want you to stay in bed as much as possible. Read something in a light vein. Putter about if you like. In the garden, say. Anything but business. At the end of the week, I want to see you again. But above all, rest. Rest your mind and your body.
Yes, I understand. And you think that will bring me out of these spells?
I think everything will turn out for the best.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate all this, and I'll see you in a week.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake. Hey, Miss Burton.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Did you take down that interview, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor. I made a recording of it.
Thank you.
So Henry goes home and stays in bed for 3 days, according to the doctor's instructions. Then, toward midnight of the third evening, his wife Rita comes home and is startled to find him gone.
Jackson?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Drake.
Jackson, where's Mr. Drake?
Why, Mr. Drake is in his room.
But he isn't. He's gone.
Gone? But I didn't see him go out, ma'am.
When did you see him last?
Why, it was about 9:30. I looked in to see if there was anything he wanted before I retired.
What did he say? Was he dressed?
No, ma'am. He was in bed. He said he didn't want anything and that I might as well turn in.
Where on earth could he have gone on a rainy night like this?
Well, shall I go out and try to find him, ma'am?
No. No, never mind, Jackson. You can go back to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can't imagine why on earth he'd go out when he wasn't feeling well. Hello? Phil? This is Rita. I just came in and Henry isn't here. I don't know. The butler said he saw him at 9:30 and he was in bed. Why would he go out in a storm? What reason could he possibly have? No, I don't think so. I hope he doesn't. Yes. Good night, Phil. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow evening if possible. Good night.
As Rita hangs up the receiver, she suddenly realizes the library door is closed, but a streak of light shows beneath it. She steps quickly to the door and opens it softly.
Henry.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Rita.
Why aren't you in bed?
In bed? Why, I don't know.
Who are you phoning?
Phoning? Oh, I was just thinking about phoning the doctor. I wanted to talk to him.
At this hour of the night? It's 12 o'clock.
12? Yeah, so it is.
Wait till morning.
Yes. Anyway, I can't remember what I wanted to say to him.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I haven't been anyplace.
But you must have. Look at your top coat. It's soaking wet. And look at your shoes. They're muddy.
That's strange. I don't remember having gone out. I thought I'd been sitting right here all evening.
But it's obvious that you haven't been here all evening. You have been out.
Perhaps so.
This is the second or third time you've come in with your shoes all muddy. Where do you go at this time of night?
I tell you, I don't remember.
I don't believe you.
Whether you do or not, I don't remember where I've been.
It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. A man like you, an intelligent man, walking around in his sleep.
But I couldn't have been asleep. I know that much.
Nonsense.
Oh, don't be so impatient, Rita. I don't like this any more than you do, but I'm sure I'll be all right in a short time. Dr. Schultz will pull me out of it.
Well, I hope so.
Have you been out, Rita?
Why, of course. I told you early in the evening I was going to play bridge with the Parkers.
Oh, perhaps you did, but I don't remember that either.
I told you just the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I know this must be very trying for you. It isn't very pleasant to have a man mope about the house all the time.
Better go to bed, Henry, and get off those wet clothes.
Oh, yes. Rita, why don't you go away for a few days? Take a little rest. I know you're terribly upset about all this, and well, it would do you good.
It wouldn't be exactly right for me to go away at a time like this. What would people think of me?
Well, who cares what people think? You could go up to the mountains or down to Miami or, well, any place. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll be all right.
Do you want me to go?
Oh, I don't want you to go, but I think it would be good for you. You're becoming upset because of me, and I think you'd worry less if you got away for a few days.
Very well. Perhaps you're right. We'll talk about it in the morning.
All right. Good night, Rita.
Good night.
Henry sits for a while, staring at the telephone, then gets up slowly and shuffles up the steps to his room. He pauses for a few moments before Rita's door, then goes on to his own room and goes to bed. The storm continues in its fury, and from his kennel in the backyard, Duke, Rita's Airedale, begins to howl. Finally, the storm subsides. Morning comes, and Henry joins Rita at breakfast.
What's the matter, Henry? You haven't eaten a bite.
No, I'm not hungry. I don't feel at all well this morning.
You do look pale. I've never seen you so haggard.
No?
What's the matter with your hands?
My hands?
Well, yes, you keep staring at them and flexing your fingers.
Oh, I don't know. They seem to... Well, it feels like rheumatism.
Have some coffee.
Yes, I believe I will.
Here you are. Oh, good heavens. All over the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just seem to have no grip. Getting bad, and I can't even hold on to a cup. Rita, what have you decided about that trip? I wish you'd take a few days' vacation.
Oh, you sound as though you want to get rid of me.
I'm only thinking of you.
Very well, if you insist. I'll go up to the mountain place. Maybe it'll do us both some good.
Oh, Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake!
Jackson, what on earth are you so excited about?
Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
I don't know how to tell you. It's awful.
What are you trying to say?
It's Duke, your Airedale.
What's happened to him?
He's dead. I just went out to the kennel to unhook his chain, and there he was, ma'am.
Oh, good heavens. Well, what happened to him?
He's been strangled. There he was beside his house, and his tongue sticking way out. Oh, it's awful, ma'am.
Strangled? But why?
Well, maybe he got tangled up in his chain, but it didn't appear so, ma'am. Somebody did it deliberately.
Oh, the poor fellow. I can't imagine such a thing.
Wait a minute, Rita. I wouldn't go out there.
Oh, but I must.
Please don't. It'll just upset you. Please don't go.
Very well. But, I'm just sick all over.
Oh, now, Rita, I know how you feel, and it's a shame. Jackson, tell the maid to pack Mrs. Drake's things. She's going to the mountains for a few days.
Henry Drake sits staring at his hands for a few moments, opening and closing them, opening and closing them. Then suddenly he leaves the house and rushes to Dr. Schultz's office.
What is wrong with you, Drake? You were to come here today after tomorrow.
I had to see you, Doctor. Something terrible has happened.
Now. Just calm down. Take it easy. Sit down, Drake.
It happened in the night.
What happened?
Duke, my wife's dog. He was killed last night.
Killed? Well, how did that happen?
He was strangled, choked to death.
Well, who did it?
I must have done it.
You? Oh, come now. What makes you think that?
I can't remember a thing about it. I can remember nothing of last night, but I must have done it because of my hands.
What's wrong with your hands?
They hurt. The muscles are terribly sore, as though I'd been doing something strenuous.
I see.
And look at this mark on my thumb. It's a long cut, as though something sharp had dragged across it.
You mean like a tooth?
Yes. Why not? The dog's tooth.
Certainly does. You really think you killed the dog?
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I suppose it's possible, but there's no proof. Could be coincidental.
I don't think so. I must have done it. He never disturbed the neighbors that I know of.
Did you like the dog?
Why, of course. I was very fond of him. Don't you see what this means? I've been afraid of something like this. Heaven knows what else I've done when I've been in these lapses. You've got to do something for me.
Drake, I'm going to have to put you through all the tests. It'll take some time, But I think we can get at the root of your trouble.
Do anything you say.
We'll start right now. Miss Burton, get Dr. Fenton. I want him to assist me in a complete examination.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Now, Drake, just relax and continue staring into this little beam of light. We want you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're crossing a street. An automobile suddenly bears down upon you, you see?
Yes.
In an effort to save yourself, you jump out of the way.
Yes.
You jump forward or backward?
Why, backward?
Why?
I can jump backward quicker than I can forward.
Repeat after me as rapidly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
You have no children?
No.
But you are married?
Yes.
Suppose you had a child. You come home at night and discover your house is on fire. Your wife and child are alone, asleep on the second floor. Will you try to rescue them first or call the fire department?
Call the fire department?
I see. Get all that for the timing, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Drake, keep your eyes on the black dot. Follow it closely as it moves. I'm going to call out a series of words. As I call them, you will answer the word or phrase suggested by what I say.
Yes.
Green.
Grass.
Roses.
Funeral.
Orange.
Sunset.
Honeysuckle.
Home.
Violets.
Wife.
Red.
Blood.
Dog.
Hands.
Auto.
Wreck.
Rain.
Mud.
Love.
Hate.
Very well, Drake. Rest for 10 minutes, and we'll proceed to the next test. How do your hands feel?
Huh? Why, about the same.
All right. Come with me, Miss Burton.
So on through the day, at various intervals, the psychiatrist continues his examination. And finally, Drake goes home completely exhausted. For an hour or two, he dozes in the library. Then about 9:30, Jackson, the butler, steps into the room.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, where have you been, Jackson?
Why, no one was here, sir. I went over to visit my brother for a few hours.
Where's Mrs. Drake?
Why, she's going to Miami for a few days, sir. Said to tell you she thought she'd better go today. Took the 6 o'clock train this evening.
Oh, I see.
Anything you want, sir?
No, you can turn in if you like.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night.
All right.
Henry sits staring into the dark for almost an hour. Then slowly he rises, as if in a daze, puts on his hat and coat, slips out of the house, and starts to walk about in the night. Finally, he comes to an apartment house, climbs to the top floor, and knocks on the door.
Henry, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you, Phil.
Oh, come in. What's the matter with you? Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, just as you like. What do you want to talk about?
You have your bags packed. Are you going someplace?
Why, yes. I'm driving down to Boston for a week on business.
On business?
Yes, on business. I tried to reach you today, but was unable to. What on earth's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You sure you're going to Boston?
Certainly I'm sure. What are you laughing about?
You aren't going to Boston. I know where you're going.
I tell you, I'm going to Boston.
I don't believe you.
What are you talking about?
Rita's gone to Miami. Why don't you go to Miami, too? Wouldn't you like that better? I think that'd be very jolly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop this nonsense.
Is Rita here?
Certainly not. Why should she be here?
I wonder. Couldn't you think of any reason?
I think you're out of your mind.
Do you? Really?
You certainly act like it.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm perfectly sane.
Oh, crazy people think they're sane.
Maybe I am crazy, but I don't feel crazy. I'm perfectly normal.
You'd better go home. You're in no condition to be wandering around.
Where's Rita?
I don't know where Rita is.
She hasn't been here?
No.
You're lying, Phil. She has been here.
That's ridiculous.
Look, here in the ashtray, one of Rita's special-made cigarettes.
Why, I put that there. I thought I'd try them.
Really? When did you take to using lipstick, Phil?
All right. She was here, but she left to catch a train at 6 o'clock.
And you'll catch the next one, is that it?
She came here to talk about you. She's terribly upset about your condition. She thinks... Well?
Well? What does she think?
She's become afraid of you.
Oh, has she? And what caused that?
Well, Why wouldn't she be upset? You've been acting like a lunatic. She thinks you killed her dog. Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe I did.
I've got to hurry. My train leaves in half an hour.
There's no train for Boston for 3 hours, but the train to Miami leaves in half an hour.
You'd better go home, Henry.
Why don't you admit it? Why lie about it? You're meeting her in Miami.
Get out of here.
You and Rita are in love. I know it. I've known it for weeks and weeks. Last night I found out for sure.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am. But I heard you both talking on the phone. She didn't know I was listening in on the extension in the library. I heard you agree to meet at a certain time. That's what I've been waiting for. Now I know.
All right. What of it? The way you've been acting is enough to make any woman dislike you.
Oh, so you admit it?
Yes. Now get out of here. Henry, put away that gun.
All right. I'm going to leave it right here when I'm through with it. I'm going to kill you.
You insane fool. You can't get away with a thing like this. You can't prove anything about Rita and me. They'll hang you.
I don't think so. Don't you remember? I'm crazy.
I'll fix you. Police department.
Go ahead. Call them. That's fine.
Hello? This is Phil Putnam, Rexley Apartments. There's a madman in my rooms. He's trying to kill me. He's crazy.
What a shame, Phil. You've missed the train.
Well, it's all over, Henry. You can sit down now and wait for the police. You won't have any more mental lapses now, will you, Henry? You won't need to. A slick job, Henry, and very beautifully planned. Everyone knows about your mental lapses, your illness, your desire to harm people. Rita knows about the dog. Your secretary knows about the contracts. And most important of all, Dr. Schultz knows that you've been suffering from a mental disorder for weeks. Oh, there'll be a trial. Your plea will be insanity. You'll go away for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll be cured and walk out a free man. Now we're in the courtroom. Dr. Schultz, the psychiatrist, is speaking.
Mr. Drake came to me with his troubles some weeks ago. Later, Dr. Fenton and I psychoanalyzed him thoroughly. Here is a signed statement of our findings at that time, attached to our findings as of yesterday. Henry Drake was then, and is now, absolutely sane. The whole thing was a plan to escape the death penalty for premeditated murder.
Well, there you go, Henry. The whole thing blew up in your face. A beautiful plan gone haywire. You should have spent less time thinking about your revenge, Henry, and more time studying psychology. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of death in the morning. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Irma.
In Emma Peel's apartment, she poured coffee for John Steig.
I thought you were trailing Jeffcott.
Oh, I was. But he's in a board meeting until 6. There seemed little point in squatting outside the factory until then. Don't worry, I'll be back on the beat before he's through. How was United Automation?
Impregnable. Admission by appointment only.
But I have the appointment and the punch card, which gets me in to see Dr. Armstrong.
Punch card? How does it work?
Well, I shan't know till I get there.
Well, why did you come back?
To collect one briefcase and slip into clothes that have a more literary sheen. John Steed, journalist, collecting some gen on automation in modern society, you know. Will the machine supplant man? Or woman, for that matter.
And will it?
Steed eyed Mrs. Peel's shapely figure as she sat down and crossed her silken legs.
Not from where I'm sitting, Mrs. Peel.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Cold water Omo has really powerful cleaning action. Mrs. Senior discovered this.
My husband wears overalls to work, and they come back very sort of greasy and dirty. My girl actually does them by hand in the tub, but she uses cold water Omo, and they're fine, and they come up perfectly clean.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
I've stuck to cold water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
Cold water Omo cleans best.
Shirley Ann Field chooses Lux for her complexion.
I always use Lux. I find it so very rich and creamy, and I love the perfume.
Like Shirley Ann, choose Lux for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel continue their investigations, and Steed receives a deadly gift. John Steed took himself off to the offices of United Automation. He had consulted Roger Gilbert, a forthright and friendly scientist and administrator, who had given him the full background on Dr. Armstrong, who managed the firm. Dr. Armstrong was an ex-ministry man and something of an inventor. From what he'd been told, Steed formed the hunch that Armstrong was all-important and connected with the deaths of the 4 men who appeared to have been chopped down by a karate expert. Steed was looking forward to the meeting. The offices of United Automation seemed deserted. There was no reception desk, no one on duty. Steed walked across to what appeared to be a clocking-in device. A small notice read,
"Insert your appointment card here." Well, with pleasure.
Part of the wall slid away, and Steed found himself facing an open lift. An automatic voice said,
"Enter the lift, please."
Steed looked around with interest. The lift was lined with padded leather and included rows of buttons, with one marked Assembly Shop. Steed was tempted to push the button, but before he could make up his mind, the lift stopped. The doors slid back and revealed a library. Books lined 3 walls from floor to ceiling. The 4th wall consisted of a large electronic computer, impressively arrayed with complex dials and indicators. Above the desk of the computer was a wide radar scanning screen and 2 television monitoring screens. As Steed moved over to these with a great deal of interest, the door near the computer opened. Dr. Armstrong entered in a special automatic chair, which carried him swiftly the length of the room and stopped behind a large desk.
Mr. Steed?
Yes, Dr. Armstrong?
Please stay where you are. My infirmity in no way impedes my activity.
Armstrong made a few adjustments to dials on the armrest of the chair. The chair slid neatly forward and came to rest in front of Steed. Armstrong extended an arm from under a travelling rug and proffered a fleshy hand.
How do you do? I'm afraid you'll have to be brief, but please sit down.
Steed looked around for something to sit on. A leather chair suddenly appeared from the floor.
This is the age of the push button, Mr. Steed. My factory is entirely automated.
Well, the appointment card is rather neat, but couldn't it be duplicated?
It's recoded for every visitor.
You've no staff at all?
Only for maintenance and for sales. As a journalist, you'll appreciate that we human beings are, well, fallible, temperamental, and so often unreliable. But a machine, such as this chair, however, is obedient and invariably more competent.
Machines do go wrong.
No, indeed. So one builds each circuit in triplicate. Failure can be rectified automatically without the risk of, shall we say, hemorrhage or surgery. A perfect, trouble-free labor force available at one's fingertips, as you can see.
Armstrong's podgy fingers lifted the arm of Steed's chair, revealing a set of controls. He pressed various buttons.
Security. Steel shutters over the doors. Efficiency. Comfort.
Lights glowed from above. Cold air swept into the room.
And relaxation.
Very restful. But that music wasn't composed by a computer.
It will be, in time. We've machines that not only work, they think. Come to the computer. I take this punch card. It is programmed for a complex equation. We drop it in and press a button. There, the answer.
Steed gazed down at the strip of undecipherable punch tape that gushed from the computer.
I'll take your word for it.
Correctly programmed, the machine could answer all questions on finance, science, and even military or political matters. It could supplant the human brain entirely.
Is that for publication?
I'm theorizing, of course. The problem is size. But with the development of new circuit elements, it can only be a matter of... excuse me.
Of course.
Steed got up and moved down the computer as Armstrong picked up a small internal telephone.
Yes?
I have the information.
Go on.
An offer is expected from Industrial Developments.
But Lambert is dead. They've no one else to negotiate.
Someone else has turned up. A man called Steed. John Steed.
What? Turn on your TV scanner. Is this the man in the room with me now?
Yes. That's the one that followed me in. That's him.
Right. Leave this to me. I'll see you in a moment. Well, Mr. Steed, I hope this has been of interest.
Oh, it has indeed.
Well, I never let my visitors leave empty-handed. Here, a pen.
Armstrong held out to Steed a distinctively shaped fountain pen.
We hope to market these very shortly. A solid ink.
Solid.
The temperature of the hand electronically feeds a stream of carbon particles into the nib, emitted only on contact. Cannot leak or dry out. Refilled once in 10 years.
The felt pen manufacturer's going to love you.
You accept the gift?
Of course, thank you. It's been a most informative visit, Doctor.
My pleasure, Mr. Steed. You'll find the lifts are open. Goodbye.
After Steed had left, the other door opened and Benson entered.
What was he doing here, Doctor?
Snooping, undoubtedly.
Well, why let him go?
Benson, you're employed to take orders, not to give them. I may be confined to this chair, but I'm quite capable of dealing with Mr. Steed. But first we've got someone else to deal with. Prepare for target assignment at once.
In the office of Jeffcott Products, Jeffcott himself was also on the telephone. He was making a few notes on a pad as he spoke, using a very distinctively shaped fountain pen.
Yes? Yes, fine. Yes, I've got all that. That'll be okay. Goodbye.
Jeffcott replaced the telephone and leaned back in the chair, toying with the pen. Then he rose to his feet, slipped the pen into his top pocket, switched off the table lamp, and prepared to leave. Outside, in Emma Peel's car, Steed said,
He's taking his time.
That light went off some minutes ago.
No other exit?
Well, there's the warehouse, but his car's parked out front.
Let's go and have a look inside, shall we, Mrs. Peel?
Well, there's no future in this. How do we get in, though? Knock on the door or break in?
Keys, Mrs. Peel. Keys. All locks are illusionary. Remember my sleight of hand? Come on.
A few minutes later, Steed was working on the front door.
If it's bolted from the inside, that's not going to do you a great deal of good.
He hasn't come out. It's reasonable to assume that it's just on this one lock. There we are. After you, Mrs. Peel, you know the layout.
Thank you. Better try without any light. The passageway here leads down to the showroom. Most of the front section is given over to electronic toys. This way.
I wonder how much of this toy business is genuine. How much is a cover for other activities?
Well, toys and karate don't seem to go together. Or do they?
Jeff Cott is a man of many interests and...
Steed, who had been following Mrs. Peel through the darkened showroom, had been careful not to disturb any of the toys, but he tripped. His foot shot out and hit a large doll, knocking it over.
I love you. I love you. I really do.
Oh,
I love you.
Steed, you never told me before in so many words.
Devil, just shut the thing up.
Let me do it. Only girls should play with dolls. Here, give it to me.
Oh, very effective.
Come on, but be careful this time. We could have disturbed...
Wait. Listen. Listen.
What the devil?
It's coming from above. Come on! Through here. Wait. Light.
Over there, Steed.
Mrs. Peel pointed at Jeffcott's legs protruding from the back of the desk. Steed moved over, swinging the desk lamp downwards.
Looks as though he's been hit by a 5-ton truck.
But who could... I mean, he was a karate expert.
Well, apparently not expert enough.
Steed, look at that wall.
They both stared at the far wall. There was a large splintered gap in the wooden partition leading to the warehouse. It was exactly as though a man of at least 7 feet tall had walked straight through it. King-sized karate, Steve?
And with one last lurch, Sam Lacey finishes washing his dog in just 17 minutes, 45 seconds. Well done, Sam. Play any other sports?
I lift a pint of beer now and then.
You look very fresh, Sam. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. So many housewives like Mrs. Adenall say.
I wash every single thing in cold water, Emma. Anything that's washable come out spotlessly clean.
Yes, Omo cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. About the most strenuous effort I might give out during a working year is maybe chasing some thug up the escalator at Bloomingdale's department store. But last week I really outdid myself. The all-stars of the police force challenged the private detectives to a baseball game for the benefit of the vice squad. And I wound up stiffer than a pair of starched overalls. Because the private detectives are quick to take advantage of the slightest opportunity, by the 8th inning, we realized the need for some immediate strategy. The score at that point was 6-4, the cops leading. So I got hold of a little blonde I knew and had her walk across the infield in a sweater. The idea was to disturb the opposing team and take their minds off the game. It would have worked, but it seemed that since I had last seen my little blonde friend, she'd become quite a favorite with the police force, so they just waved hello and went about their business. My drooling colleagues, however, had not come in contact with said hunk of fluff, and before the game was over, 3 of them had picked up the bat boy and tried to bunt with him. You may have read where the police force finally beat us. Close game, 37-4. But I want to say right here and now, they never could have done it without that sweater. And oh, yeah, I got mixed up in a little honest murder the next day. It all started in the back booth of a middle-class nightclub. A couple of people were busy trying to think up the fastest way to make a homicide billiard. Oh, that's the 3-cushion variety. Killing to frame up to the electric chair.
Leon, are you sure this will work?
You want to get rid of that old man of yours, don't you?
You know I do.
Well, I got a wife that I want to dump, too. This letter from her is going to fix it so we both end up very unmarried.
Are you sure they'll blame it on Martin?
Sure, I'm sure. When they find him with this letter and his own gun and the dead body of my dear little wife, they'll slap him in the chair so fast he won't know what happened.
Who's going to find him with the body?
That's your job, baby. I'll get the letter to your husband, and you swipe his gun and get it to me. And you go get yourself a private detective and tell the shamus that you suspect your husband of running around with another girl. You and the shamus tail your husband. I'll have it timed so you catch him with the goods right after the killing.
Well, all right. I hope it works.
It will if you want it to, baby.
I want it to. Because I want you.
Yeah. Yeah, and all that nice money your husband's going to leave you.
Leon.
Come here, June.
Yeah.
Come in.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I want to hire a private detective.
Well, good for you. Sit down.
Thank you. What is your fee? What's the matter?
Oh, stand up and sit down again.
They're 52 gauge, Mr. Diamond. Like them?
Oh, you'd look good if they were sweat socks.
I don't think they'd go with a high heel.
You've got a point. Now, what were you saying?
I wanted to know what your fee is.
Oh, $100 a day in expenses.
Isn't that a little high?
I stopped eating at the automat 6 years ago.
All right, I'll give you a retainer.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. What's the job?
I think my husband is running around with another woman.
What do you want me to do? Hustle him off to the nut house?
Oh, aren't you nice? I want you to go with me as a witness.
You know, any other time I might get shy, but I'm really interested in seeing a girl who could beat your time. When do I start?
Meet me in front of my house at 10 minutes to 8. My husband leaves around 8.
What's the address?
521 East 58th Street. My name is Hires, Mr. Diamond. June Hires.
All right, June. I'll see you at 10 to 8. Now, excuse me, but about that retainer.
Oh, yes, that. Here's $100. Is that enough?
It'll keep me interested. What's your husband's name?
Martin. I'll see you this evening, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, one more question.
Yes?
Why haven't you and your husband been getting along?
A lot of reasons. By the way, Mr. Diamond, how old are you?
No. Oh, well, I'm frisky, but I passed the foolish mark when I was 3.5.
Did you? Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
I wonder if I did. Diamond Detective Agency, with men who know the corpses best. It's Diamond 2 to 1.
Rick.
Oh, Helen. Hello, baby.
What are you doing?
What gauge nylons do you wear, dear?
52. Why?
No, nothing.
Oh,
Rick, are you going to buy me a present?
Oh, you never can tell. I was just looking at a pair a few minutes ago.
Rick,
Yeah?
where were you looking at them?
Now, what kind of a question is
A
that?
very good question. Have you got a girl up in that office?
Helen.
Don't you Helen me, have you?
Well, I give you my word I haven't.
All right, was there a girl in your office? Was there?
Well, a client. I got $100 retainer.
I
and
don't care if she gave you the George Washington Bridge. You were obviously looking at her leg.
Well, I couldn't help it. She sat on that way. Now, look, honey, she's just another client.
With 52-gauge nylons. Would you do count the threads?
Oh, can you do that?
Oh, you wolf.
Yeah, but you're the only one who gets the benefit of my talents.
You can put the soft soap away. When am I going to see you?
Well, I got some business at 8. I'll be over later.
Well, I'm going to stay mad until you get here. And you're going to tell me all about those nylons.
I'll be sure and do some research. Bye. Well, there you are. You sit around and wait for a meal ticket to come in, and just because it happens to be fitted with curves, your best girl digs up the green-eyed monster. I don't know why gals get sore at a guy just because they catch him panting a little. After all, it's hot in New York. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to hit a big horsefly with a rubber band and some paper clips, and by 6 o'clock we shook hands and called it a draw. I closed the office and went home. I got into some clean clothes and grabbed a bite to eat at the corner drugstore. At 10 minutes to 8, I was sitting in June Heyer's car, parked across the street from her front door.
Mr. Diamond, how did you ever get to be a private detective?
Mrs. Heyer, how did you ever get to be a housewife?
You think things up in a hurry, don't you?
Only when I got competition.
You like competition?
Yeah, up to a point. After that, I get tired of the struggle.
I feel like I was back in college, sitting in a parked car with a good-looking man.
Your education must have been pretty tame. I haven't moved once.
Well, I really started to study after I graduated.
Oh, I bet you got straight A's.
Must you top everything?
I play around with a lot of trouble, Mrs. Heyer, and I've got to stay one step ahead of it.
Do I look like trouble?
When's your husband coming out of that house?
Any minute now. You didn't answer my question.
I'll tell you as soon as I see your husband.
Well, how will that tell you?
If he's wearing a beanie with a propeller on it, I'll know you've been giving him a lot of trouble.
So I've been giving him trouble. Does that mean I'll do the same for somebody else?
What's the difference, a husband or a private detective? They both got their names from a guy named Adam.
Oh, look. A cab pulled up to the front door.
Yeah, I see it.
And here comes Martin.
He's getting into the cab. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
No beanie. We both sat and watched while Martin Heyer got into the cab and it pulled away. Mrs. Heyer put her car in gear and we started the tail, keeping it a safe distance. He led us across town to a middle-class apartment house, and we stopped the car and waited up the street.
He's getting out and going into that building.
Come on.
Oh, what for? Shouldn't we let him get up there first and then...
Look, baby. Do you know who this gal is?
No, of course not.
Well, then come on. I want to see what door he goes in.
But, won't he see us?
Honey, I don't tell you how to put your lipstick on. Now, don't tell me how to make like a bloodhound.
Oh, the lobby is empty.
Well, watch the elevator.
Oh.
It's stopping on the 4th floor.
Hadn't we better go up?
Look, lover. The 4th floor probably comes equipped with a lot of doors. Now, if you want to just knock on any of them, go hire yourself Humphrey Bogart.
Well, then what do we do?
You stand by and watch like you... make like you knew what I was doing. See, the little old elevator's coming back down. Now, you just hold it there while I look at the mailboxes. Mrs. B. Callahan. Mrs. Lillian McEdward. Mrs. Mike. Well... and Miss Sally Maxwell. Okay, now we push the button for the 4th floor and away we go. Fun?
How do you know where to go?
I got the name off the mailbox.
But you said yourself there must be a lot of people on the 4th floor.
Elementary, my dear girl. Process of elimination. We're lucky this time. Only one single girl on the 4th floor. Sally Maxwell. Come on. It's 406.
What if there'd been more than one single girl?
So I make some new friends. Now stop asking questions and stick close.
I'd love it.
Now, here it is, 406. Now hold it down.
Can you hear anything?
No. Yeah, somebody's moving around.
Oh?
Oh, duck.
What?
Too late.
What? June.
Good evening. I represent the Great Nothing Life Insurance Company.
What are you doing here, June?
I might ask you the same thing.
Do you mind if we come in? I'd like to interest you in our indemnity clause.
Stop pushing. Get out of my way.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing. You get $3 million if a python bites you in the middle of Times Square.
You can't force your way in here like that. You...
Oh, now you've hurt my feelings.
Take your hands off me or I'll strike you again.
Sure, but you need 2 more to put you out. Here, have one on me. Now, the next time you go striking people...
Mr. Diamond, look.
I looked past the little guy and spotted the body. She was blonde, and I didn't know why she was hanging onto the rug that way. She wasn't going anywhere.
All right, you. Get out of my way.
Huh? Oh, what a lovely gun.
Martin, you killed that girl.
No, I did not. I came in here and found her like that, but I didn't kill her.
She's been shot.
I know that. I found the gun by her body. You don't think I'd kill her? I was in love with her.
Martin.
Is that the gun that did it?
Yes. I mean, no. I don't know what I mean. But you stand right there. Don't take another step.
That's your gun, Martin.
No, shut up. I didn't kill Sally, but I know I haven't got a chance of proving it, so if you come any closer, I will most certainly shoot you.
I hate to look like an idiot, but it's against the law to shoot people.
Mr. Diamond, be careful.
Come on, Martin. Give me the gun.
You don't think I'll shoot, do you?
Come on, give it to me.
Just one more step.
Look out, he's going to shoot.
Come on, open up in there.
What?
Better drop it, Martin. You got company.
Stay back. Stay back.
This is the police. Open up or we'll break the door in.
Police?
Give me the gun, Martin.
No.
Let him in, June. Before Levinson tears down the whole wall. I've got Martin.
Yes, all right.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
What's going on in here?
Hello, Walt.
Hey, Lieutenant, look. It's the gumshoe.
Rick, why do you guys always have to break down doors? Why don't you try turning the knob first?
Otis, didn't you see if it was unlocked?
I forgot, Lieutenant.
You mallet head. We got a report that someone heard a shot from this apartment.
There's the body, Walt.
Who's this guy?
Martin Heyer. Here's his gun. He was going to use it on me.
I didn't kill her. I came in and found her that way.
Oh, shut up. Who's the girl with you, Diamond?
This is Mrs. Heyer. Martin is her husband.
You don't say. The old triangle, huh, Rick?
I engaged Mr. Diamond to follow my husband.
That's right, Walt. We caught Martin trying to sneak out on the corpse.
I told you I didn't kill her.
And I told you to shut up. Is this your gun?
Yes, but I found it lying by the body. I knew I'd be blamed if someone found my gun, so I put it in my pocket.
You search him, Rick?
Haven't had time.
Shake him down, Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
I want my lawyer, and you get away from me.
You open your trap just once more.
Okay, but hold
Please, Mr. Diamond, I'd like to get out of here.
Sure. Okay, Walt?
Yeah, but I want to talk to both of you down at the station later.
Here's something, Lieutenant.
What is it? Letter.
Are you coming, Mr. Diamond?
You go on down. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Walt, what does the letter say?
We can't continue this way. I've decided to break it off once and for all. It will do no good to see me, so please stay away and leave me alone. Signed, Sally.
Let me see that.
Yeah. Well, what about it, you? Is the dead girl named Sally?
Yes. I don't know why she sent it. We were both in love.
Sure. What were you going to do about your wife?
I was going to tell her this evening. Then I received this note. I came right over to see Sally, but believe me, I didn't kill her.
Tell me something, Martin. Is this the way you received the letter?
Yes. Why?
Now, you wait a minute, Rick. I'm very happy with what I've got, so don't start making like Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, well, I guess you're right, Walt. He admits it's his gun, and this letter is certainly motive enough.
Yeah. Otis, call for the wagon and put the cuffs on Heyer.
Right, Lieutenant.
Walt, why would someone send a letter after tearing off the top of it?
Huh?
See, the top of this letter is missing. The part that usually reads, Dear Julius or something.
So what?
Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Oh, what is it?
Give me 3 minutes and then have Otis fire a shot from this apartment.
What?
Is that all you can say? Have Otis fire a shot in about 3 minutes after I leave.
I will not. The police department can't go around making like it was the 4th of July.
You want to solve a murder, don't you?
I have solved it. What more do I need? I got a suspect, the murder weapon, and a good motive.
Walt, if you just killed someone and a guy caught you at it, what would you do?
I'd knock him off, too.
Well, I caught Heyer in the act, and he didn't pull the trigger.
Well, you said yourself he was going to.
But he didn't, and he took too much time thinking about it. Walt, I can't remember hearing a shot when I came in this building.
So you didn't hear a shot. Maybe you couldn't.
Well, that's what I want to find out. I was right behind Martin all the way up to this apartment, and I didn't hear a shot. Maybe he didn't kill her.
That's right, I didn't. Please, I didn't kill her.
You see, Walt?
Oh, you always start something like this.
Martin, did your girlfriend Sally have any enemies?
No. At least she never told me about any.
Now, where are you, brain trust?
Just a little more sure of myself. First, Martin can't make up his mind about shooting me. Then he claims that the murdered girl didn't have any enemies. Does that sound like a killer trying to cover up?
You've run into smart killers before. I'm surprised at you, Rick.
I called the station, Lieutenant.
I'm proud of you. Go on in the other room and shoot that cannon of yours off when I tell you.
The what, Lieutenant?
You heard me. Shoot it into a mattress, but don't muffle a shot.
Okay.
But not till I tell you. You might think it's fun and blow up the whole building.
Thanks, Walt.
What are you doing?
Oh, just looking around this desk to see if I can find the top piece of this letter. Oh, Martin, are you sure that your girlfriend didn't know anyone who might want to kill her?
She never said she was in danger. But you might ask her husband.
Her husband?
Oh, swell. Why didn't you say something about her husband before this?
You didn't ask.
Oh. Who is her husband?
His name's Leon Fisk.
The gambler?
Yes.
Oh. Bye, Walt.
Now, you wait a minute.
Have Otis start making like a Roman candle 3 minutes after I leave.
What's that you've got in your hand?
Huh? Well, it's a piece of stationery from the desk that matches the stationery this letter was written on.
You can't take that letter. It's evidence.
What is?
That letter the murdered girl wrote to this guy.
Well, how do you know she wrote it?
Because this guy said so.
Yes, but I'm not sure. It could be forged.
See, Walt, maybe she didn't write it.
Well, that's why I want it. The lab will be able to tell from other samples of her handwriting.
Tell what, Walt?
Who wrote that letter?
Well, don't you know?
Of course I don't know, but we found it on this guy, and it's police evidence.
Why?
Why? Well, because it just is, that's all.
Well, anybody could have written it. You could have written it, Martin.
Yes, I guess I could.
And send it to yourself?
Why would I send it to myself, Lieutenant?
You wouldn't. That's why it's important.
You mean the letter itself or the fact that he couldn't have sent it to himself?
Both reasons.
Well, if he couldn't have sent it to himself, that eliminates him as a suspect.
It does?
He didn't do it. Did you, Martin?
No.
See, Walt?
Now, wait a minute. Why do I always get into something like this?
You asked me if I sent the letter to myself.
You shut up.
And you said he couldn't have.
That's right, he couldn't.
Then someone else did.
Of course they did.
Okay, then as long as you're not so sure it's important, I'm going to take it with me.
Who says it's not important?
Well, if he didn't send it to himself, then someone else did. And if someone else did, the murdered girl couldn't have, so anyone could have sent it. Isn't that right?
Say that again?
He said if I didn't send the letter to myself, then I couldn't have gotten it.
No. He said you couldn't have sent the letter to... No, wait a minute. You couldn't have written it to...
To myself.
Yeah, so someone else wrote it and sent it to the murdered girl and...
No. Send it to me.
You're crazy. I distinctly heard him say...
Walt.
Yeah?
After you figure it out, be sure and have Otis fire that shot. I'm going to see Leon Fisk.
Okay. Now, let's start it again. If I didn't... If somebody didn't... If you didn't...
If I didn't what? Lieutenant?
Oh.
What is the matter, Lieutenant?
He did it again. And you helped him. You rat, I'll see that you get the chair even if you didn't kill her.
What did I do?
You shut up.
Well, what took you so long?
I had to get a merry-go-round started.
Can I drop you somewhere?
Just relax for a second. I've got to think something out.
Well, I didn't ever think Martin could kill anyone.
Yeah.
What was that?
Just a backfire. Look, drive me across town. I want to talk to a guy named Leon Fisk.
Leon Fisk?
Yeah, runs a nightclub with an iron claw in the back room.
What's the address?
222 East 45th. I remember it because when I was on the force, I used to raid his place for exercise.
Thinking of doing some gambling?
That's the way it'll probably end up. Let's go. She drove me across town, and 10 minutes later, we pulled up in front of a low building with a flight of steps leading down to a basement door. A large sign over the door read Cellar Club. I got out and thanked June for the lift and watched her drive off. I went down the steps and through the door.
Something I can do for you?
Yeah, I'd like to see Leon Fisk.
Maybe you don't want to see it. What's the name?
Just tell him Diamond.
Okay.
You got a phone booth?
Yeah, right over there.
Thanks. I found the phone booth and went in. In my business, you work with hunches, and sometimes they pay off. I knew that the torn letter had to be sent to someone the dead girl was going to slough. I didn't think it was higher, so the next best prospect was her husband, Leon Fisk. I didn't have a thing to pin on him, but a good bluff can open a lot of doors. I took out the letter and copied the handwriting on the other piece of stationery. I wrote the name Leon at the top and then the words, "We can't continue," so they'd correspond with the first part of the original. Yeah?
What was you writing?
What's it to you?
You don't have to get sore. I just thought maybe you was getting a tip on the horses, and I sure could use a winner. The nags have been beating me to death.
Oh, no tip.
Okay, the boss will see you. That door right over there.
Thanks.
Well, Diamond, it's been a long time.
I haven't missed you, Leon.
What brings you here?
Your wife was killed tonight.
Sally?
One's usually the limit.
That's too bad. How did it happen?
I thought maybe you could tell me.
I don't know anything about it.
Ever see this letter before?
Hey.
What's the matter? That's your wife's handwriting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It says, Leon, we can't continue. Then the writing stopped.
Oh, so what?
Well, the guy the police are holding got a letter from Sally, too. It started the same way, but it wasn't addressed to anyone. The top was torn off. You know what I think?
No, tell me.
I think she started one letter to you, then threw it away and wrote another one. I think you sent the second to Martin Haar after tearing off the name Leon.
Go on, Diamond.
You didn't count on her starting a second one, so you went up to her apartment and killed her with Martin's own gun.
Oh, with his own gun. Maybe you can tell me how I got it.
Oh, I think so. You had to know a lot of things before you could kill your wife. What time Martin would arrive so the time of death would be close. You had to have his gun to leave by the body, and you had to have a witness who would swear Martin killed her. It had to be timed just right.
You're talking yourself into a corner. How would I get all these things?
By working with someone who was close enough to Martin. Maybe like his wife.
You're crazy.
Am I? She just drove me to this place.
So what? A lot of people know this place.
She told me she didn't. So I gave her an address 8 doors down, but she pulled up right in front of your door.
Well, that could happen.
It was too pat, Leon. Getting me to come to her place at 10 minutes to 8 and knowing her husband would leave close to 8. She had to know it because that letter was delivered just before I got there.
Think you can prove it?
You made one mistake. I didn't hear a shot when I got to your wife's apartment. I found out later that you could hear one all the way down in the street. Your wife was killed before Martin went into that building. Probably when you saw his cab pull up. Well, anyway, it's enough to hold you on, and I think we can prove later on that you've been seeing June Hires.
You're a pretty smart shamus, Diamond.
Oh, you mean you admit it?
Okay, baby, come on in. June, come on out of there.
Leon, are you crazy?
Well. I didn't know you kept your back room stocked with nylons, Leon.
Yeah. I guess you two don't need any introductions.
Why did you have to drag me into this?
You heard what Diamond said. He knows all about it. You got the car out back?
Yes, but what are we going to do with him?
Diamond? Well, he's going swimming with a barrel of cement.
Lieutenant Levinson wouldn't like that. He knows I came here.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, maybe he isn't. Diamond was upstairs with him for quite a while.
Okay, so we'll have to hurry things up.
Leon, you can't shoot him.
Yeah, you should know it's not polite to point.
I'm not going to knock him off here in the office. We'll take him in the car and do it later.
No, Leon.
What do you mean, no?
It was your idea to kill your wife. I just helped get the gun. I'm not going to be along if you kill Diamond.
You're going to be right with me, baby, because you're in this up to your pretty neck, and I need that car.
I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yes, you are. Oh, you and Diamond go swimming together.
Leon!
Give me that gun.
You... Let me go.
Come on, drop it.
You go to the devil. June, come back here.
I'm getting out. You got me into this mess.
Come back here, you dirty little tramp. Don't you take that car.
You're not going anywhere, Leon.
You want to bet? I'll fix you, Diamond.
He hit me with the butt of his gun, and I went down like the price of wheat in July. As I picked myself up, I watched him run for the back door.
June, wait for me. You're not going to leave me here to take the rock.
I got my gun out and stumbled over to the window and looked out just as the car started up. I spotted Leon with a gun in his hand. He looked mean enough to start shooting with it. He did. He started running up the alley then. I suppose I could have said something like, "Stop or I'll shoot," but I was too tired. I just rested my arm on the window and let him have it. Well, Walt finally showed and cleaned things up. I was bleeding again, so I headed for 975 Park Avenue and my usual first aid station.
Yes?
Hello, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Diamond. Come in, sir. Come in. You've been hurt again.
I guess you'll have to answer the door a little quicker after this, Francis, or build a first aid station in the hall.
The usual, sir?
No, you can forget the plasma, Francis. I had liver for dinner. I can stand the loss.
Just as you say, sir. Miss Asher is in the study.
Oh, thank you. Why don't you go to bed? You look tired.
Yes. Well, good night, sir.
Boo.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Isn't it awful?
Oh, what happened to your chin?
Oh, I got it caught in a 38. Want me to go?
Want you to go? Why?
Well, I thought maybe my poor little face scared you.
Oh, I like your poor little mussed-up face.
Well, thanks, Sporty.
How about some music?
Oh, I'm too tired. Turn on the radio.
All right. Now, let me look at that chin.
Oh, that's soothing.
Hey, shut that radio off. I'm trying to sleep.
Now, what is that?
Oh, it's that crabby old neighbor.
Oh, it is, huh?
Now, Rick, don't get mad. I'll turn it off.
You want something, Max?
Yeah, some sleep. Is that too much to ask?
Well, stick your head in a closet.
Now look, Bud.
You look. That radio wouldn't wake a 2-year-old.
Well, just pretend I haven't stopped teething, wise guy. All I want is some sleep.
Oh, you do, huh? Sleepy time, gal. You're turning night into day.
Rick.
Oh, that guy upsets me.
All right, he upsets you. That's too pretty a song to sing like that.
No.
Now, you do it right, or I'm going to be mad.
Well, honey, then that's the last thing I want you to be. Now, cuddle up on the sofa. You comfy?
Mm-hmm.
Don't be mad now, baby.
Sleepy time, gal, you're turning night into day. Sleepy time, gal, you've danced the evening away.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Before each silvery star fades out of sight, please give me one little kiss, then let us whisper goodnight. It's getting late, and baby, your pillow's waiting. Sleepy time, gal, when all your dancing is through. Sleepy time, gal, I'll find a cottage for you. You'll learn to cook and to sew. What's more, you'll love it, I know. When you're a stay-at-home, play-at-home, 8 o'clock, sleepy time, gal.
Well, how was that, baby? Helen. Helen. Well, how do you like that? She snores, too.
Hey, you. Max.
Yeah, now what do you want?
How about a game of gin? I'm lonesome.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, Joan Banks, and Stacey Harris. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. In today's adventure, The Swastika on the Windmill, the role of Paul Halfond, an OSS agent in Holland, is played by Les Tremaine. The story is suggested by actual incidents, recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
My mouth was as dry as ashes. The palms of my hands were wringing wet. My revolver was drawn, and I moved slowly along the dark hall. Everything I had been taught led up to this moment. Boards under my feet teetered. For a terrifying moment, I almost lost my balance and fell backwards. Something was ahead of me. In a room along that dark passage, I sensed it more than anything else. Then I heard it.
Komm mal her, Feldwebel.
I stopped breathing until I passed that room and the voices of the hidden Germans almost slid past them to the end of the corridor.
Halt! Halt, Amerikanischer!
There was a Nazi stormtrooper in uniform right in front of me, blocking the exit. Well, fire! Fire! Fire again!
Good work, Paul. Well, that's it. You passed the test. Now the colonel wants to see you.
What I had just come through was a cleverly designed scare house that rivaled any Coney Island chamber of horrors for one-a-minute thrills. This was part of the training of an OSS agent, and it took place less than an hour's ride from Washington, D.C.
Lieutenant Halfond, at the present time, we have no information, and no way of getting information, on the disposition and plans of German troops in the Netherlands. We think they're up to something. We want to know what. Now, you'll be flown to England, and from there, a submarine will take you to the coast of Holland.
The coast of Holland? To me, Holland was that little country where my Uncle Brom lived, where I visited when I was 12, where the windmills were now under the shadow of the swastika.
I guess we can surface about here. There's Mako in Holland. You want to take a look, Lieutenant Halfond?
Thanks, Commander Sperling. Through the periscope of the submarine tuna, I could see a windmill in the flat lowland of the Netherlands. I couldn't see the swastika, but I knew it was there. The pressure gauge showed 20 feet of salt water above us.
Take her up.
Take her up.
Surface. Open the hatch.
We climbed the ladder through the hatch, where an inflated rubber boat was waiting to take me to shore. I'm only a couple of yards from shore. I can get out here. Hand me that rucksack, please.
Here you are, sir. Have you far to go from here?
It's only about 5 miles from Makum to Bolsward, where my uncle lives. I can make it before the sun comes up. Goodbye, and thanks.
Good luck. Good luck, sir.
So when you rang the bell at Sana Paul, I jumped from my bed. The devil, I said. It's the Gestapo. They finally put 2 and 2 together and connected me with the underground.
Hush, Brom, hush. God gave you a tongue. Must you use it so loosely?
I'm afraid my new Aunt Hilda doesn't trust me completely.
I trust no one these days.
Oh, Hilda, this is Paul. How often have I spoken to you of the times he came here when he was... How old, Paul?
12, Uncle Brom.
Ah, yes, 12. And so proper, so correct. A miniature model of propriety. Well, from the looks of it, you've grown, but you haven't changed much. Still proper as the devil.
The result of my strict Quaker upbringing, Uncle Brom, remember? We were both taught never to drink or smoke or lie or swear, Uncle Brom.
Yes.
How long will you stay in Holland?
Only long enough to contact the leader of the underground and get the information I'm after.
I see. Tell me, why should we believe that you are an Allied spy?
Hilda!
Answer me.
Surely you don't expect me to carry proof about me that I'm a spy in case the Germans find me?
Then how do we know?
That's enough, Hilda. The devil, I say. I'll hear no more of this talk.
All right, Brown. It will be as you say, and on your conscience.
Your wife doesn't trust me.
You were surprised, no doubt, to find your Aunt Katrina dead and I remarried.
Yes, I was, Uncle Brum.
I was lonesome. It's not good for a man to live by himself. And she is a good woman.
But she doesn't trust me.
She has her reasons. There was a man in these parts not long ago. He passed himself off as a British agent, gained the confidence of some of the underground. Then he turned them over to the Gestapo.
Oh, I see.
Hilda's family was among those executed. You understand now?
Uncle Brum, you haven't seen me nor heard from me since I was a boy. You don't know where I've been during those years in between. You don't know what my loyalties are. Do you trust me?
Tomorrow I will take steps to put you in contact with Hans Bock in Leeuwarden, a leader of the Dutch underground.
When I awoke a few hours later, it was about 10 o'clock. Through the window of the spare room that Aunt Hilda had made up for me, I could see the neat little milk carts jolting over the Keistinen, the cobblestones, and I could see the endless stream of bicycles. And here and there, a German soldier in uniform, like a blot on the landscape.
I'm afraid the breakfast is not as sumptuous as it was in the old days, Paul.
Do not apologize for what we cannot change.
Aunt Hilda is right. It was very good. The Rogebrot was just as I remembered it. And these currant buns, these Krentenbrudges, are wonderful.
I will leave you. I have a house to clean.
You're still suspicious of me?
Have I any reason not to be?
Hilda, enough. Paul is my sister's son. I will stake my own life's blood that he is to be trusted.
Let us hope you do not have to.
Hilda!
Aunt Hilda. Look. This pistol. I'm giving it to you. It's the only one I have.
The only one you have? And you give it to me?
Yeah? I put myself at your mercy. If at any time you have proof, even the slightest, that I'm not what I claim to be, take my own gun and turn it on me.
I will take your gun and take you at your word.
That should convince her, Paul. You are what you say.
I hope so. Now, what about this Hans Bock? How can I get in touch with him?
I will arrange for a meeting between you halfway at Harlingen 5 days from now to give him time to collect the information you are after.
The days until Thursday, when I was supposed to meet Hans Bock, passed slowly, but they weren't wasted. I set up the shortwave radio in the wine cellarette in the living room. I had long talks with Uncle Brum, and I went out of my way to win over Aunt Hilda. Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help you with dinner, Aunt Hilda?
Nothing. Thank you.
Oh, it's still raining.
One need not be too clever to see that. In Holland, it seems always to be raining now. Rain, mud, and despair.
I remember when I came here years ago. It was winter. I was in time for the skaters' races.
Yeah. Skaters' races.
And the booths. Remember the little booths that sold chocolate and milk cooked with aniseed? And the little cakes, all the varieties of gingerbread? Oh, how I loved them.
Hand me the spoon.
Here. Here you are.
Thank you. Tell me about America. What is it like?
It's too large to describe in a sentence or two, Aunt Hilda. When the war is over, you must come visit us.
When the war is over.
Well, it can't last forever. And America's helping. And remember, our leader, President Roosevelt, is himself of Dutch ancestry.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow, perhaps I will make you a gingerbread cake.
Yes, I won her over slowly. And on Thursday, when I left for Harlingen, she said goodbye to me at the door with Uncle Brum.
You know where to meet him, Paul. You have everything clear?
Yeah, everything, Uncle Brum. I'm to meet him beside the monument of the stone man on the North Sea dikes. I'll be knotting and unknotting a piece of string so he'll know me.
Good, good. We will see you later tonight, then?
Yeah.
Paul? Here. This is for you. In case you should have need of it.
My pistol.
Take it back.
Thank you. Thank you, Aunt Hilda.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
This habit you have of knotting and unknotting string, is it not a waste of time?
Nothing is a waste if it serves a purpose. Herr Bock?
Yeah, Lieutenant Alfond. We meet as planned.
The information. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Where? Where?
In my head. You'll have to memorize it as I give it to you. I could not take a chance of writing anything down.
I'll remember then.
Remember it and use it well. There are 40,000 Nazi troops in Holland and Belgium. But these troops will be on the move within 2 weeks.
Where are they going?
Northern Italy. They will be used to cut off the American advance there.
The colonel did suspect the worst. Thank you. Thank you. I'll radio this out tonight.
It is appropriate, is it not, for us to meet under the statue of this stone man? See the inscription?
Terminus.
Yeah. It means thus far and no farther. A threat to the sea that is held back by the dikes.
Thus far and no farther. A threat also to the Nazis?
Yeah. You understand me well. Remember me to your uncle. And goodbye for now.
Herr Bock is in constant danger of discovery by the Gestapo, Paul. That's why he could not take a chance and write that information down for you.
It wasn't necessary, Uncle Brom. He passed it from his head to mine.
When will you radio it to London?
It's after midnight. I think I can start now. What's that?
A car stopping in front of the house. There are 2 men getting out.
So late? Who are they, Brown? Do you know them?
No, I don't.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid it was like this once before when I came to get my family. Paul, we were turned in by someone who pretended to be a friend.
Hilda.
Aunt Hilda, do you believe
I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
I'll answer it.
Herr Gelderman.
Yeah?
We've business with you.
Come in. This is my wife and my nephew, Paul Halfond.
Your nephew? Max, take a good look at him. Huh? Would you say he looks as if he's to be trusted?
I never trust a man who looks so innocent.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
Do not be so suspicious. We are from Hans Bock. We're members of the underground.
Underground? I was not conscious there was an underground in the Netherlands. What do you want with us?
Ah, you're being very careful. I can see that, Herr Kelderman, and that's good. And perhaps this will prove who we are. Would you not say that is Herr Bock's own signature?
Yeah, that is his all right. I know it well.
You're convinced now. Read it aloud.
Uncle Brown.
Let me read it, Paul. Have reason to distrust man you sent me today. Show proof who he is or turn him over to these men for underground execution. But this is ridiculous. I do not understand.
Nor I. Herr Bock seemed to trust me well enough this afternoon.
Your nephew is a German spy, a traitor in our midst.
The devil he is. I do not believe that. Not Paul. He's not a spy, not for the Germans. You want proof? I will give you proof. See here, in the wine cellar. This is his shortwave radio. He was going to send a message tonight. He is a friend. He is an ally. He's a member of the American OSS. Don't you believe me? What is it? What is the matter?
We believe you well enough. Thank you for giving us proof of what we suspected.
What's this? Shall I show them my badge, Herr Commander?
Do that, Sergeant. Do that.
Take a good look.
The skull and crossbones.
The Gestapo.
We've been trailing Herr Bock, but we had no definite proof that he was connected with the underground. We only suspected. And today we saw him meet your nephew here on the North Sea dikes.
Why did you wait until
We
now?
figured that if we arrested them then and there, we might get nothing from them. So we waited. We arrested Herr Bock, and we found a paper with his signature on it.
That note you showed us was forged.
Quite right, Frau Keltermann. The note was forged. Herr
Little
Bock
by
refused
little,
to tell us anything.
inch by
Now
inch,
we can no longer
I had
tell
made my
anything.
way to the kitchen door.
You have killed him.
Right again, Frau Keltermann.
And then
we may
around
be
the corner.
obliged to your husband for supplying us
And
with
up the
proof.
back stairs.
Herr Kommandeur, hier escapes.
After him!
Halt!
Run, Paul! The attic!
Halt! I will go west with you!
In a flood of memory, it came back. Chamber of Horrors, an hour's drive from Washington. My mouth was dry as ashes, but the palms of my hands were wringing wet. Along the dark hall, my revolver drawn. Everything I had been taught led up to this moment.
We have you covered from both sides. Drop your gun!
Well, fire! Fire! Fire again! Into the darkness! But this time there was no instructor to say, "Good work, Paul." There was just a gun in my back and a leader of the Gestapo to say,
"You are under arrest, Lieutenant Halfon." How long do you think you can hold out? We have ways of making you talk.
No.
Must we convince you more? Sergeant.
Ja, Herr Kommando.
Well? Perhaps we'll have better luck if we question your aunt. Sergeant, get Frau Kelderman. Bring her here.
No, don't do that. Let her alone.
Simply because you request it. Sergeant, do as I say. We'll see how long she holds out. If she is obstinate, we'll have a shot, and you will be a witness, Lieutenant. You find this amusing, Lieutenant Halfon?
Well, I know when I'm beaten. Don't bother the old lady or the old man either.
What are you saying?
Well, I thought I could hold out. I can see now there's no point in holding out. You've won. What more is there to say?
If you're just stalling for time...
I'm not stalling, Herr Commander. I'll prove it. I'll confess everything. Tell you everything you want to know.
Now you're becoming smart.
And so I told them everything they wanted to know. General Donovan heads the OSS in Washington. The OSS is part of the American State Department. The Minister of Finance in Britain is also head of the British Secret Intelligence.
Go ahead, Lieutenant Halfon. We're listening. Corporal, take this down.
I gave them a mixture of fact and fantasy that would have done the German propaganda ministry proud. The true facts I told them I knew they already knew. The rest they seemed to accept at face value. So I kept my story with a real whopper. You taking all this down, Corporal? Well, take this down with a red pencil. An invasion of North Holland is part of the Allied plan.
What?
The invasion will be made in the eastern area of Friesland on the Dutch North Sea coast.
You are lying to us. We'll see if you know you're beaten. Perhaps you've been on the wrong side, Lieutenant Halfon. You've set up a radio. I think you ought to use it tonight.
Time is now 2300. 2300. Paul Halfon calling headquarters. Can you hear me? Over.
OSS headquarters to Paul Halfon. You're coming in clear. Been waiting for your message, Paul. Good to hear your voice.
What did you say? There's a gun in your back.
I could see it's going to take a lot to convince you. Paul Halfon to headquarters. Listen. Listen carefully. It's stinking weather for a drop, but I've got to have supplies. It's darned important. Over.
Headquarters to Halfon. Would you mind repeating that so we're sure? Repeat, please. Over.
What the devil's the matter? You said you were getting darn good reception. I said the weather's lousy, but it's darned important that I get a supply drop at designated point tomorrow night. Can't make it any darn clearer than that. Over.
Okay. Okay, Paul. We get it. It's darn clear now. You'll get your supply drop. Good night. Over and out.
Well, you heard it yourself. The drop will be made. Are you beginning to be convinced of my sincerity?
Were you nervous, Lieutenant?
What? Why do you say that?
I never heard you use such language before.
Oh, I expect to get over my nervousness after I've broadcast many of these radio messages for you, Commander Brandt. After that, they drove me back to the jail. Commander Brandt of the Gestapo had never heard me use such language before, and neither had OSS headquarters. In the Army, they used to make fun of me because of my proper speech. I gambled on the chance that the radio operator who knew me would detect something odd about my speech. When he answered back the same way, I knew he understood I was a prisoner of the Germans, and that the supply drop would probably save my neck. I didn't sleep that night, and I didn't really take a deep breath until 11 o'clock the next morning.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Would you care, perhaps, for a piece of chocolate? Or an American cigarette?
I knew the drop had been successful. They sent us home, Uncle Brom, Aunt Hilda, and me. But we brought a boarder with us in the person of Commander Brandt. House was different now. Aunt Hilda prepared meals silently. Uncle Brom smoked his pipe and looked at me, wondering. And twice a week they sat in the living room and watched and listened as Commander Brandt and I contacted OSS headquarters.
OSS headquarters to Paul Halpin. This is important. 24 blackbirds are coming through the rye. Storm clouds overhead. Take in your washing. Good night. Over and out.
What did that mean?
15,000 more Allied troops are added to preparations for the invasion of Holland.
Well, we will rush 20,000 more German troops to the Dutch North Sea coast. Already we have 40,000 troops waiting there. We were going to send them to elsewhere, but they will undoubtedly be of more use here.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to bed now. Dankeschön. The dinner was very good, Frau Kelderman.
I cannot help being a good cook.
Yes, well, good night.
It's thoughtful of him to leave us alone so much.
Is it? I do not care much for your company.
Hilda, maybe he's got his reasons.
I wanted to tell them my reasons, but I didn't dare. Instead, I stood at the piano and played the scale with one finger. Even Uncle Brom was getting to the point where he couldn't look me straight in the eye. But as Uncle Brom became more suspicious, Commander Brandt became less suspicious.
I think I will go up to bed, too.
Something was wrong with the piano. The C was sharp, as if something were pressing on it, making it sharp. I walked around to the back of the baby grand, and I saw it. It was a small, round disc the size of an overcoat button. I knew it was attached to a dictaphone in Brandt's room. That was why he left us alone so much. I'd give him something to listen to.
Paul, I know there must be some explanations for these things you're doing.
Now, look. You haven't had it so good for years. Eggs on the table. When did you have eggs on the table last? Privileges nobody else has. Extra ration books. You might as well face it. This is a new order, Germany's order. And if you're smart like I am, you'll fall in with them.
Paul, is this you?
I told you he was a traitor, a spy. I warned you.
You
wanted to see me, Herr Commander?
Yeah, Paul. Thank you for coming to my office so promptly at my call.
I follow orders.
So I'm beginning to see. Sit down, sit down. I want you to hear something.
I think I'll go up to bed,
What?
too.
I don't understand.
Simple. A dictaphone.
But I still don't...
I know there must be some explanation.
That's Uncle Brum.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Now, look. You haven't had it so good for years.
That's me.
Eggs on the table.
Well, what's the idea of doing
eggs
it?
on the table last? Privileges nobody else has. Extra ration books. You might as well face it. This is a new order. Germany's
You have convinced me completely.
If you're smart like I am, you'll
Paul.
fall in with them.
I have a proposition for you.
Yes?
I want you to go to England for us. Act as our double agent. You can be more valuable to us there.
Leave Holland?
Huh?
But aren't I a great help to you here?
I know the risk it involves, but Germany will pay you well after the war.
Think it over. I thought it over and let him convince me. And a few days later, a German stormtrooper gave me a personal escort to the border, and I made my way back from the enemy lines. After I left, my aunt and uncle escaped and were hidden by the underground, and it wasn't until the war was over that I was able to see them and explain.
Lieutenant Paul Halfand returned to OSS headquarters, and thousands of Nazi troops waited on the shore of the North Sea for an invasion that never came. Thus, once again, the report of another OSS agent closed with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Paul Halfand was Les Tremaine. Brom was played by Stefan Schnabel, Hilda by Virginia Payne, Vant by Barry Kroger, the Colonel by Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Arnold Robertson, and Bob Weil. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of Murray Ross. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander and was under the direction of Sherman Marks. Programs, get your programs here. Mystery fans, there's an exciting evening waiting for you tonight on NBC. First, some listener will have a chance to win a double reward for solving the case on $1,000 reward. Next, when a woman reads her own obituary in the paper, the saint finds himself involved in a case that leads to murder. Then Sam Spade works his way through the rod and reel caper. Yes, you'll find adventure here tonight. Stay tuned now for High Adventure and the Big Guy on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Everybody knows a taxi driver likes being over-tipped, but you can't blame him for not liking being tipped over.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At Insurance Investigation, he's only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, the Nutmeg State Liability Underwriters, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of the disappearance of 12 Apex cabs. Or who took the taxis for a ride. Expense account, item 1, $3.10. Train fare, Hartford to New York. Item 2, $1.10. Dinner en route. Item 3, $18. Club car. Expense account, item 4, $1.30. Cab fare from station to garage and offices of Apex Taxi Company. I naturally waited for an Apex cab, but could have saved my time. The driver told me nothing, except that the man who came rushing out of the Apex office when we pulled up was the big boss, Mr. Gordon McKissick. Thanks, driver. He's just the man I'm looking for. Here.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, McKissick!
I can't stop now. I'm in a hurry. See me tomorrow.
Wait a minute, will you? I'm Johnny Dollar from the insurance company.
Oh, good. That's different. Just in time. Come along.
Where are we going?
Come on, tell you in the car. Just had a call from the police. Another one of my cabs has been stolen.
Huh?
They found the driver slugged and unconscious, and I got to get out of there. I tell you, Dollar, I'm going crazy. This has got to stop. It's not only driving me out of business, it's driving me out of my mind. The police have done their best, and Lord knows I have too, but I'm about ready to give up. This makes 12 of my taxi cabs disappeared off the face of the earth. It's fantastic. I can't believe it.
Hold it, McKissick. Do us both a favor, will you?
Huh? What?
Play cucumber for a few seconds.
Oh.
Remember, the insurance company I represent has plenty to scream about, too. What I need is some facts.
I haven't got any facts. And if this keeps up, I won't have any taxis. They're gone, that's all. 12 of them, that's all there is to it.
Any idea of a motive? Some new kind of car theft?
That's what the cops say.
Okay, what's your idea? Robbing the drivers?
You don't have to steal a cab to rob a driver. It's ridiculous.
All right, then. What else could it be? Competition? Sabotage?
That's my guess. Competition. So far, it's only a guess. I'd give anything to know.
So would the insurance company. Anything. They'd even give up my happy young life.
This is it. 13th and East River.
Yeah, and there's the crowd. Humanity's strongest magnets. Blood.
Yeah.
Back. Please. Stand back. Come on.
Hey, officer.
Huh? What do you want?
Look, here's my ID. This man is McKissick, the victim's boss. How about getting us through that crowd?
Well, all right, but I don't know. The right side of his face don't feel much like talking. It's caved in. Stand aside now. Come on. Move.
Let's get through here. Come on, Dollar. Let's move in.
Open them up. I can't breathe in here, let alone the hurt man.
Get out of the way, will you?
Okay, Mr. Dollar. Here you are.
Oh. Hey, are they right? Is this one of your men, McKissick?
Yeah, George Brandon. Been with me 4 years.
Oh. Brandon, listen to me. Who did it? Do you know who did it? Try hard, will you?
I've never saw him before.
Yeah, Brandon, only one. Well, what did he look like? Come on, boy.
Hey, little guy. Dark. He talk funny.
He talked funny? How, Brandon? How? An accent?
Come
on, Brandon. Well, that's it.
All right, clear the way. Stand back. Clear the way for the ambulance.
The ambulance. The ambulance turns out to be the wrong kind of a wagon. Expense account, item 5, $28. Transportation the following day, visiting hospitals and the homes of the other 11 Apex drivers who had lost their cabs. During the course of this, I contracted a severe case of what GIs used to refer to as Jeep seat. Out of 11 interviews, I got 3 clues. One, that up until last night's killing, the cab nappers had worked as a team. The little dark guy with an accent, as described by the dead driver Brandon, and a 300-pound accomplice wearing a seersucker suit, a Panama hat, and a complexion akin to a perspiring blob of leaf lard. This heavier of the two heavies, it seemed, never actively participated in any of the rough stuff, merely assuming the role of director of operations. Clue number 2, that in each instance, the driver's uniform cap was also stolen, which indicated to me merely that the getaway driver was very much interested in looking like a cab driver. And finally, clue number 3. From the most disgruntled of the drivers interviewed, the fact that the fleet owner McKissick had spent 3 years bootlegging, another 4 bookmaking, and had spent some very short vacations getting away from it all in prison, which naturally led me back to McKissick's Apex garage and office.
Come in. Oh, Dollar. Well, what have you found out?
Well, I'll tell you, McKissick. So far, I've just hit the ABCs. Later on, I'll get to the XYZs.
Look, Dollar, I'm getting fed up with double talk.
What I want to talk about is a double life. Yours.
What?
I once broke a leg jumping to a conclusion, so don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm doing. But a less experienced investigator might immediately assume that a man like you, an ex-bootlegger, ex-bookmaker, ex-jailbird, just might be stealing his own cabs for the insurance money.
Well, you small
Now, wait a
town-
minute. Don't get that way, or I might also get the idea that you have a killer instinct.
My record's my own business. It was okay with the Hack Bureau. It was okay when that company sold me the insurance, so it'll have to be okay with you because you're stuck with it.
Nobody's calling you guilty.
Okay.
Okay, all I'm telling you is this. I want your cabs off the street until this thing is cleared up.
That's big talk, little man.
When the day shift comes in at 4:30, tell them to park their cabs in the garage. And you can tell your dispatcher the night shift isn't working tonight.
Bad enough to have my competition running me out of business. Now the little helper from the insurance company shows up to finish the job, huh?
I'm not trying to put you out of business. I'm trying to keep you in.
Well, it don't sound like it.
No cooperation from you, no insurance. I'll have it canceled as fast as I can get to a phone. How about it?
Okay, Dollar. I can't do anything about it. But if I were you, I wouldn't be caught hanging around here by any one of those drivers you're putting out of work. Some of them play rough.
You can always depend on a cab driver for being on time, when it's time to knock off work. By 5 o'clock, the garage was full of taxis and carbon monoxide fumes. By 5:30, it was devoid of humanity, and a night watchman I'd met before stood guard outside the locked gate. At 6 o'clock, a visitor dropped in on him, followed almost immediately by me.
Senor, it is so important that I find it.
Yeah.
It contains everything I have in the world almost. All my money, even my passport.
What's this, Vinny?
Huh? Oh, Mr. Dollar. Yeah. Well, a young lady claims she lost...
My purse, senor. I hired one of your taxi cabs this afternoon and left my purse in it. It's so important that I get it.
Yeah. I told her to call Lost and Found in the morning.
But, senor, what will I do tonight?
While we're trying to figure that out, will you join me in a drink?
I would like that.
Her name was Marita Guastella. She was the dark type, so I took her around the corner to a dark saloon. On the way in, we passed 4 grumbling Apex cab drivers shooting hot looks at me over cold beers. I arranged her in a booth so I could keep an eye on them, in case their intentions were no good, and an ear on her story, which I knew wasn't.
You see, this is my first trip to America. I came from Spain 2 weeks ago. This afternoon, I was shopping on Fifth Avenue, and that is when I took the cab from 49th Street to the Sherry Netherlands Hotel.
49th, Sherry Netherlands.
Yes.
What time did you take the cab?
Wait, I'm not sure exactly.
That would help.
Oh, well, it was exactly 10 minutes after 4. I remember now. I looked at a clock.
And what time did you arrive at the hotel, Marita?
Why are you writing all this down?
Just trying to help you find your purse.
Oh, but I do not want to put you to any trouble. I am perfectly willing to search through the taxis myself.
Honey, the city of New York has gone to a lot of trouble to save you that trouble. Every driver has to keep a record of every trip. Where he picks up his passengers, where he drops them, and when. He puts it on a big card. So all we have to do is find out which card has your trip listed on it, then we'll know which cab.
Oh, I see.
Then we'll go to the little cab and probably find your little purse. All right?
Oh, it is very good of you, senor. If you would not mind the trouble.
Sometimes bothering with this kind of trouble eliminates my employer's troubles. How about another martini? Expense account, item 6. $4, bar tab. Tip to waiter, $1. And here's a tip to young ladies who are pretending that they just came from Spain 2 weeks ago. Don't order bird bath martinis and put them away in one gulp. The drinking taste of Spanish ladies is more the sherry type. And martinis are hard enough to get used to in 2 years, let alone 2 weeks. Or who knows, maybe she was just in a hurry to get to the Spanish olives. One thing was fairly apparent, though. She seemed to be in a hurry to get something out of one of those cabs, and not by way of the lost and found department. The least I could do, both as a gentleman and an insurance investigator, was to accept her phony-sounding story and take her back to the garage. I arm-in-armed the sometimes senorita around the block, passing the time in a conversation not exactly based on her mother's favorite recipe for a rosa con pollo. As we passed the office portion of the Apex cab building, I gave up looking into her eyes and saw something that was open even wider, the garage gate.
Johnny, what is it?
The watchman, he's gone.
Perhaps he just stepped inside.
Look at the stains on the sidewalk. Blood.
Bridewell. He's been...
Bridewell? Who's Bridewell?
I do not know.
Who's Bridewell?
Please let me go. Let me go, please, Johnny. You're hurting my arm.
Marita had twisted away and was hightailing it up the street. I went stamping up the ramp in the direction of the source of the scream. On the way up, I hit the light switch. In this racket, even big boys should be afraid of the dark. At the first portal, I slowed my run into a pussyfoot pace and edged around the corner, sliding my back along the dispatcher's counter. When I got halfway down, the corner of my right eye picked off a pair of high black shoes, night watchman type. Heels on the floor, toes pointed up, sticking out from behind the end of the counter. I didn't have time to get a look at the rest of them. Something so round, so firm, and so fully loaded gave me a cold steel kiss under the left ear.
Pray do yourself the favor, sir, of remaining absolutely still. Now you may turn around.
Would this be Mr. Bridewell?
Good indeed, sir.
Well, what about the night watchman?
Have no fears for him. I'm fortunately accomplished in the administration of first aid. But a good deal of practice. I've seen to it that he's resting comfortably.
I'll bet.
Well, Victor, my boy, I trust your search was successful.
Successful? Somebody beat us to it. All them cabs has been searched.
Nonsense, my boy. How can you tell in so short a time?
How about taking a look for yourself, fat boy?
You couldn't possibly have picked over all of them. Proceed with the searching quickly. In the meantime, perhaps our friend here is the proprietor of the search that preceded ours.
In this case, practically anything could happen.
Yes, anything could. Knowing that should encourage you to mind your manners. Now, sir, will you accompany me to my hotel where we can discuss this further?
With you holding that .38 caliber steel-engraved invitation in your hand, I'd be a perfect cad to refuse.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, your armed forces are constantly searching for new methods and devices for national security and better peacetime living. Today's serviceman is a skilled professional who works with advanced techniques and equipment. If you're interested in science and technical subjects, your armed forces offers you a great opportunity now. Find out how you can join the world's greatest scientific enterprise, the Armed Forces of the United States. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. And tonight's story, Who Took the Taxis for a Ride?
Looking for some stolen taxicabs and wound up in a hotel room looking stupid. Not wishing to make this a permanent effect, I put my mind to work, and the fruits of its labor went something like this. Whoever had been stealing those cabs, and I figured I was face to face with one of them now, had not been stealing the Apex rolling stock for the cabs themselves, but for something evidently hidden in one of them. From here on in, there was only one way to play it, by ear. That was easy, because the pasty-faced 300-pounder draped in a double-breasted seersucker tent was doing all the
Back
talking.
in 1912, when I was expelled from Oxford University as a result of an unfortunate association with an unscrupulous proctor, I arrived at this decision, sir. It is sometimes not profitable to be on the apparently right side. Do I make myself clear?
Well, in a roundabout way, I think so.
Now then, I am thus fully acquainted with my position in regard to this matter of the Scarlet Madonna. But you, where do you stand?
I'm running a one-man escort service for Marita Guastella.
Marita. So, the lovely but unwise Marita has taken unto herself an accomplice, has she? Well, as long as you're allied with her, you and I must be at cross purposes.
Well, I'm open to suggestion.
Good. The girl is nothing more than a penniless adventuress, a common thief. But I, sir, may be able to tempt your transient loyalties with some very fetching terms. Well, Victor?
This is our man, all right. I knocked it out of that night watchman when he came to. There was only one guy in that garage besides us. This is him. Let's go to work.
Now, here, Victor. This is not the time for violence. The gentleman and I are about to discuss terms of mutual profit. Are we not, sir?
You were discussing. I was listening.
Yes. You'll find that I can be concise when the situation demands that I be. Shall we start with a figure of, say, $5,000?
I got nuts. Let me work him over.
Now, Victor, you'll kindly remember that I deplore violence. Well, young man, what do you say?
Nuts to your 5,000, Mr. Bridewell.
Good heavens, man. Have you lost your mind? What do you think the Scarlet Madonna is worth to you?
Well, so far it's been worth one man's life, 12 taxicabs. On a used car lot, that comes to more than $5,000.
$7,500 there.
Keep coming.
Now, see here now. There's not only a limit to my generosity, there's a limit to my patience. How else do you expect to realize such a handsome profit?
I haven't made up my mind.
Perhaps I can help you. Here are the problems you face. The Scarlet Madonna is no ordinary gem to be disposed of through the ordinary channels. You, sir, have the faintest notion of the importance of the jewel.
I've got a hunch I could retire for life on it.
A very short life it might be. It'd be a pity if your blood were mixed with that already shed through the centuries over the Scarlet Madonna.
Now, don't waste time with that story, fat stuff. We haven't got all week.
My purpose in this repetitious recitation is bona fide. The bloody history may convince our friend that no one since the year 1256 has been able to share for any appreciable length of time the company of the Scarlet Madonna.
Hey, tell him about the
For that
pirate.
was the year it was fashioned. He worn the vestments of John of Vicenza. On March 20th of that year, he was ordered by Alexander IV to hasten to the province of Tuscany to aid in the routing of the heretics.
The pirate!
There, John was murdered and robbed of this jewel. And since that date, it has never ceased its bloody journey through history. England, France, and Spain.
Don't forget the pirate, fat stuff.
Thank you, Victor, for your helpful interest. Indeed, it is true. During one of its bloodier experiences, it was woven into the beard of an Alsatian pirate, from which it fell when his head tumbled into the basket beneath a guillotine.
That one killed me. You see, mister, don't go losing your head.
I'm trying not to. Look, Bridewell, if this rock is so hot, how come you're willing to risk your pudgy little neck for it?
Victor here and I are only the temporary middlemen for this infamous job.
You aren't yet.
Am I to understand that you refuse?
Well, I must say you tell a very good story. But the answer is still nothing doing.
I told you, fat stuff. We're wasting your breath on this guy. Oh!
All right, Victor. That's enough. Here, now, get up, young man.
Keep that monkey off me or I'll yell the roof off this joint.
Yes, no, that won't be necessary. Now, put your hands up, please. Now, Victor, go through his pockets. Not that anyone would be foolish enough to carry the Scarlet Madonna.
Okay, now. Stand easy.
You'll kick your teeth in.
Don't try it. Hey.
Come on.
You know what we got here? An insurance stick.
I know, Victor. One gun is enough.
Not for me, it ain't. He must be from the company insuring the rock.
No, Victor. I am thoroughly familiar with the policies covering the Scarlet Madonna. What's the gentleman's name?
Johnny Dollar from Hartford, Connecticut.
And right now, thinking there's no place like home. I'm leaving.
No, not alive, you ain't. We can't let him out of here. He's red hot for us.
Put down your weapon, Victor. There's been trouble enough.
Hunter, now you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Back off, Buster.
Victor, I must insist. Let him get away.
Bumpus, let go of me.
Insurance investigator, whatever. If he knows where the jewel is, he's more good to us alive than dead. More valuable than even you.
The elevators weren't fast enough. I hit every fourth step down 8 flights of stairs to the lobby and out into the street.
Mr. Dollar.
Hmm?
Johnny, I must see you.
Oh, Marita. Well, this saves me looking for you. You just tag right along. Taxi!
Here you are, sir.
After you, Lady of Spain.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
Oh, my poor Johnny. What did they do to you?
A gentleman named Victor hung a right hand on me, complete with signet ring.
Oh, Johnny.
Oh, never mind that hanky. I'm not in the mood to be dabbed at.
I'm so sorry. Johnny, what did they tell you?
Oh, no, you don't. First, I want to hear what you have to tell me. Then we'll compare stories.
Wait, there's not much to tell. The Scarlet Madonna is rightfully and legally mine. My only crime was to bring it into this country illegally through customs. I met Bridewell and that horrible Victor on the ship. And when I got to New York, I realized that they were following me. I was terrified.
That I'll believe.
I was in a taxi cab, and they followed me in another. It forced us to a curb, and well, I hid the jewel in the upholstery of the taxi. Then I jumped out and fled for my life. Oh, I remember that it was an Apex cab. I've been trying to find the exact one ever since.
So apparently they. How'd they find out?
They ran after me that night. They searched me and all of my belongings. And then when I started my search, they realized what I was doing.
Looks like anybody can catch the brass ring on this merry-go-round.
Please, Johnny, tell me that you will help me to recover the Madonna.
Look, gorgeous. All I'm trying to catch up with is a dozen stolen taxicabs.
But you are not just going to leave me flat?
With that figure? Impossible. I took Marita to a small hotel, got her a room, and while she was taking a bath, I stole her clothes and left her, locked in that strongest of midtown prisons, nudity. The first joker I went looking for back at the Apex garage was the unfortunate night watchman. I found him sitting up and taking nourishment out of a bottle and nursing an egg on his head that would have hatched an ostrich.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah.
I tell you, I've been worried about you. Yeah. Thank heavens you're all right.
No thanks to you.
No, what do you mean, sir?
I mean, why'd you tell that sawed-off ape who slugged you around that I searched these cabs in here last night?
Why, I didn't mention you, sir. I told him it was the boss, McKissick.
Huh?
Yeah.
McKissick? Where is he now, do you know?
He just came by. I believe he's next door in his office.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, McKissick. This case is developing more suspects than a garlic breath in a crowded elevator.
Now, listen to me, McKissick. Got to double-crossing scum. I tried to level with you. 10 pounds and it's my top order. Turn it over.
Let's see your money. You don't trust me, I don't trust you.
All right, you had your chance. From now on, there ain't no money. There ain't no money in it.
No, Victor, no.
Hey, what's it?
Here's what I owe you. Come on, get up. More. Then I finished the job he had started. I found the Scarlet Madonna clutched in McKissick's dead hand. For a Scarlet Madonna, it was mighty green. It was an emerald about the size of a pack of cigarettes that's been flattened out in your pocket. A Madonna figure was carved in bas-relief on one surface. As I stood over the body of McKissick, looking down at the green gem in my hand, I realized where it got its crimson name. For on the floor, outlying my hand, was a spreading pool of scarlet blood.
Well, sir, we meet again.
Yeah, so it seems.
May I offer you my congratulations, at the same time request that you hand over the Scarlet Madonna?
Being unarmed, as you are, you're not welcome to it.
Well, perhaps I have something more persuasive than a weapon. Here are my credentials.
I'll look at them if you'll back up against the wall.
Very well. You'll also find there a letter authorizing me to the legal possession of this infamous, this hateful, this accursed instrument of greed. Will explain that it's been my odious duty to retrieve it for its rightful owner, the Stillwell Museum in London, from which it was stolen by Victor and his erstwhile lady-in-waiting, the exotic Marita.
Insurance investigator. You? Where do you come from? What's your outfit?
Yes, I thought I'd set you back on your heels. I'm from London. Pity we didn't have each other's interests classified earlier. We might very well have, shall we say, collaborated in this matter.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's an unvoiced question lurking on the tip of your tongue. My association with the bestial Victor.
Well, at this point, I didn't want to insult you.
Think nothing of it, my boy. Due to a fortunate similarity in voice and physique to your accomplice actor, Mr. Sidney Greenstreet, I find myself automatically listed as undoubtedly the villain of the piece. In this case, as in many others during my fantastically successful career as an insurance investigator, I was able to align myself with the basic source of the villainy involved. Further, I pray that you not accuse me of being associated with any of the physical violences which have punctuated this case. In short, this Victor fellow occasionally slipped through my fingers.
Look, all I'm trying to find is 12 lousy taxicabs.
Well, then, your troubles are at an end, my boy. I shall write out an address.
Fine.
And
then...
there you shall find them unharmed in the warehouse hard by the East River.
Okay.
You'll forgive me, I'm sure, if I tell you that in this case, it is but another small milestone in the glorious pathway strewn with superior accomplishments in solving those minor mysteries evolved by the niggardly minds of the sniveling criminals who would offend the sanctity of that guardian of the peace of the public mind. The insurance company.
Amen. Expense account, item 7. $1.95, one evening gown, which was hard enough to find, but would probably be even harder to wear at that price. Purchased in an all-night salon de mode on 136th Street. This dress I gave to Mr. Bridewell to take with him when he went calling on Senorita Marita Guastella, prior to turning her over to the police. Expense account, item 8, $6.10. One bottle of you-know-what with which to gargle the half-good, half-bad taste left by this case out of my mouth. Expense account, item 9, transportation. No, come to think of it, you can forget this item for a while. I think I'd better stay here in Manhattan and rest up a bit. Expense account, item 9, $400. Advance. Entertainment and things while resting on my laurels. Or possibly Mr. Bridewell's laurels. But anyway, resting. Expense account total, $1,100. You fill in the cents. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Charles Russell, with script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield as Mr. Bridewell, with Paul Dubove, Lillian Baeff, Lou Krugman, Junius Matthews, Jan Arvin, and Jack Prusian. The special music is written and conducted by Leith Stevens. Be sure to be with us again at the same time next week when another most unusual expense account is handed in by
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
the great hit tunes of early 1939. Deep Purple, Penny Serenade, I Cried for You. How many more can you remember dancing to, romancing to? You'll hear them in smart new 1949 arrangements when your hit parade on parade comes along immediately over all of these same CBS stations. Alan Botzer speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malvik. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, what's all the excitement about? What happened, Lou?
Well, Uncle Mike discovered gold on his ranch.
Well, good for Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he's sending to Europe for some Englishmen with shovels.
He's sending for Englishmen with shovels. What for?
He figures England will want to borrow the gold sooner or later, and they might just as well come over here and help dig it up.
Oh, let's face it, Costello. Your Uncle Mike is a moron.
Oh, no, he's not.
No?
He's going to be a great scientist someday. Right now, he's working on a new insecticide.
He is?
Yes. Last week, he got out his notebooks and locked himself in his laboratory with 10,000 mosquitoes. He released the mosquitoes and was going to write down the mosquitoes' behavior.
Then what did he write?
Nothing. He was so busy scratching, he didn't have time to write.
Just as I thought. He's as big a nincompoop as you.
No, he's not. Right now, he's crossing a rubber plant with a banana.
And what does he expect to get?
A girdle you can slide into.
You know, your whole family are jerks. Look, by the way, what was that silly-looking thing on the radiator of your car this afternoon?
Well, you see, I can't afford a radiator cap, so I trained my little dog to sit on the radiator.
Your dog sits on the radiator?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bark much?
Only when it boils over.
Well,
I gotta leave you now, Abbott. I got a job as a babysitter.
You a babysitter?
Yep.
Babysitters are girls.
Well, what's wrong with the man? My Uncle Jim Kelly was a sitter. He isn't around anymore, though.
He isn't? What happened?
While he was sitting, the warden pulled the switch.
Oh, get him out!
And there'll be much more of that terrific Abbott and Costello humor in a few seconds.
Take it easy. What are you so excited about? Calm down. What's the matter?
I'm worried, Abbott.
What do you mean?
My Aunt May is in terrible shape.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's got hallucinations. She thinks she's a taxicab.
She thinks she's a taxicab?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Uncle Mike call a doctor?
Why should he? She gets him to work faster than the Sunset bus.
How long has Uncle Mike and Aunt May been married, Lou?
Well, it's just 20 years since they went on a honeymoon. Aunt May went to Niagara Falls, and Uncle Mike went to Miami.
Wait a minute. You mean they weren't together on their honeymoon?
No, Uncle Mike said that a honeymoon is the happiest time of your life, and why let marriage spoil it?
Well, it's wonderful to think that your Aunt May and your Uncle Mike have been married for 20 years.
Yeah. But really, Abbott, what's wonderful about it? Uncle Mike thought she loved him, but for the whole 20 years she hated him. Hated him like poison. And now they have 17 children.
Wait a minute. If she hated him, why did they have 17 children?
Well, it was her idea. She was just trying to lose him in a crowd.
Is Aunt May mean to him, Lou?
Well, she beats him up all the time. He wouldn't mind it if it wasn't for the children.
The children?
Yeah, they beat him, too.
He must be really henpecked.
Yes, he is. She tries to keep him in the house every night. Saturday, when he started to take his bath, she put 6 boxes of Jell-O in a tub so he'd get stuck. Luckily, it was raspberry, and he ate his way out.
Well, they don't have a very happy home life, do they, Lou?
No. Saturday night, Uncle Mike played pinochle all afternoon, and when he came home at 6 o'clock, there was no dinner on the table.
Well, where was your Aunt May?
Down at the bowling alley. She's down there 7 days a week.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep, Uncle Mike should have never got her that job setting pins.
Well, look, wasn't your Uncle Mike married once before?
Yeah, but his first wife passed away.
Well, now that's too bad.
Uncle Mike had such a tough time collecting the insurance that sometimes he almost wishes she hasn't died.
What did your Uncle Mike do before he got married, Lou?
Well, he was quite a Romeo, Abbott. For 2 years, he carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania.
He carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania?
She was a coal miner, and it gets pretty dark in those tunnels.
Didn't he ever work for a living?
Sure, he had a job in a canned soup factory. He was in the chicken soup division. He was a dragger.
Now, wait a minute. What are the duties of a dragger in a canned soup factory?
Very simple. When a 1,000-gallon tank of hot water was ready, he'd drag a chicken through it.
Well, it's no wonder your Aunt May fights with Uncle Mike.
Yep. You should have seen Aunt May Sunday night, Abbott. She was so mad at Mike that she said she was going to pack her suitcases and leave him forever. Now he's really worried.
He is?
Yep. She ain't even started to pack her suitcases yet.
What a couple they are. Mike isn't a bad-looking guy, but I can't see what he ever saw in your Aunt May.
She was very popular in Patterson when she was a young girl.
She was?
Yes, the Patterson Electric and Power Company voted her Miss Alternating Current of 1915.
Costello, that's about the year you were born back in Patterson, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Patterson's favorite son.
What do you mean?
Just last week, the people of Patterson erected a statue in the very spot where I was born.
The spot where you were born? Where was that?
Right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot.
You were born right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot?
It was raining and my mother couldn't get a taxi.
Costello, you talk like an nincompoop. Tell me, does your whole family suffer from stupidity?
Indeed not. They enjoy every minute of it.
Hey there, Costello. I want to talk to you.
Mister, do I owe you any money?
No.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever give you a tip on any of my horses?
No.
Have you got a red-headed sister in Chicago?
No.
Okay, go ahead and talk to me.
Do you give away prizes on this program? Can I win a refrigerator or something?
Nope.
Well, goodbye. I've got to go hurry over to the Gangbusters radio show. Last week, I got $164 on that program.
Wait a minute. Gangbusters don't give away anything.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a pickpocket, too.
Now I know where I saw that guy, Abbott. It was the 30th anniversary party. Yours. Remember you had a swimming pool filled up with bourbon?
Yeah, the whole swimming pool was filled with bourbon. What fun.
Yes, I never saw so many people going down for the third time with smiles on their faces.
Well, never mind that. The whole town is talking about my anniversary party. Didn't my wife Betty look beautiful? I'm very proud of my wife. Every man in town was fighting over her, but I got her.
Abbott, you didn't fight hard enough.
My wife is a beautiful woman. She hasn't got a wrinkle in her face.
She hasn't, huh? Then what are those things? Dents?
Costello, you know nothing about women. I don't even know why I even discussed the subject of women with you.
Well, it's not my fault, Abbott. I led a very sheltered life. Then I met a lovely little redhead, and I learned about women from her.
You did?
I'll never forget our first date. We sat on the riverbank in the moonlight. She moved closer to me, then I moved closer to her. Then the moon went behind a cloud. Then it happened.
What?
She let me tighten a string on her ukulele.
Didn't she kiss you, Lou?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Oh, boy.
How did it make you feel?
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Did you ever stand on a hot buttered waffle and have somebody pour maple syrup down your spine?
How did you get along with her, Lou?
Oh, good. The second time we had a date, I took her sightseeing on a bus.
Rubberneck?
No, but I tickled her a little.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola Vaughn.
That's my line, Lou.
Take it.
Well, Viola Vaughn. I understand you bought a new car. How do you like driving in California?
Well, it would be. That's yours.
Would be.
Go ahead.
It would be all right if it weren't for the pedestrians.
What's wrong with the California pedestrians?
Well, I was driving down here tonight, and one of them whizzed right past my windshield. The dirty coward was pole vaulting across the street.
Sneaky devils, ain't they? Viola, why don't you take me for a ride down the beach tonight?
I should say not.
Ah, Costello, Viola's only kidding. She really likes you, but you've got to do something to show that you like her.
That's right, Costello. Do something brave.
Do something brave?
Uh-huh.
I know what I'll do. I'll join the army and help fight the British.
But we're not fighting the British.
That's all the better. That way nobody can get hurt.
Costello, you know, you've been acting kind of queer lately.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, you're right, Viola. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him sitting up in a tree in Griffith Park.
Costello, what were you doing up in that tree?
Signing autographs?
Signing autographs?
Yes, the robins thought I was Woody Woodpecker.
Costello, here's another thing. Why do you always carry an umbrella on your arm? Why don't you get a girl on your arm? You know, a girl is much nicer than an umbrella.
Oh, I don't know, kiddo. When you're through with a girl, can you fold her up and hang her in a closet?
Why, you simple-minded, no-good, low-down...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Abbott. Have you ever stopped to consider that Costello's reasoning capacity and his functional capabilities for logical delineation are coordinated, comprehensive, and negligible? Is it compulsory to you to abuse this poor, moronic, social incompetent simply because the poor slob doesn't possess the mental capacity of an imbecile?
But Viola...
Just a minute, Abbott. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Let her finish. Continue. Tell them what a slob I am.
Viola, Viola, I can't help it if Costello's stupid.
Who's stupid? Now, I'll tell you something, Abbott. I'm always studying, always reading. I just finished a book called When Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman in Dracula's Garden, where the Spider-Woman killed the cat girl.
What's the story about?
2 bums living in the La Brea tar pits.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm taking my painting lessons.
Do you paint?
Oh, yes. I draw birds with charcoal. I paint flowers in watercolor.
What do you do in oil?
Fry potatoes. Go on, Costello.
You know, Abbott, there's a girl going places.
She is?
Yes, sir. If she hurries, she can be the first one in line to collect her unemployment insurance.
Oh, get him out!
Now, while we take a 60-second intermission, we'd like you to consider this.
Ladies and gentlemen, that singing star of the Abbott and Costello show, Hal Winters.
I'd like to sing a song that belongs to the month of January as much as White Christmas belongs to December. With Matty Malnick's orchestra, here is the Ralph Ranger, Leo Robin perennial, June in January. It's June in January because I'm in love. It always is spring in my heart with you in my arms. The snow is just white blossoms that fall from above. And here is the reason, my dear, your magical charms. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January
Hey, Abbott. I just made an important discovery. I think I can safely announce that Governor Dewey will run for president in 1952.
Oh, what makes you think that?
He just started taking piano lessons.
You know, Costello, ever since you started playing the part of Sam Shovel, private detective, you've got your nose in everybody's business. You've been as busy as an ant.
Ants are busy?
Certainly.
Then why are they always going to picnics?
Will you talk sense? What is that letter you have in your hand?
Well, Abbott, it's another fan letter. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovelly detective, you are the greatest thing on radio. I love your show. But my wife won't listen to it. She says she needs you like she needs a hole in the head. I'm sending her to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's a lady to see you.
What does she look like?
She's a short, fat woman with a hole in her head.
Oh, never mind. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight, Lou?
I think I'll do one of my old Western cases. I call it the case of the general who opened up a drive-in and was caught selling horse meat, or Custer's last hamburger stand.
Well, now you're talking. Let's do it.
I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I remember my first case. Three-eyed Maxie the murderer. He had 3 eyes. He was the only man in the world with 20/20/20 vision. And there was my second case. Terrible Tony, the toughest gangster in Los Angeles. He was a bronze giant with muscles of steel and an iron fist. I had to shoot him. May he rust in peace. 15 years in the detective business takes a lot out of you. But I feel as strong and vigorous as the day I started. Right now I could tear Superman in half. But I don't want to ruin the rest of the paper. I feel kind of thirsty. I go to the sink. This Los Angeles water is getting hotter every day. I glance out of my window. There's the headquarters of the Republican Club. On the window there's a sign, GOP. I just found out what GOP means. Gone out permanently. I look down at my desk. There's my new wristwatch. My new wristwatch. It's a shock-proof, non-magnetic, waterproof watch. The directions say don't take this watch out of the box. Fresh air ruins it. I think I'll give it to my secretary. What a secretary. She got the job the hard way. The hard way. She knew how to type. Lying next to my watch is my shotgun. I decide to see if it's loaded. I pointed at the floor and pulled the trigger. I looked down at the floor. When did I buy open-toed shoes? I reach in my coat pocket. Here's a wallet I found last night. I hope I can find the owner. A check. I check to see what's in the wallet. Here's a card. If found, return to Mr. Nichols. Del Mar Hotel. Here's a driver's license issued to Mr. Nichols, Del Mar Hotel. Here's a birth certificate with the name Nichols. Here's the pink slip for a new Hudson sedan issued to Mr. Nichols, Del Mar Hotel. Well, here's $600 in cash. Looks like I'll have to keep the money. Serves that guy right. He should carry some identification. The name on the money is Washington. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. It's about time for my pal Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad to show up. Abbott had a pretty tough week chasing crooks. Monday night he was held up on Main Street. Tuesday night he was held up on Broadway. Wednesday night he was held up on Sunset Boulevard. If Abbott would stay out of those saloons, he wouldn't need anybody to hold him up. Lieutenant Abbott don't have to work. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was okay until he found out that all the other kids had tongues. It's not easy to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Up to the time Abbott was 19, all he could say was Rogers Brothers, 1847. Before he became a detective, Abbott was a motorcycle cop. He was the only cop on the force that had traffic eyes. Real traffic eyes. They'd always look both ways before crossing each other. No matter what case Lieutenant Abbott goes out on, he's never stuck. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Lieutenant Abbott. Sam, what time do the vaults open in the Fourth National Bank?
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's right, Lieutenant Abbott. You can't get in those vaults till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who wants to get in? I'm trying to get out.
Suddenly, my door opened.
Sam Shovel.
It was my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. He was scared to death. He was perspiring. He was sweating bullets. Lieutenant Abbott, how'd you get out of that bank vault?
Sam, I'll tell it to you all in a nutshell.
Can't you tell it to me here? I don't think we'd both fit in a nutshell.
Sam, I've been working on a series of bank burglaries. Monday night, the Kelly gang held up the First National Bank. Tuesday, they held up the Second National Bank. Wednesday, they held up the Third National Bank. So tonight, I was waiting for them at the Fourth National Bank.
And you caught them?
Nah. Tonight, they held up the First National Bank again. But enough about myself. Enough about my trouble, Sam. Sam, you don't look good. What's the matter?
I didn't get any sleep last night, Lieutenant. A burglar climbed into my bedroom window and made me get out of bed. I stood there shivering in my long underwear.
Why didn't you holler for help?
He had a gun, and I was afraid to open my trap. After the burglar left, I still couldn't get any sleep. I was worried about my brother Pat. He kept poking his head into my room.
Well, lots of guys poke their heads into their brother's rooms.
On the end of a stick?
Sam, did you hear those shots?
They came from the office next door.
Who runs that office next door?
An organization called the American Society of Patriotic Americans for the Preservation of Freedom in the United States of all and for all patriotic Americans.
What do they do?
They're foreign spies.
Sam, look. There's the guy that did the shooting. He's coming in here. He's got a gun.
So this is the place I've been looking for, eh? Where's Sam Shovel, the private detective?
What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him. I hate radio detectives. I hate them all. The Thin Man, the Fat Man, Ellery Queen. But most of all, I hate Sam Shovel. I'm going to gouge his eyes out. I'll fill him with lead. Now, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an ordinary policeman.
Yeah?
Honest, mister, I'm not a radio detective.
And you? Who are you, fatso?
Well, I'm, I'm the... Don't stand there, Rabbit. Hand me my cookbook.
Cookbook? Who are you?
Don't you recognize me? Mary Margaret McBride.
Oh, so you're the one that gives out those recipes, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, if there's anything I hate worse than radio detectives, it's those recipe programs. I'll kill them all. I'll tear them like a hair. Get out of here.
Bud and Lou will wind up tonight's hijinks in just a moment, folks, after a little advice from this fellow.
Costello, are you sure the folks at home like this Sam Shovel series we're doing?
Oh, certainly, Abbott. Listen to this letter. Dear Lou Costello, other radio detectives get you to listen, expecting something big on their shows. Then in the end, they have nothing. You never disappoint the listener. You have nothing right from the start.
Well, now, that's quite a compliment to our writers.
Oh, sure. And I'm glad they heard that fair letter, folks, because our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And our producer is Charles Vander. See you all next Thursday. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. It's Patterson, New Jersey. Good night, everybody, all over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pam feels like going to the movies because she decided that Jerry's been working too hard and needs an evening of relaxation. Well, that's all right with Jerry because he feels like going to the movies too. But he'd like to know what they're going to see. So as he and Pam walk toward the neighborhood theater, he asks her,
"What picture are we going to see, Pam?"
Oh, I forget the name of it, darling, but I know you'll like it. It has, what's her name in it?
And I like her, huh?
Oh, you know who I mean. She was in that picture with, Jerry, that tall, dark-haired fellow.
There are a lot of tall, dark-haired fellows in the movies, darling.
No, but this one, he was in...
I know. He played in the picture with what's her name?
That's right. Oh, what is his name, Jerry?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I see I'm not the only one who forgets names. And you always say that I never can remember. Oh, that reminds me, Jerry, I forgot to tell you. That fellow phoned today.
What fellow?
I don't remember his name, darling, but I wrote it down. And his phone number, too.
Well, who is he? What do you want?
Oh, you know, that author.
Darling, I know lots of authors. I'm a publisher, remember?
Well, this one's from out of town. Ohio or someplace.
Eugene Lawrence?
Yes, that's it, Eugene Lawrence.
Is he in town?
Yes, but he'll be leaving tomorrow.
But Pam, I want to see him. Where'd you say he's staying?
I didn't. I don't remember, Jerry. But I wrote it down.
Well, I'll go back to the apartment. I want to call him. You go on to the show.
But, Jerry...
Darling, this is important. It's business. I'm publishing his book, and there are certain points we've been discussing through the mail that I'd like to talk over in person. Now, where did you write his phone number?
On a folder.
Folder?
Yes, dear. It's right next to the telephone.
Well, what kind of a folder?
A match folder. You can't miss it, dear. It's orange and
I remember.
black.
It has the name of that awful nightclub you lured me into going to the other night.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
But why do you have to take messages on match folders?
Well, it was right there, next to the telephone.
Couldn't you use the pad?
No, dear.
Why?
It was in the kitchen.
What was the telephone pad doing in the kitchen?
The kitchen table wobbles, Jerry.
Oh.
I still don't see what you're making such a fuss about.
I threw the folder away.
Oh. When?
Just now, a few minutes ago, somewhere between here and the apartment. Come on, let's retrace our steps and see if we can find it.
All right. Jerry, are you sure it's not in your pocket?
Positive. There was only one match left, and I used it. I remember distinctly because I was so pleased with myself for lighting the cigarette on a single match with the wind blowing.
Well, then you should remember where.
Darling, I don't make it a point to notice my surroundings every time I stop to light a cigarette. Wait a minute, what's that?
A chewing gum wrapper. You know, Jerry, I don't think you're fair. You threw the match folder away, and then you blame me.
Of course I threw it away. It was empty. How was I to know there was anything written on it?
Well, I don't see why you have to be so mean about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. It's just that I'm anxious to talk to Lawrence. I won't say anything more about it. But let's try to find the folder.
Oh, well, there's a pile of rubbish, Jerry. Maybe it's in there.
Well, let's see. No, that's not it. Maybe under here. You know, if you can only remember the name of his hotel, try and think.
Hotel, it began with an R. Was it an M? Oh, I know. Caldwell.
Caldwell?
No, that's not it. Anyway, Jerry, I couldn't help it, could I?
Couldn't help what?
That one leg of the kitchen table is short.
I guess not.
What you doing, mister?
Oh, hello, son. We're looking for a match folder.
I got a match.
Thanks. That's not what we want. It's the folder.
A special one?
Yeah, orange, and it has the name of the Zigzag Club on it.
Zigzag Club?
Uh-huh. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. That match folder is somewhere between here and 24 St. Anne's Place. You help us look for it, will you? If you find it, I'll give you $5.
$5? Gee!
That's right, and we'd better get back to the apartment, Pam. Maybe Lee Lawrence will phone again.
But the movie...
Oh, I don't care so much for what's her name, after all.
Good evening, Axel. Nice evening. Beautiful evening.
It stinks.
Okay, so it stinks.
What do you have?
Nothing.
On the wagon?
I'm here on business. Where's Dutch?
In the back.
Well, I want to see him.
Lulu's with him, and he don't want to be disturbed.
Yeah, but this is important. It's about the Norths.
Oh. Okay, come on. Hey, you see this tooth?
Which one?
The one that's missing.
No, I don't see it. It ain't there.
You know why?
No.
I walked in on the boss and Lulu once before.
Well, this time not.
Okay. Who is it? It's me, Axel.
What do you want?
Pinky wants to see you. Says it's important. Something about them Norths.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Okay, Pinky, what's on your mind?
Would you pay $5 for a folder of matches?
Huh?
I said, would you pay $5?
What kind of matches?
Ordinary ones, like they give you when you buy cigarettes.
Are you nuts?
Look, you don't like that North guy, do you?
Look, you said something about matches.
The Norths helped put the law onto your brother, didn't they?
Okay, so I hate him. If it wasn't for them, Mac wouldn't be giving the best years of his life to the warden at Sing Sing. What's that got to do with buying match covers for $5?
Well, if North was mixed up in something fishy now.
Is he?
Could be.
Come on, open up. What gives? What do you know?
Well, when a guy offers $5 for a folder of ordinary matches, wouldn't you detect a strong odor of mackerel?
You mean North wants to pay $5 for matches?
That's what I overheard him offer a kid on the street. Look, North lost a folder of matches, and if the kid could find it right...
I'd like to see that folder.
Suppose I found it. Suppose I got it right here in my pocket.
Have you?
And suppose it has a name and a phone number on it.
Okay, suppose it has.
Well, what's it worth to you?
That all depends. Maybe it don't amount to anything.
Yeah? Then why is North so anxious to get it back?
Well, we'll see. Let's have the folder.
Oh, not so fast. I got to get something out of this.
Okay. Give me the folder. I'll call the number and say I'm North. I'll find out what the setup is. And if it's worth anything to me, you'll be taken care of.
How do I know I can trust you?
I got an honest face. Come on, let's have the folder.
Well, all right, but I got to get my cut.
Okay. Where's the folder?
Here you are.
Good. Come in.
What's going on, Dutch?
Be with you in a second, honey. I gotta make a phone call.
Oh, what's it all about, Axel? Oh, hello, Pinky.
Hello.
Pinky found some $5 matches, and the boss got interested.
Say, what are you trying to...
Hello?
Hello?
Is that Mr. Lawrence? Eugene Lawrence?
Yes, this is he.
Oh, well, this is Gerald North.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Okay. Say, look, I've been thinking over what you suggested, and I've decided you're right.
Yeah? Well, that's nice.
Yeah, it would spoil the whole thing if the murder is discovered too soon.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It has to be kept quiet, and it won't be hard. After all, if Mrs. Stokes keeps to her story, there's no way for anyone to find out except the doctor, and he can be bought off.
Bought off, huh?
It all fits together. She got all the money from her uncle, so money doesn't matter to her. And it's right in character.
In character.
Sure, and wait till you hear the new angle I've got so no one will find out her uncle was crazy.
Crazy, huh?
I don't want to tell you over the phone. I'd rather have more time to talk it over. Are you busy now? I could run over.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on over.
Are you home?
Yeah, I'm home.
Oh, good. I'll be right over. Let's see. The address is 24 St. Anne's Place, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Fine. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Now, so long.
So long.
What's going on, sugar?
Plenty. Boy, oh boy, am I gonna make that Weisenheimer sweat.
I told you to be good.
What Weisenheimer, Dutch?
That North guy, I'm gonna square things with him and that dumb wife of his.
Oh, but how? Who was that you were talking to on the phone?
Friend of North. Seems they're covering up for some rich dame who knocked somebody off. And aren't they just gonna love it, though, when little Dutch walks in and tells them he knows all about it?
Well, what do I get out of it?
You'll get yours, don't worry. The dame has a lot of dough she got from her batty uncle. And she's willing to spend it to keep things quiet.
Well, she better pay plenty or I'm gonna...
Okay. Come on, Axel. You and me are going over and collect.
Okay, boss. Hey, how about me?
You wait here. We'll be back.
All right, but hit him for plenty. And remember, I gotta get what's coming to me.
Don't worry, brother. You will. But first, North is gonna get what's coming to him. Come on, Axel.
We'll be back with the Woodbury Facial Soap program and Mr. and Mrs. North in a minute. But first, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone. When a man says he likes you to look natural, ladies, you know what he means. He wants you to look naturally lovely. And that's why those smart young beauties, the marrying Woodbury Debs, never miss their Woodbury Facial cocktail. One of the most glamorous Woodbury Debs to marry recently is pretty Joanne Newcomb of California. She's now Mrs. Guy Price, Jr. Her complexion is velvet smooth and clear. And if you could ask her about skin care, she'd tell you...
He loves me with that fresh, natural look my Woodbury facial cocktail gives. So I pat Woodbury lather into my skin till it glows, then rinse twice, first with hot water and then with cold.
How does it happen that so many popular girls trust their complexions to no soap but Woodbury? Because Woodbury Facial Soap is made for the sole purpose of keeping skin lovely by skin scientists who know the nature of fine-textured skin and how to care for it. They put into Woodbury Facial Soap only the purest beauty oils, plus a special costly ingredient for extra mildness. Naturally, your skin is softer, smoother, clearer after a Woodbury Facial cocktail. So ask for Woodbury Facial Soap and follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello. I'm Eugene Lawrence.
Oh, swell. Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, it's good to meet you, North. After all the letters we've written back and forth, it seems like we already know each other.
Yes, gosh, I'm glad you came over. I've been trying to get hold of you, but your number was mislaid, and I didn't know where to reach you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I didn't know where to reach you, or I'd have called.
But you did call.
I did?
I mean...
Huh?
Don't you remember?
No, what are you talking about?
Our conversation about the book.
You mean what I wrote to you?
No, what you told me on the phone.
On the phone?
Huh?
But I... Oh, here's my wife. Pam, I want you to meet Eugene Lawrence.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lawrence. I'm so glad that you didn't wait for Jerry to phone you, because there was only one match left, and Jerry threw away the folder.
Well, what's that?
Yes. I suppose it's really my fault, but you see, one leg of the kitchen table was short, and I put the pad under it, so I had to use the folder.
Oh.
We looked all over the street, but we couldn't find it. Jerry even got down on his knees in the gutter.
In the gutter?
In the gutter.
Well, what was he doing there?
Well, looking for your telephone number, of course.
Perhaps I'd better go.
Oh, but you just got here, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, well, I know, but I... Miss North, just answer one question. Did you or did you not talk to me on the phone about 15 minutes ago?
Just a second.
We couldn't have, Mr. Lawrence. We weren't here.
Hello.
Hello, North. We're coming in. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
Wait
boss.
a minute.
Hello, Mrs. North. Axel and me thought we'd pay you a little visit.
Well,
And this must be that Eugene Lawrence guy.
How do you know about me?
It ain't how I know, brother. It's what I know.
Well, what do you know?
Plenty.
Just what is it you want?
We come to the point. Cash.
For what?
For keeping my mouth shut.
About what?
About a certain dame named Mrs. Stokes.
what?
Yeah. I know all about her. I know her uncle was batty and she didn't want anyone to know it. I know she knocked off a guy and is willing to put up her uncle's dough to keep it quiet. Well, I'm going to have a hunk of that dough, a big hunk. What are you laughing at?
You think that Say, how'd you find out about that?
All of a sudden, that ain't so funny, eh?
I think I'm beginning to understand a few things at last.
Okay. What I want to know is, do we talk business or don't we?
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, my friend.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's all a mistake.
Okay. Make like you ain't worried. But you'll sing different when I spill what I know to the cops.
You're just wasting your time.
I know. You think on account of you got friends on the force, they'll go easy. Well, let me tell you, a copper's a copper.
You don't know how funny this is.
So it's funny. Do you make me an offer or don't you?
We don't.
Good. I was kind of hoping you'd take this attitude on account I got ethics. And if you paid, I'd have shut up. But I always wanted to see you squirm, and brother, I'm going to. Come on, Axel.
Okay, boss.
And when things get hot, North, don't think you'll get out of it by putting it all on that Mrs. Stokes. By covering her, you've been obstructing justice, and that makes you an...
accessory after the fact.
Yeah, an accessory after the fact. Well, let's go, Axel. I got a phone call to make. And then I got an idea this isn't going to seem so funny to these punks.
Oh, Bill, surely you don't take it seriously.
All I know is that it wouldn't be the first time you and Pam held out on me.
It's really too silly to discuss. The whole thing's been a ridiculous comedy of errors.
Don't you see, Lieutenant? He must have been the one who called me, and when I told him about the book...
All right. You told me that before. When the Norse get mixed up in something, there's always some explanation. And usually it turns out that the explanation is phony and that something really is going on.
Bill, do you mean to tell me that you're taking the word of a criminal against ours?
Well, I don't know that he is a criminal. I don't know who it was who called me. He wouldn't give his name.
It was that awful Dutch Garber. You know, we helped you catch his brother, and he's had it in for us ever since.
Besides, Bill, since when have the police taken such stock in anonymous phone calls?
When they concern the Norse.
Oh, Bill, come on. Forget it, won't you? It's really funny. I only wish you could see the joke.
Yeah, so do I.
Say, this gives me an idea for the book. Look, after they pay off the doctor...
Wait a minute. I've got to answer the phone.
Oh, you're not going to keep on being silly about this, are you, Bill?
Okay, Pam, just call me Suckerwagon and let's forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm sorry you don't trust us.
It's for you, Bill.
Oh, right, thanks. Yeah, Mullins. What's that? Who? I see. Right. Right, okay, I'll be right over. So long. Well, so it was all a gag, huh? Just something out of a book. You know, someday I ought to lock you Norse up just to teach you a lesson.
What are you talking about?
What happened, Bill?
It was Dutch Garber who called me,
Well, he said he was going to call you.
But it didn't amount to anything, did it? He thought he knew something, but it was just a lot of eyewash out of this fellow's book.
What are you driving at? What's happened?
Well, it seems that one of your fictional characters resented the call.
What do you mean?
I mean that Dutch Garber has just been found with a couple of slugs in him.
What?
He's dead?
Right. Now, don't try to tell me that this is just Chapter 18.
Oh.
You've got a real corpse with real lead in him. You folks had better start talking, and talking fast.
Gollies, I thought for a while that Bill was really going to lock us up, Jerry.
Well, he's pretty sore, and I suppose you can't blame him.
Now he'll never trust us again. Not unless we can solve this case and show him that we had no connection with it. Jerry, that's why I want to go down to Dutch's saloon. If we can find that fellow who was with him, he may be able to tell us something.
I've got it all worked out.
Do you mean you...
After the doctor is paid off, Mrs. Stokes hides the body.
Oh. that?
Must we go into it now?
Oh, wait until you hear the gimmick I've got. That place you didn't like. This fixes it up. I tell you, it's a twist that'll be a sensation.
I wonder why Bill let us go.
He saw he couldn't get anything out of us.
It's dark, see? And she drags the body out of the car and dumps it in the river. But what she doesn't know is
Well,
that
here we are.
the body that was in the car...
Not now, please. We have work to do. Here, driver, keep the change.
Thanks.
Gollies. Not a very inviting place, is it?
Well, it was your idea, darling.
I've seen nicer places than this in nightmares.
And nicer people.
Yes.
Jerry, see if you can find the fellow who was with Mr. Dutch. You know, the one he called Axel.
Are you looking for me, Mrs. North?
Oh, I didn't see you.
What do you want?
We just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Suppose I don't want to answer.
Oh, that'd hardly be hospitable. All we want to know is where you and Dutch went when you left our apartment.
What's it to you?
Oh, we just want to know.
I come here. I don't know where Dutch went, so what?
Where did Dutch say he was going?
He didn't.
Haven't you any idea whom he was going to see?
Go peddle your paper someplace else. I ain't got time to bother with you.
I'm sorry. I thought you might be willing to help.
Help what?
Help us find who killed Dutch.
Who killed him? Say, what are you talking about?
Dutch is dead, and we're trying
Why,
to find...
you dirty rat!
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Yeah? Nobody's bumping off the boss and getting away with it, see?
What are you doing with that gun? We didn't bump off the boss.
Oh, no? Now I see why you thought it was so funny when he told you what he knew. You was all ready to take care of him,
Don't
huh?
be silly.
Get back to your tables, you mugs, and sit down. I'll handle this.
Please, Mr. Axel, put that gun away. It's all a mistake.
I'll put it away when I'm finished with it.
Oh, gollies, everything's gone wrong. And all because one leg of the kitchen table is short.
Before we return to Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury Facial Soap. Ladies, when you work up a good bubbly lather of Woodbury on your face cloth and work it into your skin, you do more than make it immaculately clean. When you run your hand over your face, you find it softer and smoother. And when you look in your glass, you see a complexion livelier, more glowing. For Woodbury Facial Soap is truly a beauty treatment in cake form, as any glamorous Woodbury Deb will tell you. Now listen to what one of the loveliest has to say about it. She's Joanne Newcomb Price, a Woodbury Deb just married out in California. And she has a fine textured complexion that needs especially gentle care. Yet patriotic Joanne is not one to just sit around and look pretty. She's an ardent victory gardener and sells what she grows for war relief. And here's what she writes.
Gardening's dirty work, but my skin stays clear and bright with Woodbury. Even California sunshine doesn't dry or coarsen my complexion. I love the clean feel and look of my skin after a Woodbury facial cocktail. He loves it, too.
Why don't you follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance? Ask for Woodbury Facial Soap. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, the stars of Mr. and Mrs. North, will appear next Sunday night on Woodbury's other program, the Chamber Music Society of Lower Basin Street. Be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North on Lower Basin Street next Sunday evening, immediately following Walter Winchell. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Okay, now. Get moving. In the back.
Just a minute. Won't you please put that gun away and listen to reason?
I ain't interested.
Look, Axel, what makes you so sure that we're the ones who bumped off the boss?
Any dope would know that.
Oh.
Didn't anyone know he was going to try to blackmail us?
Well, yeah.
Well, isn't it possible that they thought that we paid the boss and they killed him in order to rob him?
Well,
Of course. There's your answer, Axel. Who knew Dutch was going to come over?
Wait a minute, not so fast. You're just trying to get out of it.
Oh, no, we're not. But if you want to make an example, you ought to make it out of the right person.
But how do I know the right person ain't you, huh?
Would we have come here if we'd killed Dutch?
I don't know.
There'd have been no point in it. It would have been suicide.
Why did you come?
We want to find out who killed Dutch, and if you'd only help us, then we'd
Well, okay. I guess you're right.
Oh.
It feels good to breathe again.
All right, Mr. Axel. Now, who knew that Dutch hoped to get money from us?
Well, Pinky and,
Yes?
only Pinky, that's all.
I thought you were going to say someone else.
I says only Pinky.
All right, all right.
Where can we find Pinky?
That's him over there. Hey, Pinky, come here.
Has he been here ever since you got back?
Yeah.
Hello. Hey, did I see a bit of gunplay a moment ago?
Just a little disagreement. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry. I'll only think something of it if something like that didn't happen in this place. Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, I see you know us.
Oh, yes, I get around.
I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Pinky.
Go right ahead, but I don't promise an answer.
Where were you while Axel and Dutch were out calling on us?
Right here. Why?
Can you prove it?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Oh, nothing. Only you may have to.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And now may I ask a question?
Sure. Little John Kieran, that's me.
Who's that pretty girl at your table?
Lulu?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's Lulu. Dutch's girl.
Leave her out of this.
Oh, but Axel, with her looks, it's a shame to leave her out.
But she don't know nothing, see?
Shame on you, Axel. That's no way to talk about a young lady.
I mean about Dutch's murder.
Dutch's murder? Hey, what do you mean?
Axel, you've spilled the beans.
Hey, is Dutch been...
As if you didn't know.
No, Axel, honest, I was here the whole time.
Well, while you two decide who was where, I'm going over and talk to Glamourpuss.
Wait a minute, Nort. I tell you, she didn't know nothing, see?
That's all right. With her looks, she doesn't have to. I just want to talk to her.
Well, I'm going with you.
So am I.
Okay.
Jerry, I'm surprised at you. She's nothing but a painted floozy.
Well, I've always been an admirer of painting, sweetheart. Hello, gorgeous. May we join you?
Why, sure, big boy. Sit down. There's a dame with you.
Oh, don't mind her. She's a little number I picked up in the subway. Pinky, you'll take her off my hands, won't you, pal?
Jerry.
I see you've got ideas, but my boyfriend will be coming back soon, and he's not going to like them.
Dutch?
Yeah. You know him?
Sure. But don't worry about Dutch. He won't be coming back for a long time.
How do you know?
I know. So, come on. Let's be friends.
Take your hands off of her.
Why? She likes me. Don't you, honey?
Well...
See?
Leave her alone.
Go away, Axel. I'm busy.
I see you are.
North, if you don't leave her alone,
North.
I'm gonna...
Did you say North?
Yeah, Gerald North.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Axel, now you went and spoiled it all.
What is this, North? What's going on? What are you trying to do?
That's what I'd like to know.
Just checking on a motive?
What do you mean?
Well, I never really believed robbery was the motive because the murderer couldn't know where the Dutch had the money. So I began looking for another motive, and I think I've found it.
Motive? Murder? Say, what are you talking about?
About Dutch. He's been murdered.
Hey, Lolo, please
Well,
don't...
I have an idea it was Axel who murdered him. Because you were in love with Dutch's girl.
Oh, Axel, you
And you figured this would be a good time to do it because Dutch had just informed on me, so I'd be suspected instead of you. After all, you thought I was already involved in one murder, so I was a natural fall guy.
No, you don't. Don't reach for that gun again.
Let go!
Not yet, brother.
Hey, Peggy!
Jerry, look out. Pinky has a chair.
Hey, Lawrence, how about some help?
Right on, North.
Get you. Watch out for those two guys.
Guy's head's like a rock.
This is what I was trying to tell you, North, about the book. There's a free-for-all, and then...
Okay, break it up. Come on, break it up. I got you covered, all of you. Cops, right. Put up your hands, you mug.
Axel's going for the door.
Look up, Pam. We're in the line of fire, so Bill can't shoot. Here, duck under the stairs.
All right. We got down just in time.
Yeah, Bill's driven him into the corner.
Come on, drop your guns and come out of there. You can't get away. The place is surrounded. Okay, mister, you asked for it.
You see, North, there's this free-for-all, and then the cops break in and arrest Mrs. Stokes, and then comes the switch. It isn't Mrs. Stokes. Mrs. Stokes is the corpse. And now I ask you, is that a switch or is that a switch?
Bill jumped him and got him.
Well, North, how does the plot strike you now?
Not so hard.
Why? What's the matter with it?
Well, somehow I found it awfully hard to keep my mind on it.
So that's why Bill let us go.
Yeah, he knew he couldn't get us to talk, so he let us go and followed us, thinking we'd lead him into something.
Well, we certainly did.
Mm-hmm.
Gollies, Jerry, he came right in the nick of time. Just like the Marines. Oh, it certainly was lucky he followed us.
Lucky?
Well, wasn't it?
Pam, do you think I'm crazy?
What do you mean, dear?
Do you think I'd have gotten into a fight with a murderer in a dive like that if I didn't know the police had been following me?
Oh, you knew all the time.
Of course. But even so, it was a pretty bad few minutes. I hope I'll never have to go through anything like it again.
Well, I know what you can do to prevent it.
What?
You can fix that leg on the kitchen table.
Starting today, your bookseller has on sale the latest Mr. and Mrs. North mystery novel. It's titled Killing the Goose. Get a copy of Killing the Goose tonight. And next Wednesday evening, another radio adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtis. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. This is Ben Brower saying good night for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Long live, never change.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. When George Valentine opened his own office, he advertised to the world at large that no matter what problem might be troubling them, all they had to do was leave it to George. Since then, he has had a variety of clients with a variety of problems. Now it's early morning. George is just opening the door to his office.
Oh, here's Mr. Valentine now.
Well, good morning, Claire.
Mr. Valentine, this is Mr. Ralston. He's been waiting to see you.
Oh, fine. Glad to know you, Mr. Ralston. What can I do for you?
Mr. Valentine, do you like dogs?
Do I like dogs? Why, Mr. Ralston, you're speaking of man's best friend. Everyone else may fail you, but a dog remains faithful and loyal to the end. I guess I like him. Why?
Because I've got to find Snookums a home for a couple of days.
Snookums?
My dog.
Oh.
My wife calls him Snookums. She's a great one for nicknames. She calls me Bunny.
Where do I come in on this, Bunny, Mr. Ralston?
Well, you understand I can't trust just anyone with Snookums. He's a very valuable dog. Besides, my wife is quite fond of him.
But, Mr. Ralston, why do you have to find a home for him?
Well, I've got to have him out of the house for the next couple of days.
Why?
Because because I just do, that's all.
Well, why not send him to a kennel?
Oh, I couldn't do that. They might, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Snookums wouldn't be happy there. You see, he doesn't like dogs.
He doesn't like dogs?
No, just people.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Valentine, I believe you're just the man I've been looking for. Will you take care of Snookums for me?
Oh, but Mr. Ralston...
You'd have to keep him with you all the time. I'll be back here day after tomorrow to pick him up. Will you do it?
I don't know about that.
I'll pay you well, of course.
How well?
Suppose we say $200 for the 2 days?
$200 and expenses?
Oh, yes, of course, $200 and expenses.
Mr. Ralston, I'm your man.
But, Mr. Valentine...
It's all right, Claire. Where's Snookums now?
Downstairs in my car. You'll have to take him right away. I can't keep him with me for another minute because you see, I'm in a hurry.
Claire, get Sonny. Have him go with Mr. Ralston to my apartment. Sonny can stay with Snookums till I get home.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Then I'll see you day after tomorrow, Mr. Ralston?
Oh, yes, certainly. I'll be here. Oh, and, Mr. Valentine, you'll be good to him, won't you?
Good to him? Don't you worry, Mr. Ralston. That mutt has got himself a mother. Okay, Claire, let's go. I bought Snookum something for supper.
What'd you get?
Quarter pound of hamburger.
Oh, do you think that'll be enough?
Well, it ought to give him 2 good meals anyway.
What kind of a dog is he?
Well, to tell you the truth, Claire, I forgot to ask Mr. Ralston. He was in such a rush.
He certainly was.
Yeah. Snookum. Must be a lap dog with a name like that.
Think so?
Yeah. Probably a Pomeranian or a Pete.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like to keep bringing up a woman's instinct, but I wish you hadn't gone ahead with this.
Now, what's the matter with you, Claire? Why, what could be softer? $200 in expenses just to have a dog for a roommate.
Yes, but there was something about Mr. Ralston. He seemed to be keeping something from you.
Oh, women and their imagination. Come on, hurry up. Snookums must be getting hungry. I hope Sonny's been nice to Snookum.
Oh, you don't have to worry. Sonny's always been crazy about kittens and rabbits.
Yeah?
I suppose he likes little dogs, too.
I hope so. Yo! Hey, look up!
Mr. Valentine, it's a horse!
Down! Down! Now, don't be afraid, Claire. It's just a great day.
Just a great... Mr. Valentine!
Down, Snookum! Down!
He wants the meat.
Well, I'm trying to give it to him. Get down!
Get away from me. Mr. Valentine, give him the meat.
But he wants my arm, too.
Well, throw the package on the floor.
Oh, here, Snookum. Yeah, there. Phew. Okay, Claire.
Oh, look at your apartment.
Oh, you mean what's left of it. Now, why would Sonny let him chew up the furniture? You'd think he'd have enough sense to take care of him.
You'd think you'd have enough sense to ask what kind of a dog it was.
So, where is that kid?
That's funny. I wonder what... Oh, Mr. Valentine, you don't think...
Now, Claire, don't be silly. He's a friendly dog.
Too friendly. Sonny, where are you?
On top of the mantel.
Sonny.
Well, what are you doing up there?
He kept knocking me down. I had to get away.
Oh, Sonny, you're a coward.
He's bigger than I am, Mr. Valentine. I didn't mind when he knocked me down and licked my face, but I got a little nervous when he started putting my head in his mouth.
All right, come on down.
Now while he's there.
Claire, put Snookums in the kitchen.
Put him there yourself. You're his mother.
Oh, great. Here, Snookums. Snookums. Oh, follow me, Snookums.
You run, he'll follow you.
He will? Okay. Come on, Snookums.
Mr. Valentine, what happened?
He followed me. Now, stay in there, you big mutt. All right, Sonny, you can come down now.
Okay.
A little lap dog.
Well, how was I to know?
I've got news for you, Mr. Valentine. He eats 6 pounds of food a day.
6 pounds? What kind of food?
I'm not sure. He seemed awful fond of my head.
Okay, I'll get him a bone.
Mr. Valentine, if you listen to me, you'll take that dog right back to Mr. Ralston.
Now, Claire, I promised to take care of him, didn't I? Anyway, I don't even know where Mr. Ralston lives.
You see, there's something awfully fishy about the whole thing. Maybe it isn't even his dog.
Will you stop it?
All right, have it your own way. But I'm not staying. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Sonny, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Oh?
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to stay here and help me take care of Snookums.
But, Mr. Valentine...
You heard me.
Where will I sleep?
Well, you can sleep with me.
And where will Snookum sleep?
In the kitchen.
Okay. But you tell him, will you?
Well, good night, boys, and sweet dreams.
Sonny,
What's the matter?
will you please get your cold feet off my back?
You must be dreaming.
Oh, Sonny, stop it. Oh, Sonny.
It isn't me. It's Snookum.
Snookums. Why, you get out of this bed, you mutt. Now go on, feed it.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, sweet dreams.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
Snookums.
What?
It's your turn, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, not again. Oh, Claire, it's you.
Good morning, Mr. Valentine. Beautiful morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Sonny.
Jeepers, says, how can you be so cheerful so early in the morning?
It isn't very early.
Well, we didn't get much sleep last night.
Oh, too bad. Where's the new boarder?
In the kitchen, eating his breakfast.
Horse meat, pounds and pounds.
He's practically got the whole horse in there.
I brought you the morning paper, Mr. Valentine.
Well, that's thoughtful of you.
Here, read this story on the second page.
Why, something special?
I don't like to say I told you so, Mr. Valentine. Read it for yourself.
Hey, what's it all about?
Go ahead.
Suffering cats. It's a picture of Snookums.
Read it.
Valuable dog stolen.
Stolen?
Hercules of Meadowbrook, owned by Madam Charlotte Cornwell Smith, famous retired opera singer.
Opera singer?
Disappeared from his home yesterday. Oh, I don't want to read any more. Go ahead. What does it say, Claire?
Madam Cornwell Smith entered him in the dog show tomorrow morning. He was expected to make his championship. Foul play is suspected.
Well, do you suppose Ralston stole him and then got cold feet and dumped him off on me?
He's your little charge. You figure it out.
Jeepers, Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Well, we've got to get Snookums to Madam Cornwell Smith's home without the police seeing him. Maybe she'll believe my story.
It's going to take a little doing to get that big ox home without somebody seeing it.
But we can't keep him here. That dog is wanted by the police.
Yeah, we got a hot dog.
Down, Snookums, down. Okay, Sonny, open the front door and see if the coast is clear.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Claire, where'd you park my car?
Around the corner, I couldn't get any closer.
Well, if the coast is clear, we'll make a dash for it.
You and Snookums make the dash. I'll catch up with you.
Mr. Valentine.
What's the matter?
There's a policeman crossing the street, and he's headed this way, toward this building.
Oh, great guns. Come on, we got to get him back upstairs.
You haven't got time.
Then we got to hide him.
Have you got a piano box handy?
Oh, wait a minute. Look, in front of Mrs. Jones' apartment. A buggy.
A baby buggy?
Yeah, come on, Sonny, help me.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Mrs. Jones won't mind if we borrow it for a few minutes. Sonny, get his feet.
He keeps wiggling them.
Claire, help him.
I'm trying to.
Now, give him a shove.
Be a good dog.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, cover him up. You wheel him, Claire.
You wheel him. He's your baby.
Oh, thanks. Now, come on, fast. And don't stop to talk. Open the door, Sonny.
I've got all my fingers crossed.
He's coming this way, all right.
Oh, Lady Luck, stay with us.
Well, good morning, folks. Out to give the baby an airing?
Oh, that's right, officer. Come along, sweetheart.
Can I take a peek? I'm just crazy about babies.
Oh,
He's sleeping, officer.
Oh, too bad. Who does he look like?
Just like his mother.
Isn't that nice?
You're too modest, darling. Officer, he's the image of his father.
Really, now?
Oh, yes. He has his father's ears.
Come on, Claire. Goodbye, officer.
Say, did you hear a dog last night? We got several complaints from this building.
A dog? Well, we were awfully busy last night, officer. Snookums kept us up.
I know how that is. I got 6 just like yours.
Yes?
I want to speak to Madam... Why, it's you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine.
I want to talk to you.
Not so loud. Come in.
Well, what are you doing here anyway?
Why, I live here.
You live here?
Certainly. I'm Mr. Madam Cornwall Smith.
Huh?
I mean, she's Mrs. Ralston.
Well, now, look, I don't know what this is all about, and I don't want to know. But I've got your dog outside my car. You come on down with me and get him, you understand?
Mr. Valentine, you promised you'd help me.
I don't want to be in on anything crooked.
But this isn't crooked. You see, first there was her voice.
Her voice?
I had to play second fiddle to my wife's voice.
Oh, that's right. She was an opera singer, wasn't she?
Then I bought Snookums, and since then she's paid no attention to me at all. Snookums comes first. Why, I'm the one who's been leading a dog's life.
Well, I'm very sorry for you, Mr. Ralston, but I don't...
She said she'd enter him into this show, but she promised to give him away if he didn't make his championship.
Give him away?
My brother has children. They'd love to have Snookums.
Are they big, strong children?
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid that if he's in the show, he'll become a champion. And you know what my life will be like then?
You mean you want me to keep Snookums so that he can't be in the dog show? Is that it?
Will you do it?
Oh, now listen, the police are looking for him.
Well, I can't call them off or my wife will suspect me. But the dog belongs to me, not to my wife. And I have papers to prove it.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Ralston,
I'm your client. You can't let me down.
I don't like to, Mr. Ralston.
It's only until tomorrow. It's the only thing I can do to get a little attention around this house. Things have got to change. After all, I've been a chump for 30 years.
Okay, Mr. Ralston, okay. I guess I can be one for another 24 hours.
Well, George seems to be having a lot of trouble with his latest client, a Great Dane. We'll see what happens in a minute. Meanwhile, I'd like to talk about 2 of the best things in a motorist's life that are free. Sure, you guessed it. I mean free air and free water. And my point about these familiar conveniences is very simple. They really are free at a Chevron gas station. The Chevron dealer never wants you to feel that just because you want a tire checked, you have to buy a quart of RPM compounded motor oil or some Chevron Supreme gasoline. No, sir. He welcomes the chance to fill your radiator or to check your tires. It lets him prove that he really is alert and cheerful about his service. All Chevron gas stations, you know, are home-owned, and the best way these local businessmen have of making good is to treat you right. Just remember that next time your radiator or tires need checking. Look for a cream, green, and burgundy Chevron gas station. You're always welcome, and your Chevron credit card will be good as gold. George promised Mr. Ralston he'd hide Snookums until after the dog show. Now, it's a few minutes later. George, Claire, Sonny, and Snookums are driving home.
Of all the crazy fool jobs, this takes the prize. Playing nursemaid to a dog, I quit.
Now, Claire, will you stop it? We'll get to my apartment soon, and all I have to do is keep him there until tomorrow.
Hurry, will you, Mr. Valentine? There's not much room in the back of this car for both Snookums and me.
Now, Sonny, with Snookums on the floor, you've got the whole back seat to yourself.
Yeah, we started out that way, but now our positions are reversed.
Mr. Valentine, don't pull up in front of the building.
What's the matter?
That policeman again.
Oh, no.
He's talking to some woman.
Mrs. Jones, we borrowed her buggy.
What are you going to do?
Oh, drive around to the back of our building. Sonny, you take Snookums up the fire escape.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Claire and I'll wait until the coast is clear, then we'll go up the front way and let you in.
Why do I have to be the one to take Snookums?
Now, Sonny, follow orders. Did you unlock the back door, Claire?
A few minutes ago.
Then what's keeping Sonny and Snookums?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, I'd better find out.
Sonny's probably got his hands full.
Not a sign of him.
There's Sonny, at the bottom of the fire escape.
Sonny, what are you doing down there?
I'm looking for Snookums.
What? Where is he?
If I knew, I wouldn't have to look.
What are you talking about? Sonny, come on up here.
Okay, Mr. Valentine.
I was afraid something like this would happen.
Now, Claire, a dog his size doesn't just disappear all of a sudden. Sonny, will you hurry?
I'm coming as fast as I can.
What happened? Where is he?
Well, you see, when we got to the fire escape, he went ahead of me. When I was on the second floor, he was on the fourth floor.
Why did you let him go to the fourth floor? I live on the second floor.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't think Snookums does.
Oh, never mind. Which way did he go?
Well, then I went up to the fourth floor, but he went down to the first floor. And that's the last I saw of him.
Do you suppose he's somewhere in the building?
Claire, you go to all the apartments on the first floor. I'll take this floor. And Sonny, you take the third and fourth floors.
Hey, why do I get 2 floors?
Because you lost him. Now get going.
Isn't that your telephone, Mr. Valentine?
Yes. Come on, Claire. Sonny, you go ahead and find Snookums.
I'll try, Mr. Valentine.
Want me to get it?
Never mind. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes?
This is Mr. Ralston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ralston.
Something terrible has happened. Dumpling has had a nervous collapse.
Who's Dumpling?
My wife,
Oh.
she's worried about Snookums. That's why I called you. Mr. Valentine, I've decided to tell her everything. I want you to bring the dog back.
Well, I can't do that.
You can't. Why not?
I mean, you can't do that. Now, look, Mr. Ralston, this is your chance to take a firm stand. You don't want to be a chump for the rest of your life, do you?
Well, no, I don't think so, but...
Mr. Ralston, be a man.
But she cries all the time, and it's so unnerving. I think I ought to get the dog back to her.
Yes, Bunny, I think you'd better.
Who said that? It sounded like my wife.
It is your wife. I'm on the extension phone.
Oh, Dumpling. Well, you see, dear, it was like this.
We'll discuss that later. Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Mrs. Ralston.
You bring that dog back here immediately. Do you understand?
Oh, but, Mrs. Ralston.
I said immediately.
But, Snookums likes it here.
I don't care about that. I want Snookums.
Oh, well, you'll get him back when I find time.
Has something happened to Snookums?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, remember, he's going to be in a dog show tomorrow.
I know, but... Yes, you see, that's just it. You don't want him doing a lot of traveling today, do you? It might upset him.
Well, Snookums is sensitive.
Oh, he is. Very sensitive.
Very well. But if Snookums isn't back in time for the show and in good condition, you can do your explaining to the police. Is that clear, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, perfectly clear.
All right. Put him on.
Put him on?
Yes. I want to talk to him.
You want to talk to Snookums?
He'll recognize my voice.
Oh, he always recognizes your voice, Dumpling.
Put him on.
Just a minute. Claire, what am I going to do? She wants to talk to Snookums.
Figure it out for yourself, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, here, Snookums. Snookums. Oh, Snookums. All right, Mrs. Ralston. He's listening.
Oh.
Go ahead and talk.
Snookums. Hello, my precious. Hello, my angel. Speak to Mother. Sweetheart. Snookums, speak to me. What's the matter with his voice?
Bad connection.
Oh. Now remember, the first thing in the morning, Mr. Valentine, we'll meet you at the dog show.
All right, Mrs. Ralston. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Ralston.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye, Dumpling.
You come upstairs.
Hello, girlie.
I'm sorry to bother you, but have you seen anything of a dog?
Hey, how are you, girlie?
A large dog?
Hey, what are you doing this evening?
Looking for a dog.
Pardon me, but have you seen anything of a dog?
A dog?
Yes, ma'am, a dog.
He just got home from work. He's eating his supper.
Come on, will you hurry up?
Now where are we going?
Well, it's a cinch he's not in this building. We'll have to look in every building for miles around. Sonny, why didn't you hang on to him?
Jeepers, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're sorry. A lot of good that does. Don't you realize he's a very valuable dog?
Maybe we ought to call the police.
Oh, if they hear about this, then I will be sunk.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Will you stop saying that?
Now take it easy.
Well, can you blame me? I fail a client. His wife never speaks to him again. The man's life is ruined. And Sonny's sorry.
I'm very sorry.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Valentine.
What's the matter?
That policeman again.
Oh, just keep right on walking. Don't see him.
Wait, just a minute there. I want a word with you.
Oh, good afternoon, officer.
What were you doing with Mrs. Jones's buggy? I found it for her around the corner.
Oh, darling, we forgot to return her buggy.
You forgot, sweetheart.
Yeah, well, I'm terribly sorry, officer. I'll apologize to Mrs. Jones when I see her.
And another thing. Mrs. Jones tells me you don't even have a baby. Now, what's going on around here anyway?
Well, she didn't know about it. I mean, it just happened, yeah. I mean, sort of sudden-like. Wasn't it, darling?
Oh, yes. Very sudden.
Well, where's the little one now?
Where's the little one? Well, he's at Grandma's. Yes, we're just going to get him. Goodbye, officer.
I'll see you again.
I think he's getting suspicious.
Well, we have enough to worry about.
Hey, something's going on across the street.
Well, come on, let's go. Maybe one of them has seen Snookums.
Is that a restaurant?
Well, in a way. It's called Frank's Place. Ladies invited.
I never saw such a sight. He dashed over to our table and knocked it right over.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you almost caused a riot jumping up on everything.
It sounds like Snookums, all right. Come on.
Hey, this is no place for Snookums. He's not old enough.
Mr. Valentine, look.
It's Snookums.
He's sound asleep.
Asleep? He's out.
Poor Snookums.
Oh, he shouldn't have done it.
I guess he's going to the dogs.
You better wake him up so he can walk home.
He's in no condition to walk.
Then what are you going to do?
Carry him.
Mr. Valentine, aren't you overestimating your strength?
Well, I'll just have to do it, that's all. Sonny, give me a hand.
I can't budge him.
Claire, get his feet. Sonny, get under him. All together now. Steady.
Oh!
Don't stop.
Almost.
There.
Oh, what a load. Help me walk, Claire. Sonny, get on the other side of me.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Hey, is this safe to come out?
Oh, yes.
They fit your dog, Bud?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Not so fast, Bud. That dog did a lot of damage around here.
Okay. Claire, give the man my card. Just send me a bill.
You bet I will, Bud. You owe me for 3 tables, 6 chairs, and a dozen glasses.
Yeah?
Yeah. And 6 short beers.
Oh, I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it.
We're almost there, Mr. Valentine.
I'll never be the same again.
Uh-oh.
Now what?
That same policeman.
Outside your building.
Oh, cover Snookums up, Claire.
With what?
Use your coat.
Oh, no, you don't. I just bought this coat.
Hurry up. I'll get you another one.
With a fur collar?
And ermine tails. Come on, cover his face, too. Now, come on, walk fast.
He's looking our way.
Well, don't pay any attention.
Hey, you. What have you got there?
Oh, hello, officer. Just bringing baby home again.
I thought it was a new baby. That's an awful big load you've got.
Well, you see, didn't we tell you?
Tell me what?
You tell him, darling.
Oh, no. You tell him, sweetheart.
Well, somebody tell me.
Twins.
Twins? You didn't say anything about twins?
Well, I didn't want to brag.
Twins. What do you know about that? Now I've just got to have a peek.
Oh, Claire.
I'm sorry, officer. Night air, you know. Bad for them.
Yeah, they're so young.
We can't uncover their faces.
It'd be very unhealthy for us. For them.
Yeah, sure.
We'd better get them right in, sweetheart.
Yes, darling.
What was that?
Burp.
Oh. And what was that?
That was his brother.
Okay, Mr. Valentine, I put some more ice in the ice bag.
Okay, put it on his head.
Here you are, Mr. Valentine. Another can of tomato juice.
Put it down, Claire, and help me rub his paws.
Why don't you just let him sleep it off?
Don't you realize this dog has got to be in a dog show tomorrow morning?
Jeepers.
Well, there's only one thing left. A cold shower.
But how are you going to get him in it?
One of us will have to get in with him.
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, no.
Well, folks, the judge has apparently made his decision. You know, this is the winner's class of the Great Danes. Now the judge is ready. He's walking over to one of the handlers. He's giving the ribbon to Madam Charlotte Cornwell Smith, owner and handler of Hercules of Meadowbrook. Best of breed.
A champion. Snookums, a champion.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Ralston.
Oh, you did what you could, Mr. Valentine. There'll be no living with him now.
I wish I could help you.
No one can help me anymore.
Mr. Ralston, about my bill.
Oh, just mail it to me.
But there were a few expenses.
Expenses?
Yeah, 12 pounds of meat, one damaged apartment, one damaged restaurant. We'll forget about the damaged nerves.
Just send me the bill.
Bunny! Bunny!
We're over here, Dumpling. We wanted to get away from the crowd.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? At last my ambition has been realized. Snookums is a champion.
Oh, congratulations, Mrs. Ralston.
Oh, you're really the one who should be congratulated, Mr. Valentine.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, usually Snookums doesn't show at all well. He gets so nervous and skittish.
That's so?
I don't know what you did to him, Mr. Valentine, but I never saw such a change in a dog. Bunny, did you notice? He was so dignified, so sedate, so sober.
Yes. We finally managed to straighten him out.
I owe you a great deal, Mr. Valentine. I wish I could think of some way to repay you.
Uh-oh. I can think of a way.
Oh?
You see, Mrs. Ralston, I've become very fond of Snookums, and I'd like to know that he was happy.
You don't think he's happy now? Why, he's a champion.
Well, I don't think that means much to a dog. And Snookums is a very affectionate animal, Mrs. Ralston. He should be around children.
Children?
Yeah, that's right, Dumpling. My brother's family.
Well, maybe you're right, Mr. Valentine. Maybe he's right, Bunny.
I think he's wonderful.
Snookums doesn't really need me now that he's a champion. And besides, I just bought Nero of Falconville.
You bought another dog?
Oh, yes. And if I devote myself to him, someday I may have another champion.
Dumpling.
Come, Bunny. I want to introduce you to Nero. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ralston, but I can't do anything for you.
Bunny, are you coming?
Yes, Dumpling.
Ah, the poor little guy.
Hey, you. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, no. Hello, officer.
Well, congratulations, young man.
Congratulations? For what?
For what? I see your twins won his championship.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, most everyone, I suppose, has heard of the hit show Harvey. It's all about a rabbit that no one ever really sees. Well, your neighborhood Chevron gas station has a Harvey, too. Only instead of a rabbit, it's a welcome mat. And as a matter of fact, this welcome mat isn't so very invisible if you look real close. There's welcome, for instance, in the smile of the attendant at a Chevron gas station. That clean, bright, cream green and burgundy paint job seems to say welcome, too. It's in the accommodating way the Chevron man checks your tires or wipes your windshield. And in the way he gives you street directions or says thanks a million when he returns your Chevron credit card. Naturally, there's a good reason for the friendliness you meet at Chevron gas stations. You see, they're all home-owned. They're local businesses that depend on keeping folks pleased to keep their trade. And remember, all Chevron dealers carry RPM compounded motor oil and Chevron Supreme gasoline. Well, next week, Mr. Valentine is in for a mad chase, and you'll probably hear something like this.
Mr. Valentine, do something. She's trying to lose us.
Keep your eye on her tail light, Claire. I'll fix her.
What are you going to do?
Turn off our lights so she won't know we're following her.
Mr. Valentine, don't do that. I can't see a thing.
What are you worried about? I can't see anything either. And I'm driving.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Junius Matthews as Mr. Ralston, Georgia Backus as Mrs. Ralston, Willard Waterman as the policeman, Herman Waldman as the bartender, and Ed Harper as the woman, and Snookums was played by Earl Keane. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Non-Lee Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. Thanks for the call, but tonight is out for me. I'm working for a businessman who was killed off his competition, and the question is, did he do it literally?
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the widow's gorilla. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. Now, the case of the widow's gorilla. It's late Sunday night in the New York apartment of novelty manufacturer Raymond Orsatti. Orsatti is the stout middle-aged man who at the moment is opening a desk drawer in the study of the apartment, out of which he takes a revolver. He breaks the revolver, sees that it's loaded, closes it, and is raising it to his head when he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see his wife Lois standing in the doorway.
Raymond! What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Give me that gun.
Stay away from me.
Please, Raymond, let me have it.
Stay away or you'll really get hurt.
Won't you listen to reason?
What can you say? Business is ruined. Kendrick's got the best of me. There's nothing left.
Are you just going to quit? Let him win so easily?
He's already won. Driven me to the wall. There's nothing I can do.
There must be something.
Bankruptcy.
Disgrace.
If you'd just stop feeling sorry for yourself and really work at it, you'd find a way out.
How?
Don't ask me. You're the brains.
I tell you it's no use. Only other way out would... Hey, wait a minute. That's an idea. If Kendrick would fall for it.
What is it?
Yes, it's a possibility.
What are you talking about?
You'll see if it works. Have to figure out how to present it to Kendrick. He might just go for it. He just might. Well, there's the proposition, Kendrick. What do you say?
Is that all you have to offer?
All? Look, it's all in your favor. Everything the way
Sorry,
you...
Arsati, I'm not interested.
But don't you see...
It's not worth discussing. When you asked me to come over this morning, I thought you had a worthwhile offer. I can't waste my time on this. Good day, Osati.
No, Kendrick, wait.
Perhaps your time isn't valuable, Osati. Mine is. Good day again.
I might have known he wouldn't be interested. I should have known. Why do I try to kid myself? What's the use? Dear Lois, it's no use. I knew that it wouldn't be, but I tried to pretend. I'm sorry about everything, but there's only one way out. You took the gun last night, but you didn't know I have another. Try to forgive me. Ray.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kendrick.
Hey, you know something?
What?
You look an awful lot like the Falcon.
Oh, it's the shape of my face.
It's amazing. I've seen pictures of him.
Will you please tell Mr. Kendrick I'm here? He's expecting me.
Your name?
Michael Waring.
Yes, sir. Michael Waring? You are the Falcon.
Yes, small world, isn't it? Now, will you tell Kendrick...
I'm going out for a few minutes. If Mr. Waring comes, ask him to wait.
This is Mr. Waring.
Oh, fine. I'm not going out after all. Come on in, Waring.
Right.
And if anyone else comes, I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Now, Waring, I guess you wonder what a man like me wants with a detective.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Happens in the best of families.
What happens?
Needing detectives.
Oh, that. Thought you meant murder. I wondered how you knew.
Oh, so that's why I'm here.
Yes. The police just left. You'll read about it in the paper tomorrow.
What'll I read?
I have a nice little business here, Waring. Been growing steadily the past few years. This week, I drove my chief competitor, Raymond Orsatti, to the wall. Bankruptcy.
Well, bully for you.
Got a call from him this morning. Could I come right over? I went. What he offered was a merger. I don't need him. He needs me.
Well?
Well, I told him I wasn't interested and left. An hour later, he's found, shot through the head.
Well, that's one way to get rid of competition.
I didn't do it.
All right, Chum, all right.
But the medical examiner says he got it right around the time I was there.
But he was alive when you left.
Definitely. Only I have no proof. But I have a theory, Waring. See what you think of it.
All right.
I say suicide.
Was there a note?
They didn't find any. But here's the way I see it. Orsatti knew he was licked and blames me. He decides to give up and shoots himself, but he does it in a way to get back at me. He calls me on a silly pretext, waits till I leave, and then kills himself. Intentionally leaving no note, so I'll be blamed. You don't buy it?
Well, it's possible. Who found the body?
Leonard Stribling. He arrived an hour after me.
You know anything about Stribling?
I understand he's a bookie. Orsatti liked the horses.
All right, Kendrick, I'll drop round and see Stribling. You're playing a long shot, and I have an idea he's just the boy to quote me the odds. Hello, my name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see Leonard Stribling, please.
I'm Stribling.
The bookie?
Look around you, Waring. Look around you. Can't you see this is a loan office?
It's convenient. You clean them, lend them the money, then clean them all over again. Get him coming and going.
You got the wrong Leonard Stribling.
Didn't you find Raymond Orsatti's body?
So what?
I've got the right Leonard Stribling.
Look, I don't know what you want, Waring, but whatever it is, you're wasting your time. The law's had me on the grill already, and I'm clear. Orsatti was killed an hour before I went up to his place, and I can account for every second of that hour with witnesses.
So you didn't kill him. What's the chances he killed himself?
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. Are you sure there wasn't a note?
Who are you working for, Waring? Insurance company?
What insurance company?
Orsatti's. He had a 30-grand policy, didn't you know?
Oh, I'm just beginning. Tell me more.
No. You tell me. Who are you working for?
That's no secret. Kendrick.
Kendrick, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Very good.
You like that?
Come on in here, Waring.
Okay.
Now, look, Kendrick is in this kind of deep,
So?
Well, suppose there was a note. A suicide note. I don't say there was, but if there was, that'd be all the proof Kendrick would need that he didn't knock off Orsatti, right?
Right.
A note like that ought to be worth a lot to Kendrick.
How much?
Don't ask me. Kendrick's the only one who can answer that, but before he starts figuring, maybe you'd better remind him that he's not the only one who'd be interested in the note.
Who else?
Orsatti's widow.
Why, suicide clause?
You guessed it, chum. The clause is in effect. If Orsatti killed himself, the insurance is void, meaning that Mrs. O is out a cool 30 grand.
I get the picture.
Good. Show it to Kendrick. He may appreciate art, too.
Yes?
Are you Lois Orsatti?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. May I come in?
What's it about?
Your husband's death.
I don't want to think about it anymore. You'll have to go.
Now, I know how you feel. But before I go, I thought you might like to know I've just seen Leonard Stribling.
What of it?
He tried to sell me your husband's suicide note.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Orsatti. Stribling says your husband killed himself. And he's dickering with you to sell you the note so you can cash in on the insurance.
That's a lie. I haven't seen Stribling.
Oh, then you will. He wants to get us bidding against each other.
What's your interest in the note?
Well, it could save me a lot of trouble. If you buy it, you're just going to wind up in a jam with the insurance company.
What an awful thing to say. To suggest that I'd do such a thing. It isn't enough what I've gone through. You have to come here, make such accusations.
I didn't accuse. I advised.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure. So long.
Marbury. Marbury, come here.
Yeah, Mrs. Orsatti. What's the trouble?
A man just left. Michael Waring. You can catch him before he reaches the street. I want you to see that he doesn't get to Stribling. If he tries to, stop him. I don't care what you do, only stop him. You understand?
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Lois Orsatti ordered Marbury to keep Mike from Stribling. Now, in a restaurant, Mike enters a phone booth to put in a call to his client. As he dials, Mike looks through the glass door and sees Marbury earnestly studying the pages of a telephone book and from time to time shooting glances at Mike that are meant to be unnoticed.
Hello?
Kendrick?
Yes.
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Any luck?
Yeah, you were right. Looks like Orsatti killed himself.
I knew it.
But you were also wrong.
What's that?
You said Orsatti didn't leave a note because he wanted you blamed.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is a note.
There is?
So Stribling claims. So what becomes of your theory?
Well, it's still suicide. But Stribling told the police there wasn't any note.
Yeah, because he wants to peddle it to the highest bidder.
Oh, but who else would be interested?
Mrs. Orsatti. I tried to talk her out of the deal, but no dice. She put a tail on me.
What?
Yeah, flat-faced Joe who's making such a production of being inconspicuous that he stands out like an overcoat in July. He's right outside this phone booth waiting to pick me up again.
What are you going to do?
Have dinner. I'm hungry.
All right, Waring, but about that note, I'm willing to pay. I don't like being involved with murder.
And I don't like blackmail. I'll go up and see Stribling as soon as I finish dinner.
And the man who's following you?
Well, if he's still with me after dinner, I'll call him on it. If he's as bad a liar as he is a tale, I should learn plenty. All right, chum, what are we playing?
Huh?
You've been following me ever since I left Orsatti's.
You own the sidewalk?
Well, considering taxes, sometimes I wonder.
You want to walk, you walk. I want to walk, I walk. It doesn't say somebody's following somebody.
All right, walk. I'll wait here.
I'll walk when I feel like it.
You mean when I feel like it? Now, look, chum, I've been in this racket long enough to know when I'm being tailed.
In that case, you've been in the racket long enough to be familiar with one of these.
Oh, gun? Yes.
Well, turn around. Go on.
Now?
Start walking.
Where to?
Straight ahead. Remember, I'm right behind you.
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not likely to forget. You know, I'm sorry you're so attached to me. I'm really not your type at all.
Maybe you have a point. Turn into that alley. All right, now stop.
I have an idea this is the part I don't like.
Don't like? You love it. This is where I leave you. That's where you want it, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
Only before I go, I better say goodbye like so.
All right, pal, on your feet.
Oh, hello, officer.
Come on, get up.
Oh, well, I'll try.
Them as can't handle it shouldn't touch it.
What?
You heard me.
You think I'm drunk?
No, that aroma issuing from you is doubtless genuine attar of roses.
What? Oh, yeah, he must have doused the stuff on me.
Oh, you didn't drink it. Somebody doused you, huh?
Now, look, officer, I was sapped. Here's the lump if you want to feel it.
Hey, neat job, right back of the ear. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, maybe. What time is it, officer?
A little after 8.
Then I've only been out a few minutes. There may still be time.
Huh?
The thug obviously works for Mrs. Orsatti. I thought I could scare her into tossing in her hand, but the strong arm act means she's shooting for the pot. That means I've got to work fast.
What'd you say?
She wants to beat me to a deal with Stribling. But if she gets that note, I'm cooked. When the gavel comes down, I have to be a high bidder. I've got to get up there.
All right, pal, run along. You're not drunk. You're crazy.
Harrison Apartments. Callahan 308. Just a moment, I connect you. Yes, sir. Now, what can I do for you?
What apartment is Stribling's? I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid that is impossible, sir. He's not seeing anyone.
But he'll see me.
I do not think so, sir.
Why not?
Mr. Stribling is dead.
Oh, you again.
That's right, Mrs. Orsatti.
What do you want this time?
The thug. Where is he?
Thug?
The character who followed me when I left here before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about. He didn't tail me here. He did tail me from here. You must be the link.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Yeah, I know. This is no way to talk to a poor bereaved widow. But it so happens I've just been slugged by the poor widow's gorilla. And a thing like that doesn't put me on my best behavior. Now, where is he?
Look, if you don't stop bothering me, I'm going to call the police.
No, don't bother. They'll be around. I've already talked to them.
You what?
I told you were flirting with trouble. Well, the trouble's here. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, murder. And your playmate may have some of the answers on it, so where can I find him?
How many times do I have to tell you?
All right. I keep thinking you listen to reason, but I see you're determined to do it the hard way. So I might as well run along. I'm just wasting my time here.
I'm glad you finally realized that. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Hello. Oh, yes, Waring. I've been trying to reach you. I want to know what I owe you so we can settle up.
What, you mean I'm canned?
No, it's just I don't need your services anymore.
How come?
Have you seen Stribling tonight?
Yeah.
Well, didn't he tell you?
No, he's not in a talkative mood. What should he have told me?
About the note.
What about it?
I got it from him.
You what?
I have Orsatti's suicide note. Got it from Stribling tonight. So you can see, as far as you're concerned, the case is closed.
Well, maybe, Kendrick. But as far as you're concerned, believe me, it's just starting.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It is 20 minutes since Kendrick told Mike over the phone about having Orsatti's suicide note. And since he has the note, Kendrick thinks he no longer needs Mike. But Mike has different ideas on the subject, and he's gone over to Kendrick's to present them.
So you say you bought the note from Stribling?
That's right, Waring. I don't see why you're so excited about it.
No?
No, the note's conclusive. Unmistakably in Orsatti's handwriting.
All right, Kendrick. You've proved you didn't kill Orsatti. Now, what about Stribling?
Huh? What about him?
I suppose you don't know that he was killed tonight.
What? Good heavens.
Yes. You walked out of one murder rap right into another. So it looks like my services are still very much required.
You're not joking?
When I work for Yox, Kendrick, I pull cuter stuff than this.
What'll we do?
First, a quick run-through to see where we stand. Like, why did you go up to Stribling's? I told you I'd handle it.
He called me right after you did. Wanted to know how much I'd pay. He claimed Mrs. Orsatti had offered $15,000. I offered $20,000.
And you took it right over to him?
That's right.
When'd you get there?
Around 7:30.
How long did you stay?
5, 10 minutes.
Oh, great. You were there right around the time he was killed.
Oh, no.
The neighbors heard the shots.
He was alive when I left.
Yes, and was killed right after. 7:40. You're in a rut. Orsatti and Stribling. Right back where you started, only this time there's no note.
There may be another difference, too.
Oh, what's that?
It was known that I was up at Orsatti's. Possibly no one knows I went to Stribling's.
I know.
Except you. Look, I'm scared to death of a murder charge, Waring. I paid $20,000 already to clear myself of one. How much do you want?
You save your pennies, Kendrick. I'll work for my $50 a day plus expenses. And if I can't clear you that way, you better have cash on hand for a good lawyer.
You've got to clear me.
All right, then let me do it my way. I'm going to make one last attempt at getting Lois Orsatti to talk. Oh, and you better come with me. I want to keep my eye on you.
Why?
Because Mrs. Orsatti has a gorilla working for her. And if she gets the idea you have the note, he may come calling. And take my word for it, Kendrick, you wouldn't enjoy the visit. All right, here we are, 412. Now, remember, Kendrick, let me do the talking.
All right, Waring.
Now, just one thing before we go in. Did you ever meet Stribling before tonight?
No. Why?
Oh, good. Let me...
Oh, not you again.
Yes, and this time I'm coming in.
I see you are. What do I have to do?
Just be your charming self.
All right, let's get this over with once and for all.
That suits me fine. You know Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, I know him. He killed my husband.
Now, see here, Mrs. Orsatti.
I'll handle it, Kendrick. Mrs. Orsatti, I told you your husband killed himself. Now we have proof.
Then Kendrick drove him to it.
It was strictly business, up and up. If your husband wasn't...
Kendrick, I'll handle it.
Sorry.
Mrs. Orsatti, your husband killed himself. We have a note to prove it.
You have it?
Yes, right here. Don't touch. But you can see it's in your husband's handwriting.
Where did you get it?
From Stribling.
You killed him for it.
Who told you he's dead?
The police were here.
Oh, I see.
Yes, they were here, all right. It's not enough I've lost a husband. No, no. All day long, you and the police and you.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I could have more sympathy with you if you weren't involved with that gorilla. And if you didn't lie about your dealings with Stribling.
I didn't have any dealings with Stribling.
He said different.
He was lying.
I doubt it. He wouldn't have closed the deal with us until he'd heard your last offer.
He didn't close the deal. You killed him. That's how you got the note.
What makes you so sure?
Because he obviously was killed for the note, and you've got it.
Well, that's nice going, Mrs. Orsatti. But there's one hitch.
What's that?
Kendrick never met Stribling before. So when he bought the note, how do we know he bought it from Stribling?
What?
Waring, you mean that wasn't Stribling?
Someone could have killed Stribling for the note, then sold it to you pretending to be Stribling.
But who?
Well, obviously not you, Mrs. Orsatti. You couldn't have masqueraded as a man. But your gorilla...
I've told you.
You told me you don't know the gorilla. But there's a good possibility that he's a murderer. Now, if you want to keep on covering for him, you may wind up as an accessory.
I didn't have anything to do with the murder.
But you did have something to do with the murderer. And if you don't talk now, we'll still prove it when we find him. After all, I've seen him. I've described him to the police. Now it's just a matter of time.
What do you want me to do?
Tell us his name. Tell us where we can find him.
All right. But you understand I didn't know he was going to kill Stribling.
Uh-huh.
Stribling phoned me. Said he had something that I might be interested in. I hired Marbury to find out about it, and that's all.
Marbury, so that's his name?
Yes, Jack Marbury.
Right.
But I didn't know he'd commit murder. I'm still not sure that he did. All I know is when you came, I ordered him to follow you. Later he called back, said he followed you home.
Home?
That's what he said. And then he said he went up to Stribling's, but just as he got to the door, he heard a shot.
Oh, we heard the shot.
That's what he said.
Looks like you've hit it, Waring. He was lying to her. He went up, killed Stribling for the note, sold it to me.
Mm-hmm. Where can we find him, Mrs. Orsatti?
Well, perhaps if you'd tried...
You're looking for me.
Marbury!
Reach, all of you. I saw Waring come in here, so I went around the back. I thought you might need me, sweetheart, but I was wrong. You don't need me. What you need is a good smack in the teeth.
Waring is going for it.
Yeah, now's my chance.
Good, Waring. You knocked him out. But he's not.
Not the one who sold you the note? I didn't think he would be.
But you said...
I know what I said, because I was trying to catch a murderer. And you know, Kendrick, looks like I did.
Yes? Who?
Kendrick, it's obvious. The broken-hearted widow, Lois Orsatti.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here.
All right, send him in. Hello, Waring. Come in. Sit down.
Thanks, Kendrick. Well, they got the whole story out of her at headquarters.
Good. One thing I still don't understand, Waring. Maybe you can explain.
What's that?
Why'd she do it? The note was what everyone was after. Killing Stribling didn't get it for her.
She wanted the note because she'd lose $30,000 if it fell into your hands.
Precisely.
But Stribling called her, told her you had offered $20,000 cash.
Yes?
Well, she couldn't see topping your bid. What she'd have left out of $30 wouldn't be worth the risk.
Mm-hmm.
But she knew $20,000 in cash would be changing hands at Stribling's. So she went there with a gun to collect it. She figured if she couldn't protect her $30, she'd settle for your $20.
I see.
She knew Stribling would be in no position to call Copper, so it seemed safe. Only he put up a struggle, and she had to shoot him.
Uh-huh. And just how did you know it was she?
Well, first of all, I didn't think it was you.
Flattering? Why not?
Well, you were just trying to clear yourself of one murder rap. I couldn't see you exposing yourself to another, just to wipe out the first.
Very well, you've cleared me. Still, that doesn't prove...
Well, you didn't do it. I knew Marbury didn't.
How'd you know Marbury didn't?
Well, because Stribling was killed at 7:40, and it so happens that at that exact time, Marbury was sitting across from me in a restaurant, keeping an eye on me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So that left Mrs. Orsatti. Of course, there was the outside chance that the job was pulled by someone not directly involved in the case. But I squashed that by giving Mrs. Orsatti a chance to finger Marbury.
And she fell for it?
Well, she figured the more fall guys she had lined up, the safer she'd be. But when she tried to place Marbury at Stribling's at the time of the shooting, that proved she was lying.
Very good, Waring. Very good indeed. And now, here's your check.
Thank you.
And I guess that's just about all, huh?
Uh-huh. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
So what's the name of that cute little secretary of yours?
Her name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Mrs. Kendrick.
Oh. Well, as you were saying, Kendrick, I guess that's just about all, huh? So long.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
You sound happy, Mr. Calvert.
Oh, I am. Russ Calvert's got a feeling about this evening.
Yeah, that happens to people in Havana almost every night.
Doesn't it, though, Mr. Shannon? You know when it came over me? Right after I took my shower while I was getting into my white linen, I said to myself, Russ, out there, right out there through that window, it's waiting for you. That's what I said to Russ.
You two must be very happy together.
Why not? I like you, Miss Duval. I like Mr. Shannon. I like your hotel. And tonight I've got this feeling that Havana's going to like me.
You hear that, sailor? We're liked.
It makes me glow from the top of my head to my tippy toe.
Yeah, I can do that to people. Why, I can make people...
But I look for a young lady by the name of Gail Duval.
You need a pardon to do that?
I was merely being polite. The young man here was talking, but the urgency of the occasion demanded...
I'm Gail Duval, and you've just marked me urgent. So what can I do for you, Mr...
Mr. Clokey, Ralph Clokey. And it's not what you can do for me, it's what I'm going to do for you, on behalf of my client, Mr. Cheever.
See, sailor, it's all for Mr. Cheever. For who?
Mr. Cheever, who owns the grandest hotel in Guantanamo. Mr. Cheever, who is expanding operations to Havana. Here, in my briefcase.
Slate, that's money. It's staring at me. Real live money.
Scads of it. This little packet, 5,000. And another, 10. And another 15. It keeps going till we reach 25,000. That's the price for your hotel and the boat.
What?
Certainly. Mr. Cheever told me the whole story. Not that I wish to embarrass the young lady.
Oh, go ahead, embarrass me. What did this rake Cheever say about me?
He said you and Mr. Shannon were in a jam. You had to get out of Cuba lickety-split. That's why Mr. Cheever sent me here to Havana to look over the property. I have looked, Miss Duval. I agree it's a bargain.
So help me, I don't know what this is all about.
Look, Buster, take your money and go back to Mr. Cheever and tell him no sale. You heard me.
Don't
Out.
you dare. No, don't you dare touch me. I'm going to give you time to reconsider, even if you don't deserve it. I'll be at my rooming house, the Reina Verde, on Vincenti Street, turning us down after you came down to Guantanamo and arranged it all.
Loki?
I'm going. I'm going. People's values are all shot. That's what they are. You can't count on anything anymore. You just can't.
Don't look at me like that, Slate. I tell you, he's crazy. You enjoying yourself, Mr. Calvert?
Oh, this is what I love about Havana. It's so full of fun, so full of characters.
Get into my office, sailor. We got things to talk about.
Good night, fellas.
Russ, over here in the car.
Where'd he go?
In that cab just ahead. Hurry.
For $25,000, we can keep him company. Can't we, Jeannie? For as long as he lives.
Such a little man. His life's all used up. You know, it sends shivers through me. Put your arms around me, Russ. His cab pulled over, Russ.
Uh-huh. We too. Hey, look where he's going, Jean.
Huh. How about that? All that money and he picks a flea bag.
Come on, let's go. How do you feel?
Huh?
Are you scared?
Oh, you mean using the name Gail Duval in Guantanamo?
That, selling the hotel and the boat to that hotel guy, Chiva.
Not much. I had the identification. You know, a girl can get a driver's license when she gives a big red smile to the man who issues them.
2 talents, yours and mine. Come on, let's visit the flea bag.
Un momento, por favor. Si?
A man live here named Mr. Clokey?
Senor Clokey. See, it's room number 3, right down the corridor.
Yeah, thanks. Here.
Oh, senor, $5. Oh, you are too kind. For what purpose?
Being a nice landlady. We'll show you some more of those dollars later.
Oh, I will like that. For whatever purpose. I know how to cooperate. You will see.
Mr. Clokey? Hello, Mr. Clokey.
Who are you?
Inside. I said in.
I asked you a pertinent
question. Yeah, you did. And I said in. That's better. Close the door, Jean.
Uh-huh. He seems like a nice little man, Russ.
It's too bad about the nice little man.
You people are maniacs. Put away that knife. Put it away. Don't come near me. Don't come near.
Little men die gently, don't they?
Get his briefcase, Jean.
Mm-hmm. Now let's go talk to the landlady. She likes money. She knows how to cooperate. Let's see if she can memorize a story.
You're a man of the world, King. Explain some things to me.
You mean Lady Sailor, Mr. Slade?
Yeah. What's the matter with her? She knows she doesn't own any part of this hotel.
Of course she knows.
Well, then what's all this about?
Why you give yourself pain, Mr. Slade? You know Lady Sailor never do anything to hurt you. She never been in Guantanamo.
Yeah, that's so. That means someone else was there, palmed herself off at Sailor, told them she...
You there! You! Take this bouquet, exquisite flowers, to room of Senorita Gail Duval and announce to her that her beloved is below.
Huh?
Ricardo Malpin, desirable dealer in carnival supplies and dedicated to the proposition that when a senorita says she will marry me, I expect no dilly-dally. My card.
Hey, where's it printed about the dilly-dally?
Doesn't need. It's known about Ricardo Malpin. All over Guantanamo is known. Please, senor, run to Senorita Duval. Do not drop flowers. Tell her to put on bridal veil. Her beloved simmers.
I noticed. You proposed to her in Guantanamo?
She proposed to me. Proposal as follows. Ricardo, I love you. Ricardo, marry me. Ricardo, give me $1,000 to buy trousseau in Havana. Then I return to your arms for centuries. In 2 days, has been weak. Where's her room? I delight her myself.
That way, Ricardo.
But that way, senors, to street, to where I come from.
That's right.
You do not comprehend a future bridegroom, senor. You cannot deprive his bride of him. especially when he's waiting.
Maybe not, but I'm going to try. Pardon me, Ricardo.
Put me down, senor! Put me down, I demand! You are very strong, senor.
Back to Guantanamo, Ricardo. Here. Don't forget your flowers.
But she will suffer so if she does not.
Hey, for a girl who's never been to Guantanamo, Sailor sure gets around. King.
Yes, Mr. Slade.
If anyone asks for me, tell them I'm trying to find out who wants to buy my hotel. Anybody here? Hey, who takes care of this place?
Si, senor. You wish accommodation, eh?
I wish you Mr. Clokey.
Oh, Senor Cloque has so many colors. A little ago, a young lady. Oh, muy linda, very beautiful. Vámonos, I will take you to him, to his room.
What movie, Linda? Very beautiful lady?
A lady who made argument with him. A lady he called Sailor Duval.
What?
This is his room, senor.
Yeah. Clokey.
Senor.
Hey, the senor has a knife in his heart.
¿Qué? Oh, permit me, senor. It's not a knife. It looks the instrument to open the letters.
Yeah. It's a letter opener. From my hotel with Shannon's place stamped on the handle.
Madre de Dios. Oh, that girl, so pretty. She did not look so. She killed him, that Sailor Duval.
But you must have been hearing things.
Oh, I hear what I hear. And so I shall inform the police. A girl named Sailor Duval killed a man.
That you, Slade?
Guess again, Miss Duval. Give you a hint, it's not Slade.
You want something, Mr. Calvert?
Uh-huh. I want to check out. There was no one at the desk, no one in Shannon's office, so I took the liberty.
Oh, I'll get King to help you with your baggage.
Oh, forget it. What's to help with? A tired cardboard box, a box of tortillas to eat on the journey, a briefcase? I'll manage. It's been swell.
Oh, that briefcase.
What about it, Miss Duval?
It's the one that Mr. Clokey had earlier this evening. The one with all the...
You know what you just did, Miss Duval? You just spoiled my going-away party. Get back in your room.
So you can confess to me how you got the briefcase?
Just because I asked you with a gun in my hand.
Who saw a briefcase? I must have been out of my mind.
Don't be a heroine, Miss Duval. It can scar your pretty face. Just do what a departing guest asks.
You won't like it. My room's a mess.
Get your stockings, Miss Duval. All you got.
Huh? You want to mend them for me?
You know, you're lucky. I could just kill you, but I feel warm towards you. I'll just tie you up so you won't keep me from going away like I want to. And this handkerchief in your mouth to keep you from screaming, like for help, like for police.
Sailor! Sailor, are you in there? Sailor, what's the matter with you? That wasn't a civil answer. I'm coming in. Hey, your door's locked. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Sailor, if anybody tells you you look good with a gag in your mouth, slug him.
Kept you so long.
I was spending a little time with your victim.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'll make out there's still a gag in your mouth. I've got to untie you so we can get out of here. Okay. What happened to you?
The guest named Russ Calvert said to himself, Russ, tie up Sailor Duval. So he did, after I peeked at Mr. Clokey's briefcase.
You're in a lot of trouble. Someone on the other side of Cuba in Guantanamo has been using your name and came around here and committed murder and left bits of you all around. Come on, out the window.
That is her. That is the one. Stop her.
Help to stop before I shoot off his gun.
She is the one I saw leave with a smile after she stopped the senor.
What's she talking about, Slade?
She's saying you murdered Mr. Clokey.
But which you will stick your hands in these cuffs.
I'll do it, sailor.
Slade.
Do it.
Gracias. If you please, senorita.
She was just kidding.
You hit a policeman to unconscious. Is against the law.
Come on, sailor. Let's go out the front. Guantanamo's closer that way.
Adventure. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Hey, taxi! Hey! The only trouble with these Guantanamo taxis, sailor, is that you can't get one.
No wonder. The place is up to its yard arm with the American Navy.
Taxi!
Slate.
What?
No, I must be crazy. That man standing across the street. No, he's gone now. I couldn't see his face, but...
Now, wait a minute. Taxi! Inside, sailor. Let's show you to the man who wanted to marry Sailor DeVal. Maybe he can tell us a few secrets about her.
The man who owns this carnival supply place said I was going to marry him.
Maybe you should take him up on it, sailor. You could have yourself a gay time. Put on a funny nose, a false beard, wear a buzzer in your hand. You could be happy with a man like that.
Welcome to the shop of the phonies. Welcome to... You? I renege on the welcome. He's withdrawn.
Ah, don't be like that, Ricardo. I brought you your bride.
Ricky, doll baby. They couldn't keep us apart, could they?
Hey, you got the shapefulness of Bubbles. You got the coiffure of Bubbles, the mouth and the eyes of Bubbles. But you are not Bubbles. Will you please to marry me?
You can put him down now, sailor.
Oh, buy him for me, Daddy.
You do that, senor. I will not be costly. I give you a discount.
First we bargain, huh, Ricardo?
Whatever you like, but I promise you, for this girl, you can have me for practically nothing.
Then this girl isn't the Sailor DeVal who proposed to you.
Leave me to observe her up and down once more.
Front. Back.
No.
And she's not the one you gave $1,000 to buy a trousseau in Havana?
$1,000? Will you marry me, Ricardo?
Answer my question first, Ricardo.
Oh, senor, how can you talk like this? This girl chiseled me out of $1,000? It is to ha-ha. This girl is an angel. Linda hermosa.
See, Slate? Ricky understands me. Sugar?
But she looked like Sailor here.
If I close my eyes.
You called her Bubbles.
All Guantanamo call her Bubbles. Bubbles Sailor DeVal. Because when she dance Oriental dance on platform, she make Oriental bubble bath in brain of even admirals.
And you're sure it wasn't me?
Where Bubbles dance? What platform, Ricardo?
At amusement park for the sailors. And that's where first her love hit me in the heart. That's where... Bubbles.
Now, let's go, sailor. Can't you see Ricardo wants to be alone? The Midway's practically deserted, sailor.
No wonder. Look down there on that platform.
That's the main event, the ladies.
And the Navy. Slate?
What?
Look. Look, Slate. Across the Midway. Watching us in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
Hey, that's Russ Calvert, the boy who gagged you.
I told you we were being followed.
Let's go. He saw us, sailor. He's going into the Hall of Mirrors. The joint is dark. Come on, sailor.
There he is.
Russ.
Where'd he go?
Follow me, sailor.
Which one is you?
I'm the one who needs a haircut, the guy with the infectious grin. Stuck on the floor.
Slate, where are you? Slate!
Here, stay where you are. Sailor!
Slate! Here I am.
Sailor! Sailor!
Oh,
You're shot.
I'm not shot. I bumped into a mirror. Help me up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. We're getting closer, Sailor. Let's go join the ladies.
Look at this, boys. Every little movement has a meaning just for you. Step closer, that's it. Step closer. Don't be bashful. How are the artists going to feel if you don't step closer?
It doesn't mean you, Slade.
You hear the man. It'll upset the artist if I don't come close. Hey, you, Barker.
It reaches you, huh, friend? Get your tickets to the box office. 3 dimes, the best part of a half.
These girls have danced before the crowned heads of the continent, boys. Kings and emperors of days.
I want to talk to you. Come down here.
Hey, look, friend, all you got to do is buy a ticket. I can't do any more for you than that.
Now, men, I tell you, these visions, these dancing
You
dreams...
coming down, or do I go up and talk you into it?
Pardon me, boys. I got a rube here who wants to show us some muscle. Now, as I was saying, these
Down,
gorgeous,
friend,
beautiful...
away from the madding crowd.
Hey, let go of me.
Down.
All right. You talked me into it.
Don't go away, boys. Just feast your eyes. Man here's got a personal problem.
Over here.
Yeah, what eats your friend the 30 cents can't buy?
You had a girl working for you, Bubbles. Bubbles Gail DeVal.
An artist.
Where is she?
You a plainclothesman, friend? Because if you are, I never knew an artist named Bubbles, so cut me to pieces, friend.
No, I'm a chum. I brought her something from Havana. I didn't see her on the platform.
Oh, why
so...
didn't you say so, friend, instead of puffing up your muscles? Bubbles retired from me, living the domestic life in a little flat.
Where?
On Canal, 19 West Canal. Brought her something, huh? Let me look.
Oh, it's between me and Bubbles. You understand, friend. Oh, Sailor. Sailor, now where is she? Oh, hey, Sailor. Get away from those sailors.
Go away. Bubbles doesn't like us, Slade.
I'm going to feel silly saying this. Open the door, Bubbles.
You did that quite well.
All right, so you're selling what?
Nothing, just want you to say hello to Sailor DeVal.
Oh, finally.
You know, Slade, she does have my features.
I'm glad they're on you. Mind if we come in, but... Say, look, what kind of a name is Bubbles?
Come on in. My name's Jean Hudson. You might as well know. The police are going to know. I've been waiting. You two had to get to me sooner or later.
It's not that I'm difficult to get along with, Miss Hudson, but why did you have to adopt my name?
You and Slate Shannon, your names get bandied about in Cuba.
So you took a little while to establish your name as Gail DeVal to people who mattered. Said you were my agent. My hotel was for sale.
I'm just telling you all this because I don't care anymore. You're going to scream cops after you hear me out, aren't you?
The thing's got murder in it. The police have got to make a living, too.
Well, it goes like this. Mr. Clokey was the agent for a hotel buyer. Came to Havana with the money, and Russ stabbed him.
But the landlady said she saw me with Clokey.
Well, we told her what to say to the police. She's money hungry like me. Like everybody.
What makes you so bitter, Jean?
The man kissed my cheek and pinched the poke and walked out. Russ Calvert took a powder.
With the $25,000?
$26,000. He absconded with my trousseau money, too.
Let's you and me go in the corner and have a nice long chat about men. Can you imagine somebody stealing his fiancée's trousseau money?
That's how Jean got it.
It doesn't make any difference. A girl's got to get it where she can.
Where'd Russ go?
He's taking a boat out of Guantanamo tonight. Sails in about an hour.
2 stops from here, sailor. The police, then we go see a man about taking a boat. The port agent says there's only one boat leaving at 9 tonight. There it is, sailor. The Scarlet Crescent, bound for Singapore.
A man can have himself a time in Singapore with $25,000. A girl, too.
Hey, wait a minute.
Don't worry. I was just dreaming.
That old car that just pulled up. The guy who just got out of it.
Russ Calvert.
Let's go get him, sailor.
Hey, wait for me.
I got you running for the altar.
He's seen us, Slade. He's running.
There he goes, up that alley.
Oh, that Russ is quite a track man.
Come on. In the alley.
My daddy told me there'd be nights like this.
Now what?
Now what?
Here's a cross alley. Which way do you go? To the right or left? Or straight ahead?
Russ seemed to me the type of man who would go straight ahead.
We'll take the left.
He couldn't have come this way unless he oozed right through this wall. This is a blind alley.
He's not in those doorways either. Told you we should have gone straight ahead. Let's go back.
Let's go to the boat and wait for him.
No, he won't take the boat now. He's going to get out of Cuba another way.
I guess that settles that, huh?
I'll find him.
Slate, look. That car coming toward us with his lights on.
Russ's car. He circled back and got it. He's going to try to run us down. Quick, sailor, back into the blind alley.
They'll kill us in there.
It's our only chance. Faster, sailor.
There's the wall. There's no place we can go.
Here. This doorway. Jump. You all right, sailor? You all right?
You did it again. You saved my life.
Oh, not me. You did. You take up jumping into doorways at Vassar, sailor?
Depending on the guy I was dating. What about Russ?
Well, let's find out. It'll take a derrick to get him loose. The engine's in his lap.
He's dead, isn't he?
Don't say it like it's a tragedy. He tried to kill us.
Slate, take me home. Slate.
Uh-huh.
I want to show you something.
What?
When I was leaving the carnival supply house, Ricardo pressed something into my hand.
He didn't give me a thing. All the while, I had my eye on that squirting flower. Gee, you're lucky, sailor.
Look what he gave me. A trick nose with a mustache.
Put it on.
I figured you'd ask me that. All right. How do I look?
Come here.
I'm funny, huh?
That's right. Right here. I like that.
I knew you would. Tell me why.
The mustache tickles.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Uncle Bill. You have all three of us here. If there's any point to this, get to it, will you?
None of you has ever been subtle in his dislike for me, anyhow.
Well, I'm sure you don't think much more of us than we think of you.
We understand each other perfectly, don't we?
I think we do.
Look, Uncle Bill, if you have anything to say to us, say it, will you? I have a date.
I apparently have a date, too. With someone who wants to kill me. As you all have been very pleased to know, I have received several anonymous telephone calls threatening my life.
So what?
I can imagine how you three must feel, since my death means that you will inherit my entire estate.
It is still in the millions, isn't it, Uncle?
More millions than you can imagine.
And it is still left entirely to us.
Merely because I have no choice in the matter. The condition under which I inherited from my father stipulates that I must leave it all to you.
Well, when you see your father, which should be soon, say thanks for us.
I have taken it upon myself to add something to my will. John, will you stop playing with that toy?
It's not a toy, it's a magic trick. Now you see the card, now you don't.
Put your magic tricks away while I'm talking. I've stated in my will that in the event that I'm murdered, not 1 cent will be given to any of you until my murder is solved.
Really?
Yes. All of you not only hate me, but you hate each other. 2 of you would profit immensely if one of you were convicted of killing me. It amuses me to picture each of you scrambling madly to blame my death on one of the others.
If you really think someone's trying to kill you, why don't you notify the police?
I'm going even beyond the police, my dear family. I'm going to Boston Blackie.
And now meet Richard Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
You know what I like about you, Blackie? The quaint places you take me to eat. Like this.
Well, you know what I like about you.
Nope.
Me.
Oh, pardon me, but there is a telephone call for you, Mr. Blackie.
Thanks.
One thing I don't like about you, you always want it on the phone.
Excuse me. I'll just be a moment.
Be back in time for dessert, will you?
I'll be back for soup. Excuse me, dear.
Right over in your boots, sir, right there.
Thank you. Hello?
Mr. Boston Blackie,
Yeah?
I'm William Blaine.
Yes?
I've received several telephone calls in the past week threatening my life.
So?
So I'm hiring you to protect me.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but I'm not interested.
You don't seem to know who I am.
Sure I do. You're William Blaine.
Well, I expect you to accept the job.
Oh, you do?
I'm not accustomed to being refused.
Well, let's say I'm breaking you in.
I insist that you take the job.
If you want protection, call the police.
You'll become my bodyguard for the next few days, or I'll ruin you, Blackie.
I don't ruin easily, Blaine. And besides, I have a job entertaining a lovely lady at lunch. Goodbye.
Now, you listen.
Hi there, honey. Miss me?
How could I, with such an interesting menu to read?
How's the plot? Good?
Mm-hmm. Especially the chapter called Roast Ribs of Beef and Potatoes Any Style. Important phone call?
Oh, just a fellow named Bill Blaine.
Who's he?
Well, right now, he's a guy who's still looking for a bodyguard.
All right, Blackie, just a minute.
Hi, Miss Wesley. I gotta see Blackie.
Oh, come in, Shorty.
Oh, gee, thanks. Where's Blackie? I gotta see him, but found him.
Will he be here in a minute? Sit down.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Anything the matter?
Oh, plenty.
Oh, he should be here any minute.
Oh, gee, Miss Wesley, you sure are a beautiful dame.
Oh, Shorty, you're wonderful.
Gosh, Miss Wesley, you think so?
I most certainly do. Oh, here's Blackie now.
Gee, I hope so, because I ain't got a minute to lose.
Hi, honey. All set to...
Thank you. Shorty put into words what you seem to be saying in that whistle.
Shorty, do I have a rival?
Hiya, boss. Boss, look, I got troubles.
I can fix them up between now and dinner time?
I don't know, boss. It's pretty bad.
Oh, will it still be bad tomorrow morning?
It'll be worse.
All right, let's have it.
Boss, look, you remember the rap that you got me out of 6 years ago?
That's dead, Shortman.
But that's it. It ain't dead enough. Sam Daniels all of a sudden's going to send me up for those forged checks. You fixed it with him way back when I did it. He promised he wouldn't do nothing to me if I went straight.
How do you know Daniels is going to prosecute?
He called me up and told me so.
Well, don't worry about it, short one. I'll go out and have a talk with Daniels. I'll be back, Mary.
What comes first with you, Blackie? Business or pleasure?
If this means what I think it does, honey, this business is going to be a pleasure.
down, Blackie. Sit down.
I can stand, Blaine, but not for what you're doing. I just left Sam Daniels. How did you find out he could send Shorty to jail for forgery?
When a man has unlimited funds, he can find out a great many things.
All right. What's the deal?
I want you to accept the job I offered you on the telephone this noon.
Or what?
Or your friend Shorty goes to jail.
What do I have to do?
I've received several telephone calls from someone threatening to kill me. I want you to protect me.
And what about Shorty?
If you do as I say, I'll not force Daniels to prosecute your friend. Now, I get what I want, don't I?
You're getting the wrong man for a bodyguard, Mr. Blaine, because, frankly, I'd just as soon see you dead.
Well, then you and my family should get along famously here. They feel the same way.
Oh, I'm to move in?
I expect to occupy your full time.
Uh-huh. Wait till Mary hears about this.
I'll call my family to come down. I'd like you to meet them.
You're the boss. But introduce me as, old John Jones, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Oh, excuse me a moment. Oh?
You're going to kill tonight.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Was that another threat on your life?
Yes, obviously the last one. The voice just said you're going to be killed tonight.
I seem to have arrived just in time for the fun. Did you recognize the voice?
No, it was disguised.
Oh, that's fine. It wasn't one of your family, was it?
That's impossible. They're here in the house. We have only one outside line.
Better call them down so we can be sure.
Well, I'm here.
Oh, Martha. This is John Jones, my bodyguard. Mr. Jones, this is my niece, Martha.
Well, how do you do?
How are you?
Tell your brothers to come here at once.
Bodyguard, huh? Oh, this should be very amusing. Robert, John.
Hi, John's upstairs, I think. Oh, John! Yeah? Come on down for a laugh. Uncle Bill's gone and bought himself a bodyguard. Come in.
Pleasant family you have, Mr. Blaine.
Yes, don't I? This is Robert, my nephew. Robert, Mr. John Jones.
How do you do, Mr. Jones?
How do you do?
Hope you're getting a high fee, Mr. Jones, because you might have to earn it. Hey, let's see this bodyguard. Is he tough?
Well, he's handsome.
Mr. Jones, you've now met my entire family. This is John. John, Mr. Jones.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Jones?
Hello.
I think you better guard Uncle Bill from us, too. We don't love him. Or has he told you?
If he hasn't, I know it by now. Your uncle just received another of those telephone calls. Your being here is the only thing that keeps me from thinking one of you made the call just now. But I think we should call the police.
So do I.
It'll mean nothing but nasty publicity. I don't think the police are necessary.
I do.
I say let's get a lot of them and make absolutely sure.
Well, I know the police commissioner. He'll send us all the policemen we want.
Well, Mr. Blaine, at least 2/3 of your family show concern for your life.
Don't let them fool you, Mr. Jones. They don't want me to live. They're daring me to.
All right. Let's have a little organization here. Gonna stay in this room, Mr. Blaine.
Will I be safe here?
I don't know why not. You have 2 policemen in here with you.
Now, that's what I call protection.
What are you doing over there, Mr. Jones?
It's just trying the windows.
They're locked good and tight.
I was just checking.
They don't need checking. Take them out, Rollins. Okay, bud. Come on outside.
Looks like I'll have to guard you from a distance, Mr. Blaine.
Okay, everybody out. You too, sister.
You're sure we shouldn't all stay in here?
Faraday's orders. Everybody outside.
All right.
Here, Rollins. Lock the door.
Yes, sir. Now what, officer?
You're behind locked doors and windows, Mr. Blaine. You got 2 cops right beside you, so there's nothing to worry about.
Wish I were as sure as you are.
Don't worry. You won't let anybody cut your hair on your head. Not even if all he wants to do is comb it. Why don't you go to sleep, Mr. Blaine?
How can I do anything when I feel like an animal in a cage? Can't we open a window just a crack for air?
Nothing doing. The windows stay locked tight. The door's locked. That's where everything stays, because that's the only way you're safe. And you're plenty safe in here.
It should be. I'm uncomfortable enough.
Hey, how about a game of gin, Smith?
Yeah. Got cards? Lower your voices, will you? I think I'll try to read.
Okay.
I don't suppose either of you... Mr. Blaine! Mr. Blaine!
What happened to him?
What do you think happened to him? That noise wasn't a backfire. Look at him.
It was a shot, huh? You get him?
Yeah.
He dead? Yeah. Shot. In a sealed room, too, with us practically sitting beside him. Call Faraday, quick. How will I tell him?
Tell him it couldn't happen, but it did.
Now, back to our story. When the wealthy Bill Blaine received strange telephone calls threatening with death, he forced Boston Blackie to become his bodyguard by digging up some old evidence against Shorty, Blackie's friend. When Blaine heard that he was to be killed last night, Blackie called in the help of the police and put Blaine in a locked room and stood guard over him. Then the police insisted that Blackie leave, and shortly thereafter, Bill Blaine was shot and killed. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is at the scene of the crime.
What do you mean no glass is broken? If the shot didn't come from inside the room, it came from outside.
We've gone over every pane of glass, Inspector. There isn't even a crack anywhere.
The windows are still locked. This is crazy. This is impossible.
Oh, we know it.
All right. The shot came from inside the room, then. You've gone over all the pictures, the molding, the fireplace?
Everything. We've inspected every inch of floorboard, too, and we haven't found a thing.
It's crazy. It's impossible.
You said that.
A fine couple of cops you are. Where's the dead guy's family?
Upstairs.
All right, both of you. Go up there and get him.
Yes, okay.
Hello, boys. How's everything?
Not so good as you see.
Who's that out there?
Who's that in there?
Blackie.
Well, Inspector Faraday. The danger must be over. You've arrived.
What are you doing here?
I live here.
Live here?
Sure, I'm Bill Blaine's bodyguard.
Well, get over there and guard the body.
Say, he looks a little bit dead.
He's been dead for 45 minutes.
Then I don't suppose he'll recover. Who shot him? One of your men?
I not only don't know who shot him, I don't even know how he was shot.
Don't know how?
Nothing inside this room fired a bullet. And there's not a pane of glass broken in any of the windows, which were locked.
What?
Where were you 45 minutes ago?
Well, that's hard to say. I didn't look at my watch.
Where have you been?
Sorry, pal. That's a secret.
Well, as long as you keep your secret, I'll keep you. Come on, Blackie.
Oh, Inspector, put away that gun.
I will, after I put you where you belong, in jail.
Now, you know I didn't kill this guy.
I don't say you did, but you're plenty mixed up in this. You live here in this house. You're this guy's bodyguard, and yet you aren't guarding him. And on top of it all, you disappear when the guy gets killed. And you won't tell me where you were.
I can't.
Well, I'm holding you as a material witness.
I won't be very good material. And besides, I know how Blaine was killed. Put away that gun, and I'll show you.
I'll hold the gun, and you'll still show me.
All right. Okay. Now, do you mind if I open one of the windows?
Why?
To show you how it was done.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Inspector.
No tricks now. And make it snappy. I don't have all day.
I'll have to climb out on the flagstone walk. That's where the killer stood.
Blackie, if this is
What are you worrying about? You've got a gun on me.
And I can shoot straight, too.
Okay. I'm all set.
Now, how is it done?
Now, I'm the killer.
Yeah?
Now, come over here and put your arm across the windowsill.
Okay. But no tricks. I've got my gun right in your face.
You wouldn't shoot a pal, would you?
A pal, no. Come on. How was it done?
Well, like this. The killer stood here.
Yeah, wise guy. The window wasn't open. It was closed.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Then maybe I'd better close it.
Oh! Blackie, you're breaking my arm.
And you're breaking my heart. Drop that gun, Faraday. Drop it. Thanks, pal.
Blackie, I'll serve a book or two for this.
Well, make it a good book, will you, Inspector? Because while you're trying to catch up with me, I'd like to catch up on my reading.
Yeah?
May I come in, Inspector?
I'll say you can come in. I want to talk to you, Miss Wesley.
Well, I want to talk to you, too.
What about?
About this story in the newspaper.
What about it?
It says that you're looking for Boston Blackie as a material witness to the murder of William Blaine.
So?
So, maybe you'll change your mind when I tell you where Blackie was when Mr. Blaine was killed.
Where?
With me.
That's no alibi in my book. Where were you?
The newspaper says Mr. Blaine was killed at 9:45 last night. At 9:45, I was in Sam Daniels' office, helping Boston Blackie crack a safe.
Blackie, it's me, Shorty. Come here, will you?
Okay, kid. I raided your icebox, Shorty. Hope you don't mind.
Nah, boss, you can have anything I got. You know that.
Did you get the information I wanted on Blaine's family?
Yeah, sure. Here it is, boss. All writ down nice and neat. But, boss, Mary's in jail.
What?
Yeah, Faraday checked Daniels when she said that you and her robbed a safe last night at 9:45. Daniels said it wasn't robbed.
So Faraday's holding Mary. Gee, that's worked fast. What dope have you got on the Blaine family?
Just the usual stuff. None of them amounted to much except that Robert Blaine. He got rich. It's all writ down there. You read it okay?
Well, let's see. John worked in a drugstore, a shoe store, but never for long.
I got a lot of dope on this Robert.
Yeah, I can see that. Member of the stock exchange, on the board of directors of the local Red Cross, president of the Margot Country Club. He does all right. And what about Martha, the sister?
She's just a dame, boss. Isn't it?
She worked 3 different times. Took a long time to each job, too. First as a secretary, then for the telephone company, then as a buyer in a department store. Married twice, too.
That's right, yeah.
Could be that this is going to be very helpful, Shorty.
Oh, gee, swell. I'm glad.
And now, here's something for you.
Gee, boss, these are the checks I forged on Mr. Daniels.
That's right. They're yours now.
You mean he gave them to you?
Mary and I took them last night. But Daniels wouldn't tell Faraday that. Well, I've got to go, Shorty.
Where to, boss?
To the Blaine house. That's the first step in getting Mary out of jail and putting a murderer in.
John.
Well, Martha, what are you doing sneaking around the hall?
Why?
Wouldn't be surprised if you killed Uncle Bill.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Be very profitable for 2 of us if one of us did.
Do you care which one?
As long as I'm not the one.
Maybe you should have thought about that, too.
You think the police will find out who killed Uncle Bill?
They have to find out first how.
Are you afraid they will?
We get no money until they do.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
I'm going to bed.
Pleasant dreams.
Don't be so generous.
I should be rich enough to be very generous. Soon.
Not if I can help it, sister, dear.
What dumb jerk turned out the lights?
This dumb jerk.
Who's there?
The dumb jerk who turned out the lights. Wait, I'll turn them on again.
Joe.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing in my room?
Looking for a clue.
To what?
Your uncle's murder?
Well, you won't find it here.
No, not now, because I already have.
Look, I didn't do it.
I didn't say you did.
What have you found in here?
Evidence
Of what?
that you're somewhat of a magician?
Well, what if I am? It's a hobby of mine. I'm just an amateur.
Well, your amateur standing as a magician may solve a semi-professional murder.
How?
Mind if I use your phone?
I'll go right ahead.
Thanks.
Who are you calling?
The police.
Well, there are 3 policemen downstairs.
But I want the top man.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie.
Blackie, you're going to...
Look, Inspector, tell your cops to come home. All is forgiven. because I've not only found out how Blaine was killed, I know who killed him.
I don't fall for the same gag twice, Blackie. You turn yourself over to the nearest policeman, or Mary stays in jail for the rest of her life.
In that case, I guess I'll just go downstairs.
Where are you?
In Blaine's house. And your cops downstairs have got me right where I want them. Come on up, Inspector. The party's on me.
All right, Blackie. Here we all are in Blaine's bedroom. Now, no tricks. I'm not the only one with a gun. Keep him covered, Rollins.
Do that, Rollins. I'll keep you busy.
If you have anything to say before I run you in, say it now, Blackie.
Will you listen?
For some dumb reason or other, I always do. But no tricks.
Oh, sorry, Inspector, but this time there has to be a trick. A magic trick.
Huh?
See this little gadget I have here in my hand?
Yeah, what is it?
A pane of what seems to be ordinary plate glass in a wooden frame. The glass is solid, isn't it?
Sure it is. So what?
So I place this metal ball on top of the glass, thus.
Yeah.
Now, you don't think it's possible for the metal ball to fall through the glass and hit the top of the table below, do you?
Of course not.
You are so wrong, Inspector.
What? Hey, it did go right through the glass.
Without breaking it, Inspector. Of course, if you wish to inspect.
But how did you do it?
I pressed on the side of the wooden frame, and the glass moved to one side, far enough for the metal ball to drop through. Look at this.
Yeah, I saw it.
Give the windows in this room another going over, and you'll find a pane of glass constructed to do exactly the same thing.
Rollins, Smith, start looking.
Right.
So that's how it was done. A trick pane of glass, huh?
You catch on quick, Faraday.
Where'd you get that trick?
In John Blaine's room?
Yes, in my room, but that doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't it?
I don't know about that. If we find a bit...
Inspector, a pane of glass in the window that slides.
Just like the glass in that gadget, too.
Oh, so it doesn't mean anything, huh?
All right, I admit that magic stick belongs to me. It was in my room, but that's no proof I killed Uncle Bill.
Well, maybe this is.
Hey, Blackie, where'd you get that gun?
John Blaine's room. And if you check, I think you'll find it's the gun that killed Uncle Bill.
Okay. Come on, you, down to headquarters.
I tell you, I didn't...
No. Wait a minute, Inspector.
What for? I've got this case wrapped up in pink and blue ribbon.
Better not tie the ends yet, Faraday, because John didn't kill his uncle.
Look, when you face the evidence, you gotta come to the...
do an about-face, Inspector. There's the little item of the telephone calls. Blaine got a call from the murderer when John and Martha and Robert were all in the house. John didn't make that call.
Huh.
But I know who did.
Well, I know who didn't. No member of the family. Those were outside calls. There's only one phone here.
When you jump to conclusions like that, Inspector, try not to land on your head. The one thing that had me baffled about this whole thing was, if one of the family killed the uncle, how was that telephone made to ring while all the family were in the house?
An accomplice outside.
Yes, I thought of that and ruled it out as too risky. Some information about John, Robert, and Martha Blaine that Shorty got for me gave me the right answer.
Yeah?
Martha Blaine is your killer.
Why, Mr. Jones, you're so dashing.
Look, is this going to be another fairy story?
You worked for the telephone company for several years, didn't you, Mother?
So what?
When telephone linemen repair out-of-order phones, they dial a certain number that causes the telephone to ring.
Well, that's general knowledge. Everyone in this room knows that.
But the number the linemen dial is a closely guarded secret. You are the only one in this room who could possibly know that number. Anytime you wished, you could just go to one of the several extension phones in this house, dial the callback number, and cause every phone in the house to ring.
Okay, lady. You're going down to headquarters.
What?
Grab her, boys.
Come on, lady.
No,
Come on.
no, you don't.
Come on.
You'll never get me.
I got her, Inspector. Hold on.
Let go of me.
Okay. Take her out.
Don't get excited.
Are you happy now, Inspector?
Yeah. But you're not going to be. You're not completely out of this. Did you tell me where you were at the time of the murder?
Cracking Sam Daniels' safe.
That's not so. Because I checked on that, and Daniel said his safe hadn't been touched.
Then why did you put Mary in jail?
She told me she helped you crack the safe. I had to hold her.
Faraday, holding Mary is my exclusive privilege. Let's go get her out. Hiya, jailbird.
Blackie. Oh, Blackie, are you all right?
Sure. And now I'm letting you out.
Where did you get those keys?
From Faraday.
But how?
Don't worry, honey. He gave them to me.
Honestly?
Cross my heart.
Well, cross the threshold, will you?
Aren't you coming out?
No. You're coming in.
But why?
Come on in.
All right. Here I am. Are you by any chance locking us in?
I am. Give me the keys.
Why?
Give them to me.
Okay, here you are.
Oh, this is much better. Now I know we can't get into trouble. For a while.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a smuggling racket.
This is the customs office right here, Axford.
Golly, it's a big place, Lodi. What's all this courtyard for? They hold parades or something?
You lug. Don't you know what a customs office is?
What's he trying to do? Make me out to be ignorant?
With you, that's not necessary. I can see the proof right before my eyes.
I ain't been a detective for nothing, Lodi.
The police department would give you an argument on that.
The customs office is where, well, golly, it's where the customs inspectors hang out.
Surprise, you do know something.
And if that ain't the answer, Holy crow, you mean I hit it right?
For you, it's a bullseye. The customs office is where people coming into the country make their declarations.
Declarations of independence?
No, you sap. Declarations of the stuff they're bringing into the country. Now, look. See that guy with the cap ahead of us?
Yeah?
Standing next to the truck?
Is he a customs officer?
Yep.
The guy with him is giving him some kind of argument, huh?
It looks that way.
Suffering snakes, Lowry. Look at that trunk. It fell off the truck and got all smashed open.
Say, maybe there is some news here.
Huh?
Gunnigan gave me this as a routine assignment because things were dull. But who knows? Maybe that guy's important enough to give us a story for the Sentinel. Come on, let's go over there and listen in.
This is outrageous. I shall notify my government. I'm the vice consul for my country in this city. You have no right to inspect my luggage.
It was a mistake, Mr. Sneed.
You did it deliberately. Even a blind man could see the diplomatic seals on my baggage.
You brought in 8 trunks. That's a lot even for a diplomat.
I shall report this occurrence.
There's no harm done. We'll send your stuff to your home.
No harm. What is this trunk here? You deliberately let it smash open.
Okay, I did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sneed, I wanted to see what was in that trunk.
This is an outrage.
There's been plenty of smuggling going on. Look at the contents of this trunk.
What of it?
Nothing in it but lace handkerchiefs. Imported lace. What are you doing with a trunk full of imported lace handkerchiefs?
You have no right to ask questions.
Yeah, I know. Diplomatic immunity.
Those handkerchiefs are for the consulate. I may give some away as gifts.
If you ask me, you're smuggling them in.
For the last time, you have no right to question me. I will lodge a protest against this. It will be
Hey, this is pretty expensive lace, isn't it?
How dare you?
Golly, look at all the decorations on it.
Give me that.
Hey, take it easy.
For the last time, I've had enough of this prying. Who are these two?
Search me.
We're reporters, mister. From the Daily Sentinel.
Reporter, sir. There is no story here. Go back to your paper.
Golly, what's eating you?
This oaf.
Meaning me, Mr. Sneed?
You and no other. I am leaving. I'm going to the consulate, and I warn you. Unless these trunks are delivered at once, with none of the diplomatic seals tampered with, I shall see that you lose your job. Your government will pay damages for that broken trunk as well.
Holy crow, he's mad enough to chew nails.
Hey, what's all this talk about smuggling? Who is that guy?
Name's Sneed. He's a foreign diplomat. If you ask me, the guy's using his diplomatic job as a cover for smuggling.
Huh? What are you going to do?
Me? I can't do a thing. You heard him yelling about his immunity.
Holy crow, you mean he's bringing in stuff without paying no duty?
Yeah, but just try and pin it on him. I'll be lucky if he doesn't get my badge for this. You guys might as well go peddle your papers. I'm in hot water enough already.
Well, that's what I call reporting, Lowry. I send you out to cover a customs house. And what happens? I'm two-bit diplomat gets riled when a trunk busts. And you're told to go peddle your papers, and you go.
Sure, I went, Gunnigan, because I had something better.
I see. You're too important for a little assignment like the customs house, eh? Wearing a balloon where your head ought to be, huh? Or is your work on the Daily Sentinel beginning to bore you, Lowry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Gunnigan, give me a break. I tell you, I got something.
Yeah?
And maybe I can prove it right now.
Maybe. You better.
Casey. Hey, Casey.
Have you two finished your word battle?
Final round, Casey. Did you tell the boss we wanted to see him?
I don't see why Reed has to be
It's my inning, Gunnigan. Well?
He said he'd be right out. Oh, here he is now.
Yes, what's this about?
Okay, Lowry. Give.
Boss, I swiped a handkerchief this afternoon. I want
Good grief, Lowry. Swipe.
See? Now he's a kleptomaniac.
Okay, then borrowed. But Sneed doesn't know I have it.
Sneed?
At the customs house. He's some half-pint vice consul. When Axford and I got there, he was having a terrific argument with one of the customs officials.
A diplomat shouldn't have to argue with the customs.
That's what he said. There was a busted trunk, and I took this handkerchief from it.
Gosh, that's a beauty.
This guy Sneed had a dozen trunks, and the one I saw was jammed full of lace hankies.
So instead of a story, Lowry comes home with a lace hanky.
It's one of the loveliest I've ever seen. Well, what
Hey,
in the world?
Casey, you don't have to grab it out of my hand.
Lowry, are you sure you're not pulling a gag?
Huh?
Are you sure this hanky didn't come from Creevy's?
Creevy's? The department store?
They've made a feature of imported lace handkerchiefs like this at a swell price.
Miss Case, you're sure they're the same as this one?
Mr. Reed, that's one thing a woman knows. Materials.
And you got this at the customs house, Lowry?
Out of Sneed's trunk, boss.
What is this, a memory test?
It's more than that, Gunnigan.
Huh?
Lowry said he had a story, and I believe he has. Right, Lowry?
Check, boss. I have the same idea about this guy Sneed that the customs official had.
Customs official?
And he didn't mince any words either. He told this guy off, even though it may mean his job.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I smell a mouse.
Not a mouse, Casey. What you smell is a smuggling racket.
What?
Lowry, you're suggesting Sneed is smuggling these in?
He had plenty, and Casey saw him in that store.
Well, maybe you are a reporter.
But, Mr. Reed, the department store may have gotten the hankies some other way. Some honest way.
Why not? This guy hasn't got a corner on lace hankies.
What about the price, Miss Case? Did Creevy's offer them at a low price?
Yes, Mr. Reed, it was much cheaper than anywhere else.
It's a natural, boss.
Creevy's is a big firm. They sell plenty of these things. Who's going to trace them?
Yeah, that's true, Lowry. It would be difficult.
Sure.
Larry, you missed your calling. You're not a reporter. You're an amateur sleuth.
What reporter isn't, Gunnigan?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, if this is true, think of the thousands of people that are buying smuggled goods.
And the thousands this guy Sneed is picking up.
Reed, can't you turn any place without running into a racket of some kind?
I'm afraid not, Gunnigan.
Every place you look, somebody is raking in the chips.
Doing it by stacking the cards.
Smuggling in lace. What can be done about it?
Can't Sneed be arrested?
Without proof, Casey?
Even with proof, Miss Case. Remember, Sneed is a foreigner in this country under diplomatic immunity. All the police could do is make him leave the country.
I see.
People who purchase these handkerchiefs will be out of luck.
Why?
For possessing smuggled goods, Casey.
It'll be a mess all around, Miss Case.
One thing gets me, boss. How does Sneed deliver this goods to the department store? Who's he working with?
Gunnigan Lowry dug this up. Can you keep him on it?
You think there's a story?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Where do I start?
I got the police in on this. Give them the tip. Cover Sneed.
Like a temp, boss.
Find out who he's dealing with. There's something for the police.
And plenty for the Daily Sentinel.
Now, whatever you get, phone it in.
I'll have a rewrite man handy.
Sneed's going to have to move those goods fast, and the Sentinel wants to know how.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and gave certain instructions to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
You understand what I want, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Brett.
A chemical ink that'll be invisible for a certain period and then begin to show up. You can do that?
It's easy, Mr. Brett.
Lowry and Dax are with the police shadowing Sneed's home. Even if they have some idea about who's working with Sneed in this smuggling racket, they may be unable to get proof. And that puts it up to us.
You go out tonight?
Tonight, Cato, as the Green Hornet. Get down to the hiding place of the Black Beauty and start preparing the chemical. I'll join you as soon as I hear from Lowry. Hello?
Boss,
Yes, Lowry, what is it?
I called Dunnigan. He said you left word to ring your apartment.
Will the police have any news?
Sneed's throwing a party, boss. Axford and Moran and I have been checking the guests.
Come on, get to the point.
Moran spotted one of the guests. Looks like our hunch was right.
Don't tell me Sneed's trying to move that lace now.
No, not yet, boss. But one of the guests was from the department store.
Was it Creevy himself?
Not Creevy, boss. Creevy's daughter.
Creevy's daughter? Oh, looks like you may have a story, Lowry.
If we get anything else, I'll give it to Gunnigan tomorrow.
Yes, do that. Good night.
Night, boss.
Creevy's daughter, huh? Yeah, if anyone could get goods smuggled into the department store, she could. I think I'll go to that party myself.
Britt Reed went through a sliding panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway hidden within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building where Cato's laboratory stood, next to the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Are you almost through with the chemical, Cato?
Yes, sir.
You report in this container as soon as you add the reagent.
I'm adding it now, Mr. Brett.
Your knowledge of chemistry comes in handy, Cato. Here, I'll hold the funnel. Now cap this container and put it in your pocket. You have the Hornet mask and the gun?
In the car.
I'll drive the Black Beauty, Cato. We can't get too close to Sneed's place with the police watching. I'll leave the Black Beauty a little distance off and trust to the darkness to get in.
It's dangerous, Mr. Brett.
Now, Lowry called after you left the apartment. Sneed is having a party. One of the guests is Miss Creevy.
Creevy?
When she and Sneed start discussing the smuggled lace, there's going to be another guest present, Cato. An uninvited guest called the Green Hornet.
Miss Creevy.
Mr. Sneed. Oh, this is a lovely party.
I'm so glad that you enjoy it. Would you care to dance?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired. Can't we just, talk?
Surely, Miss Creevy. Here, through these doors. Now we can talk privately.
You brought in the lace?
8 large trunks crammed full.
There was almost some difficulty.
What?
The blundering customs inspector let the trunks fall off the truck.
Does anyone suspect?
One of the trunks burst open. There was a snooping reporter present at the time.
He saw the lace?
Oh, I guess nothing. He doesn't suspect. I sent him away hurriedly. But we must be extremely cautious how we transfer the lace to your department store.
There's no trouble about that. This particular department happens to be my job at the store. You have the lace here?
Below in the basement. When will you pick it up?
Tomorrow night, midnight. I'll have the truck.
As usual, eh?
Yes, the back entrance.
We must be extremely careful.
Haven't we always? We got away with it before. We can do it again.
Fine, then. Tomorrow midnight. Now, perhaps it is best for us to return to the main room and mingle with the...
What's that?
Excitement from outside. Here this way, through the French windows.
I seen him, Moran. It was this way.
Hey, nothing wrong now, expert.
Who are these people?
He was running across the lawn.
Who are you? What do you want?
Ain't you been seeing nobody around?
What does this mean? I am having some people in. What is the disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Sneed. Moran, police headquarters. There's been a prowler around your place.
A prowler?
Golly, lady, ain't doubting
You
it.
can have him, Moran.
He must have got away, Lowry.
You are that reporter. Why are you here?
Well, Holy crow, I'll tell you why we're hanging around Sneed. It's on the
Never
front
mind,
one.
expert.
But
I said never mind. It's nothing, Mr. Sneed. We're just covering police news for the paper, that's all. You've been prying, snooping around.
Sneed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm a little disturbed.
So much excitement. Was it, a robber?
I guess so, lady. You got a lot of jewels in that crowd.
Thank you very much for frightening this prowler away, Sergeant. If he has gone.
Sure he has.
Suffering snakes, we seen him too fast for him to try nothing. Whoever the crook was, he ain't hanging around. Not with Michael Axford to nab him.
Have you any idea who it was?
All we seen was the shadow, lady. Might have been any one of 100 crooks.
Sure, it's
Holy
Michael.
mackerel. Listen to that.
That strange buzzing. What is it?
There it goes, way down at the corner.
It's a car.
But it's going so fast. I never saw a car like that.
Now take a good look while you can.
There's your prowler.
But who?
Who? Holy crow, who do you think? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet at Sneed's party. Has Britt Reed's plan gotten underway? Before the next exciting scenes of our Green Hornet adventure, please permit us to pause briefly. Green Hornet fans, please stand by for an important announcement. Next Thursday night, November 30th, the Green Hornet is going to inaugurate a new feature on this program when he calls into session for the first time on the air the Law and Order Roundtable, your forum of discussion on vicious rackets, the clever men behind them who victimize you and your neighbors, and what he thinks you can do to remedy the situation. Be sure to be on hand when the gavel sounds next Thursday night on this program and calls to order the first meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. It's a feature for you and for every high-minded citizen in this great country of ours, and the Green Hornet's counting on you to be present. Now to continue our story. As the huge, streamlined Black Beauty sped away from Sneed's home through dark alleys, Britt Reed spoke briefly to Cato.
The time will be tomorrow night at midnight, Cato.
I'll be ready, Mr. West.
Fortunately, Axford didn't get a close look at me. He spotted me there at the window, but the mask in the darkness gave me a chance to warn you.
Just in time, Mr. Britt.
You got into the basement.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to mark the lace handkerchiefs with a chemical?
I stumped in.
You used that rubber stamp we found on Sneed's desk, is that right?
Yes.
Good. Even though we were interrupted, there was still time enough to mark plenty of the lace. You went through each trunk.
That's right.
And the stage is set, Cato. I'll be at the Daily Sentinel tomorrow during the day to keep checking what the police know. Tomorrow night, we'll see if we can trap these smugglers without trapping the Green Hornet.
Hey, Casey. Oh, golly, Casey, wait till I tell Reed.
Put the brakes on, Expert. You'll go through the wall.
Casey, did anyone ever tell you about what a great detective I am?
You did, but I still don't believe it.
You will when you hear what I dug up.
The only thing you ever dug up was a garden.
It's news, Casey.
Go ahead. Convince me.
Suffering snakes, you don't take me serious. So help me, Hosanna. It's real news. News with a capital G.
Capital G? You big lug. News isn't spelled with a G.
Who said so?
Mr. Webster. That's his dictionary right there.
Never mind that. This here news does start with a G.
G for what?
G for Green Hornet, that's what. But it's excited.
Not anymore.
But, Casey, didn't you hear me? The Green Hornet.
Axford, what time is it now?
Huh?
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Golly, what's that got to do with it?
Anyone else would have been calmed down by now.
What are you talking about?
The same thing you are.
I'm talking about the Green Hornet.
Just it. You've been talking about him ever since last night when you spotted his car at Sneed's place. But don't you realize that's old stuff by now?
Holy crow, Casey, I ain't talking about last night.
I can't figure out why you keep up. What?
It ain't about last night.
The Hornet's popped up again?
Sure he has. A telephone call to public headquarters. That's what I want to see Reed about.
Well, that's different.
Yes?
Axford's here, Mr. Reed.
Axford?
With a mouthful of news about the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Late development?
He's champing at the bit with it. Does he go in?
Yes, send him right in, Miss Case. Now.
Okay, Axford, that's your signal. But not too fast. Mr. Reed has company.
Company?
Lowry and Gunnigan are in there.
Ah, them two.
Go up, Axford.
What do you mean?
You're going through that door. Open it first. It's easier.
Ah, you and your guys. Hey, Reed.
What's this about the Hornet, Axford? It better be good. You're interrupting something.
I came right over from headquarters.
What's the scoop?
Reed, the Hornet's going to be over to Sneed's.
Well, I thought that was last night, Axford.
So what's next? I just finished going through that once with Casey. He's going to be there again.
Holy mackerel, boss. What's he after? Well, there's the smuggling business.
Don't tell me the Hornet's interested in that.
Why not?
Reed, you seem mighty sure of yourself.
Do I?
From what Lowry said, they're smuggling with a team of 2, Sneed and Miss Greavy. Now you're ringing in the Hornet.
Well, he was there last night, Gunnigan.
Sure, we seen him.
So it seems logical to suppose he's concerned in some way with this racket.
Yeah, that's true.
Who took this phone call, Axford?
Over at headquarters, Reed. Moran took it. But he couldn't find out who was giving the tip-off.
Do we stand another watch, boss? You do, Lowry.
The Sentinel can use a good story. Help circulation.
Golly, Reed, why don't you come along? It's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes, perhaps I will, Axford. Perhaps I will.
I'm telling you, I've been in training. If I get near that Green Hornet, I'll...
You'll do nothing. You guys remember one thing. You're newspaper men. Your business is getting the news. Leave the Green Hornet to the police. You get the story into the Daily Sentinel. What are you doing here, Casey? 8 o'clock. You closed up your typewriter long ago.
Didn't you know, Gunnigan? I wanted to go along with Axford and Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You couldn't be right on the scene, so you...
I'm staying here at the Sentinel to learn the news when they phone you.
Well, maybe a long wait, Casey.
I don't mind. I have my knitting.
Okay. We'll hold down the lobster shift together.
Holy crow, Moran, there's the clock hitting 9 already. Ain't we going out to nab the Hornet?
According to that phone call, we got 3 hours yet.
You ought to provide softer benches for the working press. But this bench is hardwood.
Do you think Reed is going to be there tonight, Lowry?
I don't know, Axford. He said maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. All I hope is that the Hornet is there.
What do you say, Creevy? 10 o'clock?
It's too early. I'll give the order.
Joe's downstairs with a truck waiting.
Can he wait? We leave for Sneed's when I say so, not before.
Mr. Britt, 11 o'clock.
Yes, time for us to start moving, Cato. You understand what you're to do?
Yes, sir.
We'll use both cars tonight. You'll drive the Black Beauty. I'll take the small sedan. If I'm going to come in at the finish, I can't have Lowry and Axford wondering how I got there.
I understand.
I'll meet you at the entrance to the alley 2 blocks south of Sneed's place. Keep the Hornet mask and the gun and the Black Beauty with you so I can pick them up.
I have them.
The gun is loaded?
Yes.
That's all, Cato. Get going. Take the Black Beauty out of here. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay, here's the squad car. Pile in.
Come on, Axford. Move those dogs.
We're going to Sneed's place now?
Sure. I should have the police force. Step.
That you, Butch?
I'll set Joe.
3 of us can sit up in front here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're going to pick up them laces, huh?
Get this bus rolling. Sneed's expecting us.
This is far enough, Cato.
Where are we, Mr. Britt?
In the alley behind Sneed's house. It's almost midnight. As soon as that truck pulls in here, we have to get busy.
Mr. Britt.
Yes, I hear it, Cato. A truck. That must be the one we're waiting for.
Listen up.
Give me the Hornet mask. Put yours on.
Yes, sir.
And the gun.
Here.
Remember, as soon as we're through here, we race for the Black Beauty fast. I need you, the mask and gun, get in a small sedan and come back here. And make sure the Black Beauty gets away with you in it.
I understand.
Get back out of sight. The truck has no headlights on, but it's going to pass right by us. Back.
All clear.
Where's Sneed? He knows we're due.
Who's that? Is that you, Creevy?
You fool, turn out that basement light. It's glaring right at us.
So what difference? No one suspects that you were here for the smuggled goods, no?
Come on, cut the talk and let's get going.
Yeah, you amateur crooks give me a pain.
If you're talking about me,
Shut up. This ain't no time for argument. Butch and me'll get the stuff out. You stay at the wheel.
I stay at the wheel.
Yeah, them trunks is heavy.
I will open the back of the truck.
Yes. Better take this.
A gun.
In case there's some trouble.
Very well, but there will be no trouble. I shall watch from a little further down the alley.
Come on. We gotta grab them trunks and load them in.
As the two men worked fast, making a trip for each trunk, Britt Reed and Cato moved closer to Sneed, sticking to the shadows.
There. One more.
Okay, Sneed. We'll be out of here in a minute.
I will watch. Those fools. What reason is there to keep a lookout? There is no one here.
I'll take that gun.
Who are you?
A gun. That mask. I've seen pictures of it. The Green Hornet.
You're going in that truck, Sneed.
No, what for?
Now, before your thugs return with that last trunk.
You cannot do this.
I don't.
You shoot. Gas. I cannot breathe.
They're coming.
Quick, give me a hand. Into the truck with him. Way back where it can't be seen. No, Cato. Hurry, time for us to get out of here.
Okay. Heave it in.
Slam the doors.
All through, Sneed. That's the works.
Hey, where is Sneed?
I don't know.
Yeah, he maybe don't like the dark.
He's got my get. I'll go in and hurry him
No
up.
time. Come on, we gotta get this stuff rolling around the front. All set, Miss Creevy. We can get moving.
Where's Sneed?
Come on. We ain't got no time for saying goodbye. We got the goods. Let's deliver it to your store.
But he
He didn't this time. This stuff's hot. Come on.
Yeah, step on it. It's 12 o'clock.
As soon as we get out of this alley, you better snap on the light so nobody won't suspect nothing.
As the huge truck rumbled out from the alley, the squad car carrying Moran with Lowry and Axford approached from the main street.
No sign of the Hornet yet. Carly, you think it was a false alarm, Moran?
Hey,
What's that truck doing come out of that alley?
whoever it is, Moran, it can't be the Hornet. He uses something a little faster than that.
Yeah, you're right. Are you going to look into that truck, Moran? What for?
What for? Holy mackerel, you dumb flatfoot. Don't forget what started this whole business.
Huh?
You're after smugglers as well as the Hornet. That alley is right behind Sneed's place.
Sneed? Hey, you're right. Holy crow, step on it. They're going around the corner.
We'll get them.
Hey, pull over there.
Get to the curb.
Crowd them in. They won't stop. Swing your wheel and smash into their fingers. Hold on. Here we go.
What are you doing?
What's the idea, smashing into... That's far enough. Don't none of you move. What's this? Hey, it's a squad car.
We've done nothing wrong.
It's Creevy, huh?
That's my name. What of it?
What have you got in this truck? It ain't nothing.
I'll tell you, it's late.
Holy cow, you're admitting it. You're admitting you smuggled the stuff in with Sneed.
I know, Mr. Sneed, but I have nothing to do with smuggling. This charge is ridiculous. These lace goods are for the department store.
I'll say this for you, sister. You're a pretty smooth customer.
Go ahead, search the truck. You can't prove anything.
I think that's a fine idea, Sergeant. Why not do that?
Who's this mud? Reed, good gravy. Where did you come from?
Why, sedan, Axford. Parked right behind you. I saw the crash and came over.
Okay, you. Open up this truck. Hold the flashlight on it, Axford.
That's a gun the sergeant's holding. You'd be smarter to do as you're told.
Okay.
Those trunks are full of lace, but if you think you can pin anything on us, you're badly mistaken.
Help! Let me out. Sneed!
Well, this looks like quite a party.
I was gassed to harness. Did you get the lace?
Shut up, you fool. These are police.
Police?
Yes, Sneed. Too bad your eyes were blinded by that flashlight.
I am innocent. I have nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with what?
You can't make any of us talk by these third-degree methods. I tell you, those laces are mine by right, and you can't prove they've been smuggled in.
Hey, Reed, here's one of the handkerchiefs from the trunk. It sure looks like the ones we seen in Sneed's possession the other day.
What of it?
Let me see that, Axford. I'd like to... Well, Sergeant Moran, take a look at this.
Oh?
Holy mackerel. It's got Sneed's name written right across the corner.
Oh.
My name?
Yes, right here.
But that's impossible. When I brought these handkerchiefs in, there were no names on them at all. And yet,
That is my signature from my rubber stamp.
You fool! Let me at that rat. No, you don't.
You've ruined everything.
Take it easy, Miss Creevy. It would have made no difference if Sneed hadn't torched.
I know better than that.
You'd have been sunk plenty. These signatures were all the proof any court would need.
Yes, the signatures. I do not understand.
Holy glory!
What is it?
Will you take a sniff at this handkerchief?
Whoever did it must have used invisible ink for those signatures.
Invisible ink?
Yes, you can tell by the characteristic odor. This was done with a chemical that doesn't begin to show up until 24 hours after it's applied.
Well, what do you know?
Invisible ink.
Golly, who was it? Come on, Sneed, spin it.
There's only one answer for that. It was the man who gassed me, the man who ruined our plans, the Green Hornet.
Police mass smuggling racket! Foreign diplomat involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel XP paper!
You have just heard the adventurer, the smuggler, signs his name. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit, and are sent to you each Thursday and Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters in tonight's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.